Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Hogwarts teacher saves the magical world? Featuring Snape, Minerva, Dumbledore. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions. Please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. An unusual acquaintance. Severus Snape was a seemingly ordinary middle-aged wizard. He wore black clothes and mantles, had a magic wand made of beech wood, enjoyed sleeping until late when circumstances allowed, and often bought the Daily Prophet newspaper. For 15 years, he had been teaching potions at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which was not exactly his childhood dream, but so far it suited him perfectly. He lived in the castle that housed the school. He admired the principal, respected his colleagues, and did not tolerate stupid and stubborn students. He spent most of his free time in his office, which was located in the school's basement, where he invented various potions, read books, or simply rested between classes. On a particularly sunny afternoon, Professor Snape decided to take a walk around the castle. As soon as he stepped out of the staircase leading to the dungeon of his house, Slytherin, he noticed the generously lit hallway and cursed softly. But since there was no other way to the cooler parts of the castle, he had no choice but to cover his face with his hand and move forward as fast as he could. That's why he didn't even notice the large pile of books approaching him, which apparently someone had enchanted to float 1.5 meters above the ground. Soon the books and the professor collided head-on with a deafening crash, and everything suddenly fell to the ground. With the sourest expression on his face, he stood up angrily and looked around to see what had happened. A small witch was leaning close to him, gathering the books scattered on the ground. Soon the witch stood up, looked at him guiltily, and hurried to say anxiously, "I'm very sorry. Forgive me, I'm so distraught." Professor Snape used the moment to examine her closely. At first, he took her for a student, but the skill she used as she reassembled the books with her wand made him change his mind. Maybe she was the mother of some student who had brought her spoiled kids' textbooks in advance, or a new nurse who had just moved into the castle. After a lot of thought, he decided to ask her directly. In a sense, the school was his home, and he had the right to know who she was and what was her business there. "It didn't hurt much," he lied. "And you are?" Associate Professor Jane Undead, the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Well, he definitely hadn't guessed right. Suppressing his bad mood for a moment, he even allowed himself a faint smile. He had long since decided not to ask the class for himself, although every year he couldn't help but be curious about which wretch was going to get it. He had just received the answer to his question. "So you're the one who was supposed to sit next to me at breakfast," he said in his most polite tone. "Impressive. Every year, a new teacher. Let's hope you'll stay longer. You don't look half as unbearable as some of the previous ones. Please excuse my omission. I'm Professor Severus Snape. I teach potions." "A pleasure. In fact, what you mentioned a moment ago is one of the reasons I'm here now. Miss Umbridge, as you probably know, has taught my subject before. She happened to be my teacher for a few months back then." "Impressive," he repeated, pursing his lips in a half-smile. At that moment, Associate Professor Undead felt a momentary weakness. Cursing in her mind the unpleasant sensation and the fact that it was darkening before her eyes, she fell to the ground. The books fell from her hands and scattered beside her. Severus stood for a while in front of the whole mess with a thoughtful expression on his face, wondering what to do, then sighed, bent down, and picked up his colleague, enchanting the scattered volumes to follow him. There was no point in carrying her to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey would not come until the next day, and it would not be polite to dump her in the entrance hall. So he headed straight for the Slytherin dungeon, muttering something like, "And now we'll see how good am I at my job." Professor Snape walked fast and silently, thinking bitterly that short people weren't always light. If he knew that his new colleague weighed so much, he would probably carry her with a spell, but it was too late now. And that was definitely not the right attitude toward a lady. If he had a wife or a girlfriend, he thought, one who could stand him for more than a couple of days, he would treat her with care and carry her in his arms, even if she weighed more than Associate Professor Undead. Considering that his new colleague probably didn't have the habit of dieting, he decided that it would be wise to give her something sweet when she regains consciousness. As long as he found one somewhere in his dungeon. Whatever he bought recently, he either had to eat it fast or it caught some strange purple mold. As he opened the door, he glanced briefly at his colleague to see if she had improved at least a little, but there was no change. Apparently, she had gone too far in exposing herself to the sun that day, as she did not regain consciousness and was still as pale as a corpse. For a moment, he regretted having to let her lie on his own bed, as there was no other suitable furniture. But he quickly forgot about it when he rolled up his sleeves and began preparing the quick decoction that should help her regain consciousness. Once the decoction was ready, he poured it into a teacup, tapped the cup with his wand, and when the steam stopped rising, carefully placed it at his colleague's lips. She swallowed, which was good. After drinking somehow half of the decoction, the color of her face started returning. She soon regained consciousness. "Where am I?" The witch opened her eyes, looked around, and tried to stand up. "Stay like that," the professor ordered. "You fainted, and I brought you to my quarters. There's no one in the hospital wing yet, so that was the only thing I could do for you." "Thank you," she said gratefully. "Can I sit up now?" "Yes," he replied. He went to rummage in one of the closets in the next room. Soon he shouted from there, "I think it'd be good for you to eat something sweet. The only thing I have, though, is pumpkin pie. Is it all right, or should I go out to look for something else?" "I think I would eat a little of that, thank you." "Tell me, Associate Professor Undead," Professor Snape continued as the witch chewed on a piece of pie. "How did you manage to arrange yourself like that?" "It's related to the sun, I guess. The weather today turned out to be unusually sunny. Personally, I avoid going out when it's so hot. One can easily get a heat stroke in weather like that." "You're right," Undead nodded, sprinkling a few crumbs on the bed cover. "It so happened that in the last few days I was helping my aunt in her garden. It was very tiring, and I did not sleep enough. I just started feeling how tired I am." She shrugged. "And the books you crashed in were given to me by the librarian to help me with the material I'm supposed to teach. It's a bit heavy, don't you think?" She paused, waiting for an answer, but when no answer followed, she decided to change the subject. "By the way, do you like magic? Duels?" "Yes, I like dueling," Professor Snape replied. Then he added, "A few years ago the duels had spread around the school like a wildfire. I had to fight the defense against the dark arts professor then, in front of the whole school." "I like dueling too," Undead nodded, suppressing a smile. Although she had long since finished school, she still found it amusing to think about teachers dueling in the corridors of Hogwarts. "And I even got into something called fencing. This is also dueling, only with swords. I was amazed to find out that in the Middle Ages, wizards wielded their swords as skillfully as they used their wands. The Muggles were quite militant and ignorant then and constantly rushed to fight. This is a forgotten art, which, believe me, is not to be neglected." "It looks like something Muggle to me," he said suspiciously and tapped on the now empty glass from which started escaping soap bubbles. "Not at all," Undead smiled, bursting a bubble with her index finger. "The Muggles have long since stopped using swords to kill each other. It's too complicated for them, but the art itself is great. I have to show you some time. I had some friends with whom we loved dueling with swords." As the professor said nothing more, Jane decided to give up trying to talk for a moment and stared dreamily at the opposite stone wall, remembering something. Severus sat calmly and silently in the chair next to her. At one point, she looked away from the wall and asked, "Do you go home for the holidays?" "Usually not," the professor replied. "It's nice here during the winter. There are no students, we go to Hogsmeade more often. And if you only knew what celebrations have taken place in the castle. No one could find the way to their room after them. Last year, Professor Flitwick fell asleep under a table, and when I woke up, the floor around me was full of extinguished candles. We didn't even have the strength to enchant sleeping bags. I've been to more immemorable binges." Undead looked at him as an accomplice and winked. "There was one time when a certain wizard had turned the table 45 degrees to the ground and was walking on its upper edge. He was so drunk that the magic with which he supported it shook with him. I and the other boys gathered in the bathroom, poured a whole bottle of foam into the tub, and then lifted the soapy water into the air. The whole bathroom was layered with water and soap bubbles, and we were throwing everything we could reach at each other. Sobering up, we were completely smitten. The print of my favorite t-shirt had leaked, and it was an original, The Weird Sisters. Then I started chasing the boys. They hid themselves in such a manner that I had to search for them for a few hours after that to ask them to help me clean the bathroom. Believe me, Professor Snape said, you won't miss any of that at Hogwarts. Except maybe the cleaning. The house elves are dealing with it here. Sounds good, Undead said politely. She stared into the air, and when her gaze fell on the clock on the wall, she was startled. Only now did she realize how long she had spent in the dungeon. I have to go now, she said hurriedly. It's late. He nodded slightly and replied, I'd better walk you at least to the entrance hall. You can easily get lost somewhere. Besides, it's probably already dark. You can easily get mistaken. They started carefully up the narrow staircase lit by torches. Professor Snape was the first to walk, looking over his shoulder for his colleague, warning her about disappearing steps. In that manner, they reached the entrance hall, where it was pitch black. I forgot to ask you which house you are in, and also where you were accommodated, he said, stopping hesitantly at the beginning of the hall. I used to study in Ravenclaw. My room is right next to the entrance to the tower, said Associate Professor Undead. It's not close at all, and I hoped we had climbed the stairs in vain. You would fit well in Slytherin House. Jane decided he was trying to compliment her. Maybe, she laughed. Better than the other two, that's for sure. You're absolutely right. Well, I guess I'll have to take care of myself from here. She was just saying goodbye to the professor when a witch passed by. Her dark hair was lifted in a bun and illuminated by the light coming from her magic wand. She also noticed them and approached them. Sirius. The witch said to the professor, Who is your friend whom I obviously do not know? This is the new defense against the dark arts professor, Minerva. Undead held out her left hand to the newcomer since her other hand was occupied. Jane Undead, madam. I'm delighted. Minerva McGonagall, the woman said automatically, shaking their left hands. Professor Dumbledore told me about you, but I'm only now honored to meet you. I see you've already met Professor Snape. I will take her to the tower, Sirius. She will probably get lost in this darkness. And if we don't fix these torches by tomorrow, all the freshmen will get lost before the sorting ceremony. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Call me if you need any help with the torches. Professor Snape, it was nice to meet you. See you tomorrow. She transferred the wand with which she guided the books to her left hand and held out her right hand since the professor was at her right side. She did so without thinking, but it wasn't until she saw his raised eyebrows when she realized it. In the wizarding world, the same hand was traditionally used for the wand, and the shift, although not taboo, was very rare, mainly during dueling. Unaccustomed to performing spells in front of an observing audience, and too accustomed to fencing, for her the movement was like transferring a sword to her left hand. This usually made experienced opponents angry and completely confused beginners. Well, there was no going back. She had already shown herself to be an oddity, and the professor surely had some peculiarities as well. She couldn't understand why he was so surprised, though. As a duelist, he probably also knew how to use his left hand for the wand, but something told her he hadn't done it recently. The situation had become a game of nerves, a game she didn't want to lose, so she just smiled at him and kept her right hand in the air. In the middle of the scene stood the female professor, apparently unaware of what the whole delay was about. Professor Snape sighed, raised his hand very slowly, and said in a calm tone, See you tomorrow, Associate Professor Undead. They shook hands. Then Severus Snape turned quickly and hid in the shadows. The two women walked in silence for a while, and finally Professor McGonagall exclaimed, I wonder, why an associate professor? We've never had an associate professor at Hogwarts. That's not quite true, Professor. Hogwarts, a history states that 3 generations after Rowena Ravenclaw, there was a charms teacher with the title of associate professor, who even ran the house for several years. Professor Dumbledore and I decided that this unambitious title could turn my office's luck around. We discussed it in the summer when the headmaster reviewed my application. Yes, I see. I had to give my opinion on the matter, too. But then I was preoccupied with personal things, so I left Professor Dumbledore to fend for himself. I think he did well. Professor McGonagall looked at Jane approvingly. Ah, here we are. This is the door to your house. The two women said goodnight, and Jane hurried into her room. Suddenly tired, she decided not to unpack her suitcases yet, left her textbooks on the desk, changed into a nightgown, and went to bed. But there was already something in the wide four-poster bed. Murray the cat, who had settled there, stirred unhappily, pushed away by her owner. Jane reached out to caress her as an apology, and soon the cat started purring like a fan. Once the relationship with the cat was fixed, the witch hurried to make herself comfortable. She took off her glasses and set them on the nightstand by her wand. Before going to sleep, she reflected on the past day. She was very happy to have met two professors at the very beginning of her stay. With the strange Professor Snape and the friendly Professor McGonagall around, she wouldn't be bored at Hogwarts at all. She had created a lot of trouble for the poor Professor Snape today, first showering him with books, then fainting at his feet, and him having to bring her round. In the end, she had shown herself an oddity. She laughed softly as she imagined what the professor's face looked like as she slumped in front of him. She'll have to apologize to him for the inconvenience tomorrow, maybe even bake him some biscuits. But she'll have to find out where is the school kitchen first. Both professors look so serious, Jane told herself with admiration, not like my hammerheads. She stirred feverishly to drive away a sudden memory and then stroked Murray. After rolling around in bed for a little while, she finally managed to calm down and soon fell into a deep sleep. Associate Professor Undead spent the following day mostly in her room. After returning from breakfast, where she had met Professor Flitwick, her favorite teacher from when she was a student at Hogwarts, and apologized once again to Professor Snape for yesterday's disturbance. She locked herself in her office and began studying the various books and textbooks she would use in her teaching this year. Very interesting, Janie, she thought as she flipped through a thick, leather-bound volume. How would you react if someone had told you 5 years ago that you would be teaching defense against the dark arts? Since she had missed lunch, in the late afternoon Jane was already looking forward to dinner. Half an hour before the allotted time, she left all the books on her desk and began wandering absently around the room. Murray watched her with one eye while pretending to be asleep. Murray was a beautiful cat. She had long white fur covered with black and orange spots. She was a descendant of the cat family her aunt raised, and Jane really liked her. In addition, the animal was quite intelligent and was a pleasant company on the lonely winter nights. "Well, Murray, I'm leaving," Jane told her after changing into her formal purple robe. "I'll steal some fish for you if I don't forget." The cat stretched out silently on the bed, hooking one of the curtains with its claw, then curled up in a bun and continued to sleep. Her mistress stroked her fur and left the room. She hurried down the stairs to arrive just in time for the sorting ceremony. "Did I miss anything?" she asked Professor Snape, who was sitting next to her. "No, Minerva just brought them in." "Great," Jane said happily and took her place. Although she had no acquaintances or close relatives among the freshmen, she watched the new students with curiosity. The little ones looked quite frightened, as if a monster would pop up from the nearest corner at any given moment. Jane counted 13 students who were sorted in Ravenclaw this year. The spree was relatively peaceful for the next few hours. The teachers sat quietly in their seats and talked to each other, and some were only now noticing Jane and introducing themselves. Professor Flitwick, inspired by the almost identical colors of Undead and McGonagall's robes, told an anecdote about 3 witches in purple robes. After the students left the hall, the teachers relaxed a bit. Professor Dumbledore smiled knowingly and pulled out a bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey from under the table. "Now let's treat ourselves to the beginning of the school year properly," he said cheerfully and began opening the bottle. "Come on, colleagues, pass the glasses." By the time Jane realized what was happening, her goblet was full to the brim with the strong whiskey. She tried to protest, but Professor Dumbledore smilingly assured her that there should be no problem in drinking what he thought to be a very small quantity of liquor. First, everyone raised a toast to Hogwarts, then to the new school year, and so on until the bottle ran out. Then Dumbledore tapped it lightly with the tip of his wand. It filled up, and the teachers began toasting again. After the second bottle of whiskey, the headmaster enchanted some music, moved the 4 tables of the houses to the wall, and, quite amused, invited Professor McGonagall to dance. Professor Flitwick was quickly invited by Professor Sprout. The other teachers also went down to dance, and the teacher's table was soon empty. Associate Professor Undead rose with a light staggering, and after giving a generous smile to her only remaining neighbor at the table, asked him, "Professor Snape, would you dance with me?" "Of course. If you're not worried I might step on your toes," said Professor Snape, and led Associate Professor Undead by the hand to the makeshift dance floor. "You can call me Sirius," he added, gibbering a little. "Everyone here does it anyway. And I'm Jane," she said cheerfully, toppling at the same moment. Snape could barely keep her from falling to the floor and grabbed her by the waist for safety. She realized that she probably wouldn't be able to tango or even waltz tonight, but she might be able to cope with a ballad. Luckily, the next song turned out to be just that, and Jane, leaning generously on Snape's shoulder, closed her eyes and tried not to think. Still, the professor was very handsome, she realized. He smelled pretty well, maybe of a decoction here and there, but a man should smell just like that, she thought. After a while, unable to determine exactly how much, she moved her head off the professor's shoulder and looked him in the eyes. There, instead of the previous cold, she noticed light flames that puzzled her. Maybe she was hallucinating, she thought at first, which must have been the whiskey, so she began regretting drinking so much. She looked at Professor Snape with undisguised curiosity, which he had, of course, already noticed. When she sensed that he was trying to penetrate her mind, Jane hurried to look away and leaned again on his shoulder. She was unable to oppose him at the moment. He hadn't seen much anyway. Nothing more than a concert hall full of people and a few musicians with uncombed hairstyles. During the next dance, Jane looked up again, but the professor's expression was impenetrable. She couldn't help but stare curiously into his eyes and saw, if only for a moment, a boy and a woman arguing about something in a rather dingy-looking room. It was Snape's turn to look away. The couple danced the next 5 dances, during which they occasionally tried to learn something about each other, with varying degrees of success. Eventually, Associate Professor Undead had to surrender. The whole game of Legitimacy and Acclimacy, as they were called in the textbooks, was a lot of fun, but one had to know where to stop. Already falling asleep, she decided that this moment had come, suppressed a yawn, and then announced to her gentleman that she had decided to return to her room. "I'll walk you," Snape said politely. "Please, Severus, there must be at least 1,000 steps to the tower. How are you going to get down after that?" However, he proved to be adamant, so eventually Jane was forced to back down. They said goodnight to the others and left the Great Hall, leaning against each other. Severus kept his word and walked her to the very door of her room on the 5th floor. "Do you want to come in?" Jane asked, smiling broadly. Professor Snape studied her carefully. "No, thank you," he said after a moment's thought. "Perhaps another time. Good night and sweet dreams." "Thank you," she said, trying to hide her disappointment. "But I don't dream. However, I hope the night really goes smoothly." "You seem to have drunk a lot," Snape said thoughtfully, rummaging through his pockets. "You'd better have a few sips of that. I took it in case someone got too drunk." He handed her a small opaque bottle with some liquid in it. "Thanks." She hesitated briefly, but made her decision. If the professor had intended to poison her, he would have done so yesterday while she was unconscious. She also doubted that he was trying to give her a slow-acting poison. He had to give her the dose constantly, and she looked after her cup and plate very carefully. There could be no question of a love potion. She had just invited him in, and he had refused. So she had to forcefully stop this flow of thoughts and pour some of the bottle's content into her mouth. After swallowing, she reached out and handed it back to him. Then she said hurriedly, "I have to go in now because my feet hurt. Good night and pleasant dreams to you too." Jane opened the door, entered the room, and quickly went to bed without looking back. It would be nice for Professor Snape to stay, she thought. She had never felt so lonely before. The next morning, she almost overslept the breakfast. She felt so tired she could stay in bed until the evening, she thought in her drowse. However, her alarm clock had a different opinion. Shouting, "Get up, Jane!" he managed to get her out of bed to arrive practically in time in the Great Hall. Despite the slight dizziness, she managed to get there almost unhindered and even without getting lost on the stairs. Her sense of orientation was never that good, and after a binge, it practically disappeared. By the time she went downstairs, the hall was almost full. There was only one seat left at the high table between the professors Snape and Flitwick. When she got there, Jane greeted them politely Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, too, and sat down. Still not awakened completely, she grabbed the plate closest to her, which turned out to be full of bacon, and began eating. Professor Snape politely handed her a cup of strong coffee, which she gratefully accepted. It probably wasn't poisoned, she thought, and immediately scolded herself. She didn't have to think bad things about her colleagues who were so polite to her. Then she started eating. It had been so long since her last year at Hogwarts that she had almost forgotten how delicious the food here could be. After eating her portion with pleasure, she started to take an interest in the school news as she discreetly supported her head with her hand. "That breed over there is our house." Professor Flitwick pointed to the long table at the end of the hall. Associate Professor Undead nodded, then shook her head and took a closer look at the children who were just finishing their breakfast at the Ravenclaw table. "They're quiet," she said hesitantly, adjusting her glasses on her nose. She could hardly forget the noise that Ravenclaws usually raised when sitting down to eat. "Yes, they're quiet now," Flitwick confirmed. "They are preparing for school. Just look at them in the afternoon, and we'll talk again. After writing their homework, they go really wild. After writing it. That's the important thing," she said calmly, reaching out for a mint with her free hand. "I advise you to pay attention to the second part of Professor Flitwick's sentence," Professor Snape said. "Mine are quite violent, but they are so constantly. While yours, well, watch them carefully today, and you will understand. Maybe we should come up with something for them," the charms professor suggested. "A new magic club or something." "Good idea, Professor," Undead said. "I'll think about it." At that moment, Professor Dumbledore had risen from his seat and approached them without being noticed. "Colleagues," he cleared his throat to get their attention, "it's time to go hand out the programs to our wards." The three of them stopped their conversation immediately and turned to him. The principal handed Professor Snape and Flitwick 2 large armfuls of curricula, and then walked to the other end of the table to give the rest to Sprout and McGonagall. At this time, Professor Flitwick spoke to Associate Professor Undead. "Jane, would you be so kind as to give them the programs? My arthritis is calling today, and I will be happy if you can deputize me." "Of course, Professor Flitwick," she replied, picking up the pile of parchments and hurrying after Professor Snape. As she approached the Ravenclaw table, the students began whispering excitedly. "Do we have a new head?" a blonde boy wondered. "But Flitwick is here. Why do we need a new one?" Jane approached them and, pretending not to hear, began handing out the programs. When she finally returned to the high table, she had only 2 parchments left in her hands, entitled Associate Professor Undead and Professor Flitwick. The other teachers were involved in a conversation about the Goblin Rebellion and the village of Hogsmeade, so she sat down quietly and handed one of them to the charms professor. As she looked absently at her program, listening to the conversation, she suddenly saw a square marked Tuesday, first lesson, 6th grade, Ravenclaw. But that was in a few minutes. It could have already begun, she thought, and got on her feet, but when she looked around and found out that no one had left the Great Hall, she thought with relief that there must be some more time. Indeed, it was at least a few minutes before one of the teachers, Professor Sprout, went to class. "Well, colleagues, I have to go," she said and left the table. "See you at lunch, Pomona," several of the teachers answered, after which the discussion continued. Undead hurriedly smoothed her clothes with her hands and, after glancing at her pocket watch, she also got up. Her head was already clear. Hogwarts coffee certainly worked wonders, she thought with interest. "Where to, Jane?" asked Professor Snape, suddenly forgetting about his conversation with Professor Flitwick, who was sitting at her other side. At the seat next to him, a small teacher was just finishing her portion of fried fish. "I have to be in class in 15 minutes. Later," Associate Professor Undead replied and hurried out of the Great Hall. On the way, she overtook several students who were apparently also going to class and headed straight for the teacher's restroom. Jane was suddenly excited about the lesson ahead, and she realized she couldn't go to her classroom until she had calmed down enough. And since her time was extremely limited, she had no choice but to take off her glasses with one hand and splash her face profusely with the other. "Calm down, Janie," she thought. "It isn't any different than a concert." Having regained some of her composure, Undead rose to her full 160 centimeters height in front of the sink and looked in the mirror. A real goblin, she told herself, half terrified, half amused. You shouldn't be surprised that Professor Snape was so frightened yesterday. I would be startled, too, if we hadn't known each other too well for the better part of the last 30 years. Her reflection winked cheerfully, and Jane anxiously began smoothing her hair, which was protruding in every direction, with water. When she was done, she looked at her watch and quickly realized that she was about to be late for class. She stepped out of the restroom and, after making sure there was no one else in the hallway, tucked the skirts of her robe and ran toward the stairs. Chapter 2. Students and Teachers. Standing next to the bureau in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, situated on the ground floor of the castle, Jane could feel at least 20 curious glances fixed on herself. "Well, calm down and start talking," she thought. And to her surprise, that's exactly what she did in less than a minute. "Hello, students," she said calmly and smiled slightly. "I am Associate Professor Jane Undead, and this year I will be teaching you the subject of defense against the dark arts." She waved her wand in the direction of the small pile of broken chalk left on the desk, and a piece headed for the board. After writing Association, Professor J. Undead, the chalk hung motionless in the air, which made a serious impression on the audience. The teacher quickly calmed the excitement by tapping the desk with her wand and continued. "You are starting the 6th year of your studies, and every year you had the honor to study under a different teacher. I looked at your OWL grades, and I'd say they are satisfactory if you weren't from Ravenclaw." In fact, Jane was very disappointed with their grades, unsuitable even for the Hufflepuff house, but chose not to say it out loud. Maybe it wasn't only their fault. Although diverse, I suppose you have gained a lot of useful knowledge during these 5 years. And since I was informed by my colleagues that you are all fans of magical duels, I suggest that 2 of you come in front of the class and demonstrate what you have learned. Those of you who wish to participate, please raise your hands, and I will point you out. Jane looked carefully at the suddenly quiet room, but didn't notice a single raised hand. As she wondered what to do in the face of this desperate lack of initiative, she noticed a girl with her blonde hair tied in a ponytail, sitting at the bottom of the room, hesitantly pointing her hand at the ceiling. "Very well, Mississippi. Lily Smith," the girl said quickly. "Obviously you're going to have to duel with me, unless one of your classmates wants to join." Undead glanced briefly at the students as she tapped her index finger with her wand. "No? All right then. I promise not to bite." The class laughed, and a group of girls sitting at the far end of the room began a lively discussion. "Ladies, please," the teacher said warningly. "There are recesses for this purpose, as far as I remember." "Snape number 2, one of the girls hissed softly, but Jane heard her very well. What had Professor Snape done to earn such a reputation? He didn't look bad at all. After everyone fell silent, Jane turned to look at little Lily Smith, who was nervously spinning her wand, and a beam of colored sparks leapt from it to the board. She gave her a short smile and announced the rules aloud. "You can use all the spells you can think of. Just be careful. We don't want to set anything on fire. For my part, I will limit myself mainly to the material from last year and the year before that thought in defense against the dark arts and charms. Are you ready?" The girl nodded. Jane bowed slightly over the tip of her wand, and Lily did the same. Jane counted aloud to 3. The duel had begun. For a few seconds, the 2 of them looked at each other estimatingly. Then the teacher decided to attack with a simple spell and, pointing her wand at the girl, said loudly and clearly, "Expelliarmus." "Protego," Lily answered instantly, and the beam of light flying at her disappeared in a heartbeat. "Incita inflammare." Jane decided that her warning had apparently not only not served its purpose, but had even given the girl an idea about what to attack her with. At least Lily was inventive. "Aguameni," Jane shouted, stopping the orb of fire before it scorched the curtains and her having to line up the whole class to put them out. Unfortunately for Lily, however, the water jet was so strong that it almost reached her. "Impervious," cried the girl just before it showered her. "Mofliato." It was getting more and more interesting. "Protego," Jane said calmly, deflecting the gray beam. "Incarcerus." After the ropes were repelled as well, Jane decided to attack with something even simpler. She knew that many people went to pot by the very elementary spells, so she decided to send Lily. "Rictus Sempra." Intersia. A small shield quickly appeared in front of the girl, stopping the spell, but Jane was ready with the next, Lumos solum. Nox, Lily said quickly. Jane smiled. She was liking the girl more and more with every passing second. Alcoholicus, Jane shouted. She wasn't going to be the only one who's drunk. Well, she wasn't anymore, but last night's events had given her that idea. Several children laughed, and Lily hurried to say the counterspell. Some of the students were so excited that they got up from their seats and lined up past the bureau to observe. Confundus was Lily's next spell. Jane quickly beat it off and fired another. Mobilicorpus. The girl obviously didn't remember it and rose a few feet above the floor, but she was still clutching her wand. Petrificus totalis. It took Jane a lot of effort to resist it, but she quickly sent another one. Berect, she shouted, stunned by the blue beam of light. The surprised Lily dropped her wand, which fell to the ground, and began throwing numerous copies in various directions. Well, I give up, she said sadly, watching the at least 10 magic wands on the ground, exactly the same as hers. Don't worry, Miss Smith, Jane reassured her as she gently lowered her down. Most people have a hard time dealing with this spell. Lily Smith was really charming, Associate Professor Undead thought, watching her clean her clothes with her now only magic wand. She had shown enviable skill in dueling, especially considering she was barely 16 years old. If the other students were like her, for Jane teaching would come to just showing them the spells once and then lazing behind her desk while the students learned them. It was a pity things didn't happen like that in real life. They would probably have forgotten almost everything. Amidst loud applause, Jane awarded Ravenclaw 15 points before sending Lily away. Then she folded her arms and turned sternly to the others. As you have already risen, please line up in pairs against each other. I want you to show me the part with the Incacerus and Rictusempra spells. She pushed the desks against the wall with a swipe of her wand, and a few seconds later most of the students were already rolling on the ground, half of them bursting into laughter and the others tightly wrapped in thin ropes. The teacher sadly shook her head. What have you done? She whimpered as she passed between them, breaking the spells. You were supposed to neutralize them, not wrap yourself in them. She glared at a student with luxuriant blonde hair lying on the ground, tightly held by a tropical liana, which was slightly waving its tentacles. Finite incantum. Come on, line up again, Jane said after everyone had been released from the spells. You'll show me slowly one by one, so I can correct you in time. The rest of the lesson was spent rectifying the students' movements, showing the correct pronunciation and directing, while practically everyone learned to apply the spells. At least they understood quickly, Jane thought comfortingly. Obviously, there was no one to teach them right. Most of them seemed incredibly relieved when the end-of-class bell rang and the teacher had to let them go. She walked wearily to the small office next to the classroom to review a few things she would need for her next lesson with Hufflepuff's 4th grade. Even though she begot a sudden headache every time she imagined how badly they would do. A few hours and 2 lessons later, Jane was almost dragging herself to the Great Hall. She had lingered so much with some of the perhaps most untalented students of all time that she had to miss lunch again. As a result, she was so hungry now that she could probably handle 2 or 3 portions without a problem. But even though she was at the end of her strength, for the first time in so many years, she felt content with herself. It had been so long since she had last done something useful and constructive instead of just hiding. How long it had taken her, she thought, to stop running even from her shadow and instead come to Hogwarts. When she entered the Great Hall, there was a joyful noise everywhere. The aroma of various dishes wafted over the tables, and there was something warm in the air that made her relax and feel much more refreshed than she was a few minutes ago. After walking the distance to the high table, wading through the Slytherins and the Hufflepuffs, Jane sat down in her seat with undisguised satisfaction and greeted her neighbors as she poured herself a few meals. It was not difficult for her to handle her portion of meat pie, a large amount of baked potatoes, and salad, which she watered with a lot of pumpkin juice. Her neighbors at the table had finished their meals, so Jane decided to talk to them. Soon everyone was done with their dinner, and the Great Hall was filled with joy and laughter. The students, too, had begun to talk and jest, shouting at each other over the long tables. The atmosphere was cheerful and full of merriment, except for a small detail. There was a terrible commotion at one end of the hall. It didn't take long for Jane to realize that it was coming from the Ravenclaw table. With endless astonishment, she looked over and stared intently, her eyes fixed on a few strange sights. In the middle of the table, there was a mountain of cake that the students had made. A jug of pumpkin juice hovered over it with a slight sway. Nearby, 5 Ravenclaws were throwing each other a remember-all, and a very confused cat was meowing from under the table. Associate Professor Undead looked away. She couldn't believe her eyes. She soon felt someone's gaze cling to her and turned just in time to see the triumphant expression on Professor Snape's face. "I've warned you," he said in a feigned, edifying tone and pursed his thin lips in a slight smile. She mumbled something in response and turned to Professor Flitwick, who was watching the students with a bored look. "It's every evening, Jane," he explained indifferently. "I'm going to the prefects to tell them they have to scold the students. It would be more useful if we could take away points from them, but Professor Dumbledore does not allow it. That's because the tricksters do not admit who exactly did the magic." Jane remembered her morning conversation with Professor Flitwick, and an idea suddenly occurred to her. "Professor, I think I've come up with something for the Magic Club." "Very well." He smiled broadly. "Let me just go there, because they've already gone too far." After calming down the Ravenclaw table, which did not go without threats of taking points away, and finally, Jane even had to take the cat because no one knew exactly who it belonged to, the 2 teachers spent the evening discussing their ideas for the future Magic Club. The students and the other teachers slowly dispersed, until at last, only a few people remained in the whole hall. At one point, a short Hufflepuff freshman hesitantly approached the high table and asked in a thin voice if his cat could be returned to him, which made Professor Flitwick and Associate Professor Undead laugh, before handing the animal over to its owner. Soon Professor Snape left, too, giving her a very peculiar look, which she scarcely saw with her peripheral vision, and waved him goodbye. So first he refused her, and the next evening he looked at her in a strange way because she didn't pay attention to him, she thought. Well, let him watch, she decided eventually, and focused on talking to Professor Flitwick. Soon she found herself so absorbed in the plans for the club that she began taking notes on the back of the parchment with the program. Although she was at the end of her strength, she was very pleased when she finally left the Great Hall. When she applied for the position, she had no idea how many opportunities would open up for her. To Jane's surprise, her new job went smoothly. The students liked her, her colleagues greeted her more and more often, and some of her skills turned out to be quite useful. She had never imagined that spells pulled out from dusty books and amended on the go could be useful for the defense against the dark arts classes. And she knew so much of them. Due to the differences in the preparation and skills of the different students, and especially due to the limited abilities of the Hufflepuffs, some spells had to drop out, but most of them immediately joined the program for the Magic Club. She had so many ideas, and Professor Flitwick was even more enthusiastic than she was, so the program for the club was ready just 2 weeks after the beginning of the school year. 3/4 of the school had come to the first meeting, dying to see what they would be taught there. After the demonstration of a series of new spells between Professor Flitwick and Associate Professor Undead, using only their left hands, the students were so excited that they all signed up for the club. Soon it had to be divided into 2, for the younger and the older students, and later they would probably have to establish a new dueling club. In addition to her formal duties, the teacher soon discovered that she had acquired a large number of informal ones. The Grey Lady had persuaded Jane to help her write her memoirs, and one of the professors, named Hagrid, often invited her to accompany him to Hogsmeade in London, from where he obtained his textbooks. And once they found out how well she was dealing with Muggle stuff, half the faculty began begging her to fix something for them. Soon the teacher found herself without a single free minute and was already thinking about the possibility of looking for a time-turner in the black market. Still, she hoped that the number of broken teachers' items would eventually come to an end, and the curiosity toward her would soon diminish. So she gritted her teeth and did whatever was required of her without complaining. However, this also had its advantages. Sometimes she was so busy all day long that she forgot to think about Frank and the boys, which was good. Once, during dessert in the Great Hall, however, she remembered her promise to bake biscuits for Professor Snape, and she was overwhelmed by guilt. The feeling that she could be useful had made her slip away, and now she had to correct her mistake as quickly as possible. but she had to find the time for that. After much consideration, she decided to approach the problem professionally, informing the headmaster of her intention and asking him to excuse her in front of the others for a day. That day had to be a holiday, and if possible, she should be able to slip off from the Gray Lady as quickly as she could. Maybe next Sunday would be best. So on Friday morning, Jane waited for Professor Snape to leave the Great Hall for the first class and only then approached the principal. "Professor Dumbledore," she said, "I'd like to ask you for a favor." "Yes, Jane. You can call me Albus when we're unofficial." The headmaster smiled ingratiatingly. He stared into her eyes, as if trying to read something in her mind, but then he seemed to give up. "I know that you're used to calling me Professor since you were a student, but I insist." "All right, Albus." Jane noticed Professor McGonagall smile, but then focused on her prepared speech. "I wanted to ask permission to use the kitchen this Sunday. The food here is wonderful, but I miss the biscuits my aunt used to bake. I would like to make myself some." "I see." The headmaster stroked his beard thoughtfully. "But I don't remember having a case like that recently. It's quite unusual. You can subtract the consumables from my salary. I think that would be just. In addition, the house elves will watch over me, so I won't make a mess." For a while, the headmaster seemed lost in thought. Then he looked at Professor McGonagall sitting next to him and asked, "What do you say, Minerva? Should we let our kind associated professor in the kitchen?" "I think we owe it to her, Professor," said his colleague cheerfully. "Especially after we ailed her like that with the repair of the radio in the headmaster's office." Jane put a hand to her mouth to hide her laughter. Several of the teachers looked at her reproachfully, but in this case, she simply could not contain her reactions formed during her school years. It was certainly a comical sight to see the three professors, including her, surrounding the old-fashioned apparatus, inspecting it from all sides and checking which circuits were healthy and which needed replacement. Even the Muggle Studies teacher had come to watch and give advice. Jane appreciated that. After all, she was an empiric, not an engineer. "So, it's decided." Professor Dumbledore smiled knowingly. He didn't seem to pay any attention to her laughter, though. "But no peril, subtractions." "But, Professor," she tried to argue. "No buts. Instead, I hope you'll allow me and Minerva to come by some time on Sunday and have a few biscuits." "Of course, Professor." "Albus, as much as you want. I'll make sure there's enough." Once the matter was resolved, Jane worked hard all Saturday to catch up for the Sunday. She went to bed early in the evening, regretting that she had to postpone the repair of Professor Snape's small cassette player for another day during the week. If she hadn't been so tired, she would probably have taken care of it right away. She hated going to bed early, especially at the weekend, but she was so exhausted that she refused to argue with herself. In the morning, she woke up without the alarm clock. She put on one of her many well-worn robes, had a quick breakfast, then headed for the kitchen. It probably wasn't that hard to find it after drawing a map according to Professor Dumbledore's instructions, but she still managed to confuse the floor and turn twice in the wrong direction. When she finally arrived there, she was stopped at the entrance by two stern-looking house elves who refused to let her inside. It was no longer allowed for anyone to enter the kitchen. Teacher Council's orders, they said, because a student had already managed to throw his sock into the dinner cauldron unnoticed. In her desperation, Jane invoked the principal's permission, emphasizing that she was a teacher, after all. But they didn't seem to believe her. There was a commotion. The elves began to argue with her, interrupting each other, and eventually one of them went to ask Professor Dumbledore himself. When it returned, she was finally allowed in the kitchen. As soon as she got inside, she inspected the pantry and, after finding what she needed, chose a counter near the bottom of the kitchen, wrapped her hair in a scarf that had previously belonged to her Aunt Charlotte, and began kneading the dough. She had planned to bake the biscuits in 2 batches so that there would be enough for her and Professor Snape, as well as for the professors Dumbledore and McGonagall. The headmaster himself came in shortly after she had started baking to see how things were going and if she had found everything she needed. Jane assured him that things were all right and informed him that in about half an hour there would be enough biscuits ready so that he could come and try them. The professor just smiled, sniffed the air, and announced that he could wait 2 hours for biscuits that smelled that well. Jane rolled up her sleeves again and set about preparing the second batch. She'd already had a good recollection of the sequences required, which gave her plenty of time to think about other things. For example, legitimacy. When she was a student, she tried to hide this skill at all cost, but in the later stages of her life, it became irreplaceable. But now things were very different. Professor Dumbledore must have known about this from before, and now Professor Snape had learned. It wasn't that fatal as long as she ensured to close her mind every time she was in his company. When somebody peered into her mind, it made her so uncomfortable, as if she were standing naked in the middle of a busy square. Even worse, because nudity had never bothered her much, even when she was a young maiden. But for her, covering her mind was commonplace, so it didn't cost her much effort. The flow of her thoughts was interrupted by a discreet knock on the front door. She removed a lock of tousled hair from her face and looked up just in time to see Professor McGonagall entering the kitchen. "Hello, Professor," she greeted, waving a hand that sprinkled flour. "Good morning, Associate Professor," the other woman replied cheerfully, pretending not to notice the flour. "Professor Dumbledore sent me to inquire about the progress of the biscuits. If you just wait a minute." Jane wiped her hands and went a peek into the oven. "I think they're ready now." Then she waved her wand in the direction of the oven, from where a large tray flew over her head. For a split second, the tray crossed half the room and landed softly on the already prepared wooden board. "Good maneuver," the professor admired. "Ah, just a tuppence my aunt taught me. Maybe you know her. Her name is Charlotte Undead. I remember her very well. She was in my year. We called her Charlotte the Stick, but don't divulge me. She was very slender at the time. She's not very ample now either," Jane said with a laugh. "But I promised not to tell her. Well, I think it's safe to try the biscuits now." She filled a medium-sized porcelain plate to the brim with freshly baked biscuits and handed it to the other witch. "Be careful, they're still steaming," Jane warned. Professor McGonagall pulled out her wand and chilled one biscuit. Then she took a bite. "It's very tasty," she said approvingly. "Apparently your Aunt Charlotte has managed to pass on her culinary talent to you." "Thank you," Undead said, handing her the plate. "Please take this to Professor Dumbledore. I hope he likes it. Don't we know each other from before, too?" Professor McGonagall stopped at the door. "I remember you played in some kind of a band." "Yes, and you came to some of our concerts. But I don't think you taught me Transfiguration." "No," Professor McGonagall shook her head. "I would remember." It had been less than 5 minutes since Jane had returned to making the second batch when a hinge creaked. She glanced at the door, but didn't see anything. She looked around, and only then she noticed the side door, next to which stood a plump witch. "Good afternoon, Professor Sprout," said Associate Professor Undead. "What brings you here?" "Ah, good afternoon, Associate Professor Undead. Sometimes I take a bit of organic waste and mix it with the fertilizer for my plants. My mandrakes love old bread and spoiled pumpkin juice. Well, I decided to make some biscuits." "Have some." Jane handed her a plate full of already chilled biscuits. "Thank you." "Oh, they're very nice. You shouldn't have." "You're welcome," Undead said, smiling. After just half an hour, the side door opened again. This time it was Professor Hagrid who was coming over to get something for the hippogriffs. Jane filled a paper bag for him and hurried to put the second batch into the oven. During the rest of the morning, the entire teaching staff called by. Some even came twice. Whether they were attracted by the aroma or someone had told them, Jane didn't know, but she had to bake a few more trays to make enough biscuits for everyone. Eventually, she even got 2 female assistants to help her knead the dough and wash the dishes. The last trays were ready without her even lifting a finger. She just sat in a low chair and gave instructions. After the others left, Jane continued to sit thoughtfully in her chair, absently chewing on a biscuit. She had to go change for lunch, but a few more minutes of sitting wouldn't change anything, so she wasn't in a hurry. When there was a knock on the front door, she decided it was Professor Dumbledore again, so she shouted boldly, "Come in." However, in the doorway appeared Professor Snape, dressed in a clean, nice black robe. Jane swallowed the biscuit quickly and began shaking out her clothes, which was of little use. "Hi, Sirius," she said, taking a step back, nearly tripping in her chair. "That was quite strange." "Hello, Jane." His voice sounded a little proud, but it was pleasant. "I wanted it to be a surprise, but apparently someone told you." "Told me what?" "Well, about the biscuits. I decided to bake you some to thank you for the day you brought me around." "I don't think that's necessary," he said so softly she could barely hear him. "It doesn't matter, have some." Jane handed him some biscuits on a plate as she put the others into a large envelope made of wrapping paper. If you don't like them, you can give them to your owl or something like that. He looked as if he was about to say something else, but he seemed to reconsider it because he just whispered, "That's very kind of you." At that moment, the headmaster did come in, and Jane hurried to look at him. She would probably blush, too, if she could, and the headmaster looked at her in a particular way, as if his cat was about to give birth to 10 kittens at once. Who knows what was he thinking, seeing her talking to Professor Snape, dropping biscuits on the floor, and with such a mess in her head. She relaxed only when the two men left the room. She would rather hide somewhere 1,000 times before letting Professor Snape see her in her dirty work clothes. However, Snape turned out to be a hard nut. He showed virtually no emotions, while Jane expressed hers sometimes too obviously. He was kind, polite, but nothing more. Undead was so confused that she avoided talking to him for 3 whole days. Did she really like him? Or had she just been without a man long enough that she could no longer judge soberly? When she spoke to him, she usually managed to impose herself some discipline, so she thought no one would notice. But during the day, she happened to think about him at the most unusual times, when she was in class, or even before falling asleep. She still remembered her vow after Frank and the boys abandoned her. No more men and no more dependence on anyone else, she had told herself, and so far she was able to follow it. But for how long? Jane, Sirius, interrupted her once at dinner. "Would you mind if you came to look at my cassette player tomorrow? Whatever tape I put inside, it immediately starts chewing it, and I can't fix it with any magic." "Of course I'll come." The promise quickly slipped from her mouth. "But I have a problem. There are a few spells I'm preparing for the club, and I'm not sure whether they'll work. I want to try them on someone, but I don't know whom to ask. Professor Flitwick would help, but right now, he's got some work to do." "And how many are these spells?" "Not many. Do you think half an hour would be enough?" "Definitely. You're not volunteering, are you? Since it's just for a few spells. And if you promise not to draw your sword." So he has remembered, Jane thought feverishly. And before even realizing it, she was already saying out loud, "We can go now after dinner." A classroom would do. The classroom they chose was located on the 3rd floor, and it was probably a herbology classroom because it smelled of medicinal plants. As they entered, Snape pushed Jane's hand slightly, perhaps not on purpose, but she shivered. She hadn't felt that way in a long time. Even kissing some boys was less tangible than that touch. As they stood at the opposite ends of the room, she calmed down and closed her eyes to recall the spells. She rolled up her sleeves and bowed over the wand that appeared in her hand. She signaled and attacked. As they had agreed, Professor Snape did not intervene in any way. That's why it wasn't surprising for either of them when his hair protruded in all directions as if electrified, nor when his robe turned pink. The 3rd spell created a shield around him, which, as it turned out, could only be broken by a strong spell. However, the activity was so fascinating that soon the two of them were casting spells against each other just like in a duel. This made Jane feel almost normal. Dueling had been a passion of hers since her school years, and now she was confidently targeting her opponent with carefully chosen spells. "You're good," Snape told her encouragingly, throwing a curse at her. "You're not bad yourself." Undead repelled it with enviable speed. After they exchanged a few more spells, she was feeling so well that she wanted to jump around. "Jane, is everything okay?" Professor Snape had put his wand in his pocket and was approaching her. "Yes, why do you ask?" "Everything is great. I think you're bleeding from your nose." "Stay like that." Jane ran her index finger over her lip and stared questioningly at the sticky red liquid. "I think you've hit me with a curse," she said slowly. "I have not used such a curse. At most, it was something leg-locking, and I thought you had avoided it." Jane just shook her head. "Sit here." Snape hurried to offer her one of the chairs. "Here, lean against the window. Why don't I take a decoction with me? Wait for me here. I'll bring it to you right away." Jane looked out the window just to do something, the blood running from her nose. Until recently, just a strip had already become a stream, but she did not wipe it because she knew it would be of no use. Instead, she watched the spiders, which had entangled countless threads between the window's glasses, all of them dead. Suddenly, she felt very exhausted and sad, and powerless to fight her emotions. She folded her head on her lap and cried. That's how Professor Snape found her when he returned from the dungeon with a glass of decoction in his hand. Don't cry, I can't stand it, he said, visibly annoyed. Besides, you are getting your clothes filthy. Jane looked up, her face all dirty and red, and looked at him through her bloody glasses. The spiders, she pointed toward the window. They're all dead. She tried to shake her head, but that only spread more blood on her clothes. She couldn't calm down completely, so she buried her face in her robe again and continued to cry softly. She soon felt his hand on her shoulder. Snape did just that, not uttering a word. When she calmed down, she raised her head again and looked him in the eyes, searching for a trace of any feelings or thoughts. But they expressed nothing. His eyes were impersonal as usual, but Jane knew he was trying to soothe her. Now drink your potion and it will pass, he said calmly, trying not to look at the window, probably so as not to provoke another outburst on her part. It's just the blood loss. Associate Professor Undead sobbed once more, took a breath, and drank the bitter liquid at once. She vaguely remembered previous occasions when she had been hit by curses. She could barely make a decoction back then, but sometimes she lacked the ingredients or felt too exhausted and had to recover slowly and painfully for several days. Now it would be all over in minutes. She closed her eyes for a moment. That was good because she could no longer see the poor harvesters standing like stuffed on their cobwebs. She could only hear the professor cleaning her blood from the floor. When she felt something on her face, she opened her eyes and blinked. I've cleaned your face, Snape answered her unasked question, but you'll have to wash your clothes. If I try to clean them, they will only dry out and the stains will become more difficult to remove. Thank you again, Sirius, Jane said, looking sadly at what was left of her only new robe. You can save it, Snape told her, smiling slightly. I did it because I knew I'd have to take your classes tomorrow if you didn't get better. Now, I hope you are in excellent health and this danger does not threaten me anymore. Jane laughed, and a small trickle of blood ran from her nose, but it quickly dried. You're right, she said with a laugh. One must think practically. She really liked Professor Snape, she realized at that moment, and maybe he liked her too. It was strange and at the same time amazing how they got along with half of a spoken word, even though she didn't let him in her head. It was as if they just thought alike. Regaining a clarity of mind, Jane recalled what had happened a moment ago and felt ashamed. How could she whine about some spiders who, although unlucky in their lives, were just dead arthropods and nothing more? Let's go home now, she said cheerfully, trying to put the situation behind them. Maybe someone had to take her and tie her up somewhere, so she wouldn't do any more nonsense. I start early tomorrow. Chapter 3. Soap bubbles and rock and roll. About a week and a half after the start of the school year and 2 days after the duel with Professor Snape, Associate Professor Undead rightly decided that she had neglected her hygiene. She had bathed for the last time the day before she came to Hogwarts, in her Aunt Charlotte's makeshift bathroom somewhere in Yorkshire, which was holding itself together more by magic than by the boards it was made of. A map of the castle would be of great use to her. But Professor McGonagall had mentioned something about the teacher's bathroom at lunch the day before, so Jane hoped to find it easily. After putting on her navy blue bathrobe and shoving a bottle of shampoo in one of its pockets, she left her room and headed for the stairs. Several of the older students gave her strange looks as they passed her by, but she just smiled at them and kept walking. She met one of the teachers on the stairs and greeted her. And when she reached the 3rd floor, there was already a sound of running water, which she recognized unmistakably. At the entrance, she hesitated and stared disapprovingly at her legs, which she seemed to have noticed for the first time in a long time. There were many scratches she noted critically, some almost healed, others with a very fresh light red tinge. And just above the knee of her right leg, there was a brand new blue spot that hurt when she touched it. It must have been from the recent duel, when she was hit by the curse sent to her by Professor Snape. Calm down already, she said to herself. Hardly any of your female colleagues will be looking at your feet. Besides, you can always lie that you've hit yourself on some table. However, it was more difficult for her to adapt to the social part. The thought that she was not alone, as well as the fact that she had no idea what the order in the bathroom was, confused her. A few minutes later, more thanks to her starting to freeze than to her courage, Jane was already opening the bathroom door. As soon as she stepped into the small antechamber, she was startled for a moment, but then hurried inside. In the twilight, several torches hung against the walls, which were painted a light color, difficult to identify. The ceiling was much higher than that of most classrooms. Several towels and bathrobes were left on low marble benches and chairs, neatly arranged against the walls and inside the room. So there were already several women in the bathroom. Sensing the warm waves coming from the next room, she quickly chose one of the chairs away from the front door to leave her robe on and with a mild reluctance headed for the main bathroom. Holding the shampoo bottle in her hand, Jane looked around nervously. It was much brighter and more spacious here than the antechamber, the light coming in from several tall matte windows. So the scratches on her legs would be clearly visible to anyone who would bother to look at her. Not good, she cursed in her mind, looking around feverishly for a darker spot. She lurked in a small alcove with 2 showers and finally began looking around more calmly. There were many things to be seen in the bathroom. First, she looked up at the vaulted ceiling. It was all white and streaked with beautiful plaster ornaments. The walls were bright orange from top to bottom, and inside there were the most luxurious bathing fixtures. There were showers, small and large bathtubs with beautiful gilded legs, and in the midst of it all was a strange crossbreed between a small pool and a huge bathtub, in which there were 2 witches immersed up to their necks in the multicolored foam. There were a total of 3 women in the showers and in the other bathtubs, who, ignoring her presence, performed their routine hygiene activities. Slowly, Jane calmed down completely and without staring much at the others, set her shampoo on a small shelf next to 2 molds of blood-red soap, and began studying the shower in front of her. She hadn't used anything like that in a long time, and she had to get the job done fast before she embarrassed in front of her colleagues. However, the objects around her seemed to have their own opinion on the matter, because just a second after she finally turned the shower on, the shampoo bottle fell on the tiles, and everyone turned to her. She could only wish for a worse performance without clothes. The teacher closed her eyes and began shampooing her hair with trembling hands. A few more seconds and they would stop watching. She gritted her teeth when she heard someone call her by name. "Hey, Jane, why don't you come here?" Only then did she notice one of the women in the pool waving her hand cheerfully as she held a cocktail glass with an umbrella in it with the other. Jane almost slipped and fell to the floor. "Professor McGonagall," she shouted in surprise, narrowing her eyes to pick out the voice's source. "I didn't recognize you without my glasses on." The other witch smiled politely. "Yes, it is difficult for me to focus too, especially after the second glass," she said, giggling. "Are you coming already? If you'll wait me wash myself a bit," Jane muttered in response. "I'm not very clean right now." "Isn't that what the bathroom's for?" exclaimed the second witch from the pool, bursting out laughing. Apparently, the teachers had a good time here. Without wasting any more time, Jane somehow controlled the trembling of her hands, washed her hair, and scrubbed the rest of her body as well as she could. Her legs still looked as badly as before the washing, so all she could do was sigh and join the others. She tried to slip in as fast as she could among the multicolored bubbles, but as she swung her legs across the ledge, Professor McGonagall noticed the blue spot just above her knee. "Where did you hit yourself like that?" she asked, even coming closer to examine it. "I think I hit the edge of the bed the other day." Jane feigned a casual tone. "The cat tripped me." It sounded pretty pathetic as an explanation, but the 2 women seemed to accept it. "You can put some calendula and chamomile ointment on it," Professor McGonagall suggested, leaning back in the tub. "I always carry a tube of it in my purse. Remind me to give it to you." "Thank you very much, Professor McGonagall." Jane instinctively curled up in the tub. She didn't like being paid that much attention. "We don't have professors here." The witch hiccuped loudly. "Professor McGonagall is with my formal robe in the office upstairs. In the ladies' club, I'm Minerva." "Sounds good." Jane didn't know what else to say as she rubbed the sore spot under the water. "And this is Aurora Sinistra. You should definitely know her." "Hello," Aurora said enthusiastically. "We're having a gin cocktail. Helps against tension. Do you want some? You look like a woman who would have one." "Yes, please." The kitchen staff said they wouldn't mind. Minerva reached for her wand, which she had left on the ledge next to her cocktail, and a second later a small conical glass with a blue umbrella materialized next to Jane's head. It's very nice, Jane said sincerely after taking a long sip. We agree, right, Aurora? Definitely. If Pomona had stayed a little longer, we could have played a bit of whist or bridge. But she said she had to look after her plants. And since the stars won't escape us, nor the transfiguration, we decided it wouldn't be a problem to stay a little longer. So, what do you think about the school, Jane? Do you like it here? Jane swallowed half the glass. Drinking always helped against stress, and the cocktail was really good. I find it very pleasant, she answered the surprising question. It is quite different from my school years. At least we didn't drink cocktails while soaking in a marble tub full of colored bubbles. Everybody laughed. I focused on certain things back then. Homework, the boys, my band. Jane used to play the guitar, Minerva explained. She and the boy from her band often gave concerts. I went to listen to them several times. Jane froze for a moment, but then forced herself not to think about it. At least the alcohol and the hot water had already begun relaxing her. Aurora, the astronomy teacher, said she would love to listen to her perform. I sing terribly, Jane said fidgety. Besides, I don't have a guitar. Don't worry, I know a music store in London, Minerva continued. She had become surprisingly talkative. It's close to Diagon Alley. My students buy their instruments from there. I could take you at the weekend. I'll be glad, Jane said in a slightly louder voice than she had planned. The three witches spent about an hour in the tub, which was apparently enchanted to keep the water warm. During this time, Jane began feeling much better and even laughed heartily at a few funny stories about the school students told by her two colleagues. When they finally decided to leave, they came out of the tub from 3 different sides. As Jane took a long shower to rinse off the bubbles and applied ointment to her leg, Professor Sinistra managed to return the glasses to the kitchen and Professor McGonagall emptied the tub. Jane, we may have given you the impression that we do nothing but drink here, Minerva said earnestly. But I hope you'll see our good sides at some point, too. You don't have to worry about that. Jane grinned. Because you don't know what we did with the boys after a concert. In short, we didn't sober up for at least 3 days after each appearance on stage. After we left school. Then let's repeat the exercise next week at the same time. What do you say? Professor Sinistra is very nervous on Thursday afternoons because she has classes only with Hufflepuffs every Wednesday night. Imperceptibly, Aurora had begun speaking in a third person about herself. Maybe because she was trying to distance herself from the unpleasant details of her work, Jane thought. Or she was just tipsy. Minerva nodded, and Jane, without thinking too much, smiled and agreed. If she wanted to fit into the team, she had to start somewhere. The guitar Jane bought next Saturday was more than magnificent. It had to be because all her salary went to buy it, as well as the advance for the next month. It was of the type electric guitar, which for some reason, even wizards called that way, although it did not use Muggle electricity to work, but magic. Its body was made of shiny dark purple plastic. The fretboard was black and very thin, and the strings stood out on the surface in shades of silver. When she saw it, Jane immediately fell in love with it, and when she heard it play, she decided she had to buy it. Professor McGonagall, who had only seen such musical instruments, spent her time in the music store reading Transfiguration Today magazine. From time to time, she raised her head from her reading and gave an opinion on the sound of the guitars Jane was trying. Finally, when she liked the violet Magicaster guitar, she asked Jane to play a whole song, which made a huge impression on the salesman. "You have to play in a band," exclaimed the plump gentleman with his sleeves rolled up. "Do you want to look at the advertisements behind the door? Many bands are looking for a guitarist now." "No, thank you," Jane said quickly. "I'm an amateur. I play for pleasure. I also have a job that consumes a lot of my time." Associate Professor Undead is a very valuable teacher at Hogwarts, her companion added. "Look at that." The salesman clicked his tongue approvingly. "A teacher and a musician. Well, if you change your mind, you can come at any time to look at the advertisements. I will personally write to them with a recommendation to take you." "Thank you," Jane said, pouring a large pile of shiny galleons on the table. "I'll think about that." The 2 women left the store. "Well, Jane, if you want to pay it off faster, you can stand on the corner and play," Professor McGonagall joked. "I can lend you my hat. I'd rather sit in the little patisserie across from the bank. After such a purchase, I want something sweet. Except I got a little broke." If you promise me a song when we get back, I'll treat you. Sure, Jane said, clutching her guitar case tightly for fear of it suddenly escaping. Which song? To my beloved, if you can. That I can, I can. Except the song is disgusting. The worst of them all? I'm Sirius, Minerva, and I sing the whole solo. I'm gonna need earplug magic. You too. I like the song, said Professor McGonagall, jumping over a paving stone that came out of the blue. All right, fine by me, Jane grinned. With this beauty, I can play even to my beloved. But only once. The Ravenclaw students turned out to be much more capable than they had initially shown. As the school year progressed, more and more of them learned the protective spells taught to them by Associate Professor Undead, and she kept praising them in front of her colleagues. From the first, third, and sixth grade there were several children with whom it was a real pleasure to work. Jane had a hard time remembering names, but theirs definitely stood out in her mind only a month after the start of the school year. One of them, and perhaps the best, was Lily Smith. As Jane had learned, the girl was of more than humble origins, and her story was reminiscent of that of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, at least according to the Grey Lady. Like Madame Ravenclaw, Lily Smith was born in a small village in the Scottish Highlands, where she lived with her widowed mother and young sister. As a good student, Lily came to see Jane regularly, sometimes in the most unusual hours, waiting for Jane in front of her room in the morning before breakfast with a question or knocking softly on her door late at night. She found her at lunch or after dinner in front of the Great Hall, where Associate Professor Undead explained to her at length about the kinds of illusions and offensive spells. But the teacher didn't feel unpleasant. She even went to the Great Library at the Ministry of Magic in London, just to check on something Miss Smith had asked her about. The two had soon become such friends that Lily would let her teacher listen to recordings of the Weird Sisters, enchanted in a shell, or show her her new metal chain, which hung proudly under her cloak. That's why the day Jane had just hung the large, slightly crumpled Black Witch's poster, taken back from her aunt's house, and was about to play in front of her friends, there was another knock on the door. There was no doubt that it was Lily Smith, so she quickly left her guitar picked next to a few pushpins on the desk by the window and went to open it. Hello, Associate Professor Undead, Lily said cheerfully. I invented a little spell for the illusion of water dripping into the fireplace. It's a lot of fun. I wanted to show it to you to help me modify it because it's a bit stiff now, and I really wanted to show it to the boys in the club. Hello to you too, Lily, Jane smiled. Cool mean. Can you wait a bit with the magic? You see, I just bought a new guitar, and this is its first try. You play the guitar? Lily exclaimed and entered the room where Professors McGonagall, Sinistra, Sprout, and even Professor Vector, who had been teaching Lily arithmancy since the third grade, sat in several chairs and an armchair. Hello, Lily greeted a little stiffly. I hope I'm not intruding on you. Sit down, Professor McGonagall said, pointing to one of the chairs. We had just coaxed Jane to play for us. She was trying to be modest. Just a few songs, Jane said quickly. I won't take much of your time. Until the cat runs away or your ears start hurting, as we agreed. Looking at her, Murray has no intention of running away yet, said the astronomy teacher, in whose lap the purring, colorful cat had settled. Good afternoon, Your Majesty. Jane bowed to the blinking ball of fur, which made the audience laugh. Well, is everyone ready? The other witches just nodded, and Jane took her place right in front of the closed bedroom door, cleared her throat, and pulled the strings. She had exercised for a few hours the day before, but she still felt tense and nervous. The first song didn't go very well, which disappointed her, but failed to make her give up. True, her voice wasn't good in some places, but it wasn't easy to sing the songs that weren't meant for her. After the third song, however, she felt more confident and continued playing and singing, occasionally checking the condition of her audience. There were no signs of boredom, though. Professor McGonagall smiled slightly and shook her head to the tune. Professor Sinistra looked fascinated, and Lily Smith listened as if hypnotized with her mouth open. Only Murray the cat seemed to ignore what was happening, as she jumped calmly to the ground from Aurora's lap and, without haste, headed for her plate of cat food, which stood by the fireplace. So, what do you say? Jane asked, almost out of breath, after the sixth song, leaning securely against the door frame. Am I still any good? Even beyond that? Minerva smiled. I didn't know we had such a talent at school. Professor Vector shook her head. Have you ever done this professionally? Asked Professor Sprout, who was sitting in Jane's blue armchair. Oh yeah, after I left school. For a few years. Jane took a breath after each sentence. With this, I have lost my time, my voice, and every chance to enter the scientific community. I think you sing wonderfully, Associate Professor Undead. Lily spoke for the first time since she sat down. Thank you, Lily. But unlike my voice, my ears are still in place. I can't be wrong. So, does anyone want something special? Otherwise, I'll close the meeting. I'd like to ask for something by the weird sister, Lily said softly. And you've already promised me something. Minerva smiled. Okay, but it'll be just those two. And then someone will take Murray out from under the armchair, where she will lurk after the second song. Let me warn you, Minerva, it turns out she doesn't like it at all. No problem. Jane pushed herself away from the wall and closed her eyes for a moment. She knew which of the weird sister's songs she would play, so he just turned the pick in her hand and began. The song was sad and brought a lot of tears to the audience's eyes, as did the next one, To My Beloved, which she had promised Professor McGonagall. As she sang the last verse, Jane heard the irritation of the cat, which began meowing plaintively and after a while hid under the armchair, from where her cries for help could be heard. That was all. Jane removed the guitar strap from her shoulders and set the instrument carefully in the corner. Then she silently tucked the pick in her jeans pocket and sat on the floor. The others applauded as if on command, to which she smiled and nodded with her head instead of bowing. And now someone has to get my cat out from under the armchair, and if possible, without using magic, so as not to scare the poor animal. I'll get her out in no time. Just back off for a while. Pomona. Professor McGonagall knelt in front of the now empty chair and spoke softly. Puss tch. Come here, Murray. Your older sister has already stopped playing. Tch. I'm not her sister. By cat standards, I'm old enough to be her grandmother. Jane commented from her place on the floor as she watched the operation of removing the animal from under the furniture. Pustage, Professor McGonagall continued, ignoring her words. There was a long meow from under one end of the chair, but even then the professor did not resign speaking to her. Murray objected once more, but in a moment her black and orange snout was already sticking out. Here's your cat, Jane. Professor McGonagall handed it carefully. But she even purrs, Jane exclaimed as she picked her up. Let's say I have a talent for animals. Indeed, Jane agreed. My aunt, my mother, and I have raised whole armies of cats, but they rarely listen to any of us. Professor McGonagall just smiled and sat back down. Shortly afterwards, the four teachers apologized for having things to do and went home, so Jane and Lily were left alone in the office. You were going to show me your spell, Jane reminded, rising from the ground to move to one of the chairs, muttering, Don't forget to return them later. Oh yeah, of course. I completely forgot. But after your performance, it will look a little simple. As Professor Dumbledore says, there is no other magic like music. Don't worry and sit in the armchair. In my opinion, magic is magic, music is music, and they often have very little to do with each other. So you can show me what you came up with without worrying. Lily crossed the room, sat hesitantly at the end of the chair, and stared at the flames. Perhaps you are right, Associate Professor Undead. Still, I think you performed very well a while ago. I wish I could do the same. But no, I can play the guitar just a little, and that's it. Don't despair like that. You need more practice and maybe a teacher to guide you. And who would agree to teach me? I'm completely talentless. I deeply doubt that. Take the guitar and play something. Lily staggered to her feet and headed for the corner where the guitar stood. She twisted it around her arms a little, as if she didn't know what to do with it, then propped it on her knee and played a few notes. It wasn't bad, but it's very slow. Try faster. Don't think about it for too long. The music should be felt. Let me show you. The girl silently handed the guitar, and Jane placed it on her knees, right in front of the cat. Then she played the same notes. It's your turn. This time, with more determination, the girl grabbed the fretboard, examined the guitar from top to bottom, and began playing. She managed to play a part of the song without stumbling and then stopped. That's so much better, Jane shouted enthusiastically. If you want, we can work on this song today. and then I'll show you another one. Or maybe more than one, as long as you want. Thank you, Associate Professor Undead. Don't mention it. I think it will be a lot of fun. The rest of the afternoon, the two of them played different songs on the new guitar. Most of the time Lily played, and Jane sipped hot tea from a tall ceramic cup, but they changed from time to time. When it got dark outside, the girl finally showed her magic, which began to look more real with just a slight correction. Very well indeed. Jane took a sip of tea and leaned back in her chair. You remind me of myself when I was still studying at Hogwarts. I just hope you're smart enough to pay attention to your education. I won't abandon it, don't worry. Lily reached for her cup. That's the spirit. By the way, if you know someone else who is interested in music, you can send him to me. I hadn't had so much fun in a long time. This is easy. I have 2 friends, and they have 2 other friends with whom we often talk that we would like to play in a band. Fantastic. Bring them here soon. That's how Lily and her friends' rock band was born. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Professor Snape. Sunday morning was sunny and warm. Outside, the light breeze quietly shifted the fallen leaves of the trees and wrinkled the surface of the lake. The warming rays of the sun shined lazily inside the room. From the high window, the multicolored crowns of the trees in the forbidden forest were clearly visible, and somewhere in the distance, the dark blue ridges of the mountains stood out. The occupant of the room, Associate Professor Undead, or Jane for short, had just woken up and was wandering absent-mindedly in a circle, adjusting her purple nightgown under the light blue worn robe that was obviously too wide for her. It wasn't time for breakfast yet, and for reasons unknown to her, the teacher could no longer sleep, so she paced back and forth in front of the burning fireplace and rubbed her eyes under her glasses. When she was awakened enough, she sat in the chair in front of her desk and admired the view from the window for a long time. After getting tired of this activity, too, she opened one of the drawers of her desk, took out a roll of parchment and a pen, and began writing. Dear Aunt Charlotte, forgive me for neglecting our correspondence lately, but I've been very busy this month and a half. The school is still as nice as I remember, my colleagues are kind and polite, and my students thirsty for knowledge. The letter continued in that spirit, including an extensive account of the previous afternoon's concert, the teacher's bathroom, and even the repair of the principal's radio and the cookies. Jane highly praised her aunt's recipe, but failed to mention her duel with Professor Snape. The thought of it still worried her, and until she knew exactly what had caused the strange side effect of the seemingly simple spell, she had no intention of telling anyone about it. It was enough that Professor Snape saw her. The writing took up 2 rolls of parchment, and Jane was pleased when she read it again. Aunt Charlotte would definitely enjoy the news from her niece, though she sometimes muttered that writing letters was a waste of time and that she would prefer some other way of conveying messages that won't put her patience to the test. Jane took the letter to the Ollery and sent it via one of the school's eagle owls, and only then looked at her watch. Startled by its indication, she almost frightened the birds, which were dozing lazily on their stands or pecking grains. If she didn't hurry now, she would miss breakfast, she told herself worriedly. So she had no choice but to run down the stairs as fast as she could. Good morning, Jane. Professor Flitwick greeted the panting teacher just as she settled into her chair. Good morning, she replied, unwittingly pushing a goblet of pumpkin juice, which spilt all over the tablecloth. I'm sorry, Professor Snape. In her haste to soak up the spilt liquid with her napkin before it reached someone's lap, she had managed to also elbow her colleague. Jane cursed in her mind, rubbing the tablecloth without daring to look him in the eye. Hello to you too, Jane. She raised her head just in time to notice his studying gaze, watched the teacher standing up calmly and pulling out his wand. A second later, the spill had turned into a small dried-out stain, and she felt particularly stupid, holding the end of the tablecloth with one hand and a cotton napkin soaked in pumpkin juice with the other. I'm sorry, Sirius. Apparently, I'm not particularly focused this morning. She sighed, resigned to the incident. Then she sat back, down, and, sighing again, tossed the soiled napkin aside. You'd better eat something, Professor Flitwick said from her other side, trying to cheer her up, and pointed to the variety of dishes. Then you could take a walk in the park. I went there yesterday. It's very nice. Each tree has a different color. I think I'll take your advice, Jane said thoughtfully, reaching for a portion of bacon and eggs. Will you accompany me after breakfast? Unfortunately for me, I will not succeed. I have to prepare my lessons for tomorrow, and I think it will take me a long time because I didn't do anything yesterday. Well, that's a pity. Jane swallowed her bite and turned to Professor Snape. What about you, Severus? I'd be honored. After eating and talking a little more with Professor Flitwick, the two professors said goodbye to him and left the Great Hall together. Without much hesitation, they headed for the school's wide park. The weather was unusually clear for the season. The sun was shining on the meadows, and the ground beneath their feet was covered with yellow and red leaves. Such beauty. Nice weather indeed. Jane jumped on one foot and smiled. I'm glad we went out. Indeed, Snape echoed, although it could shine less. If it annoys you, we can sit on a bench in the shade. I'm fine for now. They both fell silent. Jane wasn't particularly enthusiastic about it, but she was getting used to Professor Snape's silent nature. Although it was 100 times better than talking nonsense all the time, walking with someone who didn't say a word had its drawbacks, especially when she liked him. She sank into thought for a while, and when the silence finally bored her, she decided to ask her colleague a question. How are your students this year, Severus? He seemed startled, for at first he froze in place, then turned sharply to Jane, and finally opened his mouth to answer. Talentless as always. They cannot boil any given decoction properly. His face twisted into a grimace, but he was still cute. There's a flash here and there, however. I hope there are some flashes from Ravenclaw too. There's a girl named Lily Smith. She's doing very well in my classes. I was wondering how she was doing with your subject. Smith? From the 6th grade? I think I remember. I'm surprised they didn't make her a prefect. She is capable. Jane smiled broadly at the praise, which she rightly thought was sincere. I also have a 6th grader from Slytherin. His name is Anthony. He is also very smart. Oh yes, Anthony Stone. He comes 3 times a day to ask me about different potions. He spends more time a week in my office than in the common room. So it wouldn't be a surprise if he started coming to Jane and asking her about the things she taught. She told herself. Well, 1 or 2, it wouldn't matter to her. Although the boy seemed to be more passionate about potions, something normal for his house. After touring the park, the two headed for the lake, where many students were already walking. The children carried books, frogs, and even cats, talked lively, played cards, or just strolled along the alleys in groups. Some of them paid no attention to their teachers at all, while others looked at them with a curious glance for a moment and then returned to their tasks. Jane looked around, smiling at every change she noticed, so distracted that at some point she forgot about Snape's presence. It was nice to remember the park where she had spent so much time as a student, the trees they climbed when none of the teachers was around. Did the current students also do such mischief? She thought. At least the Ravenclaws seemed too polite for it. Thoughts engulfed her so much that at one point she completely forgot where she was. That's why, when Snape spoke unexpectedly, it was her turn to be startled. Well, Jane, are you always late when you have to go somewhere? The question was surprising and came practically out of nowhere, so she paused before answering. I guess I have to say yes, as much as I don't want to. She looked him in the eye for a moment and thought she saw a smile. However, his lips did not move a millimeter. This man really wanted to drive her crazy, and so far he has succeeded. Not that I try to make myself pretty, but I have so many things to do, and in the morning I feel terribly sleepy. I understand. Snape nodded and looked at the lake. I also find things to do. When I was younger, I made up spells. Now I engage more with potions. A little academic activity, so to speak. Potions, you say? Honestly speaking, they're not my favorite. When I was 5, I inadvertently drank my mother's cauldron cleaner. Bad first impression, I guess. Jane watched as her colleague laughed slightly, then quickly regained his usual impenetrable expression. And where is your mother now? He asked suddenly. You probably go to see her often. I wish she were still alive. Both my parents are deceased. I have only one aunt left, my mother's sister. She lives near York. My mother died when I was 16. I was 15 when mine died. Neither of them mentioned a word about their fathers. Jane, to avoid the unnecessary questions and memories that this would inevitably raise in Snape for who knows what reason. One thing was for sure, this coincidence could not be accidental. She looked up at a tall tree with yellow leaves, just in time to hide the faint smile that crept across her lips. She could hardly hide herself, but she did not intend to give the information that she liked the professor to everyone who looked at them. The walk lasted another half hour, most of the time spent in silence, which was preferable to discussing unpleasant topics. However, it was not completely wasted. Watching his colleague closely, Associate Professor Undead couldn't help but notice some small nervous gestures on his part. Whether he was smoothing his hair or crossing his arms, his actions gave off a subtle tension that her trained eye sensed instinctively. Maybe he really liked her, she thought, and as much as she denied it, this notion gave her pleasure. Time was flying, and although she didn't want to, in the end, Jane had to apologize for having things to do, but they still didn't have to hurry. With a calm pace, the two teachers went to the castle, where they politely parted in the entrance hall. She regretted not being able to walk around the school all day, especially in such company, but she had promised Lily Smith that she would teach her and her friends some music lessons. Just as she was pouring cat food into Murray's bowl, there was a knock on the door, and 4 boys of different heights stepped hesitantly inside, one after another, closely followed by Lily, who was at least half a head below the lowest of them. "Hello, boys. Hello, Lily," Jane said as she stood up. "Good afternoon, Associate Professor Undead," the students answered in unison. "I think we'll need a few more chairs." The teacher waved her wand, and several high chairs materialized in front of the fireplace, right next to the chair on which the bag of cat food had been left. "Well, get yourselves comfortable," Jane said, taking the packet of cat treat and moving it to the desk. "Someone could sit here too. I already know Lily very well, and the last time I saw Eupham Forest, I think he was too absorbed in the vine that had wrapped itself around him." "I'm sorry, Professor," said one of the other boys, who had dark hair and square glasses and had sat down in the chair next to him. "I got carried away." "Well, so you put him in that position. August Ripper, if I'm not mistaken." The boy nodded sharply. "And the rest of you must be Jerry Hammer and Seth." Seth Harding, the short boy with long black hair, who was sitting next to the excellent student August, added quickly. "So Eupham is the new Quidditch star." Jane looked at him approvingly over her glasses. Tall and with an imposing blonde mane, if nothing else, the boy was like a magnet for girls. At that moment, however, Lily patted him on the shoulder, not very delicately, from which it could be concluded that she was far from attracted by his irresistible charm. "What do you play?" "Guitar," the boy said shortly. "August is playing the bass, Jerry is singing, and Seth is playing the drums," Lily clarified. "We have all played a little, but we will need a lot of guidance." "So Jerry's a singer," Undead said thoughtfully. "What about you, Lily? Won't you sing something?" "Me? By no means." She shook her head, and her blonde tail painted a semicircle on the back of her robe. "But yesterday you sang so well. Anyway, we can solve this later. Now it would be good for everyone to play a little. I want to see your level. August will have to play the guitar because I don't have a bass. And with you, Seth, I don't know what we're going to do." "We're going to buy instruments, Associate Professor Undead," Jerry interrupted. "I have a little money saved for a microphone, and Eupham's father buys him all sorts of things, as long as he is studying, so this won't be a problem." "Very well, then. Do you need help in choosing your instruments?" "I think it'll be better." Eupham spoke for the first time on his own initiative, a slight blush running down his cheeks. Apparently, he didn't like to admit such things. "Next Saturday, I could take you to the music store in London, which is located near Diagon Alley. Do you agree?" The 5 students looked at each other, and Lily answered on behalf of everyone. "We agree, and we are very grateful to you, Associate Professor Undead." "For nothing. Now, I suggest Lily play the song we rehearsed yesterday, and Jerry will sing." "Did you write the text for him, Lily?" "It's ready." "Jerry, you should know it, but take a look." Lily handed Jerry a not-so-long parchment. He just glanced at it and said, "I know it. Let's start then." Jane handed the guitar to Lily and settled comfortably in her chair. As soon as Lily started playing, the whole room fell silent. Murray wagged her tail and headed for her bowl, and Jane smiled broadly and shook her head to the rhythm of the song. Jerry's voice was a little husky, but pleasant, and it matched the melody very well. The other boys listened too, and seemed to fully approve of what they heard. Eupham followed the text on Lily's parchment, and Seth even tapped his palm on his knee according to the rhythm. When Lily was done, she handed the guitar to August, who played a short melody, and Seth showed a drumbeat with Jane's plastic Muggle ruler, bought long ago at the village fair. "You're all doing well," Associate Professor Undead praised them as Seth finished his performance. "I think you will have a very successful band." The students were happy and thanked her for the good feedback. "So you're taking us to the music store on Saturday?" August asked afterwards. "Yes, on Saturday, sometime in the morning. You're welcome to my office. We'll leave for London from there. Before that, I'm going to ask Professor Dumbledore to let you go with me. I hope he won't refuse me. You all have permits for Hogsmeade, don't you?" "Yes, Associate Professor Undead." "Very well. Until Saturday then. And if any of you wants to ask me something during the week, I'll be either here or down in the classroom." Jane treated them with some every flavor beans and then walked them to the door of the tower. They were really nice children, she told herself. There was still some time until lunch, so she sat at her desk to read. She had taken a lot of her old books from Yorkshire and decided to read one out. As she rummaged through her desk, wondering which one to choose, she noticed a luxurious-looking edition bound in black leather and inscribed in silver letters, "The Encyclopedia of Wizard Rock." Well, it was readable too. Flipping through the glossy paper, because the book was printed on paper, not parchment like the older volumes, she remembered that there was a page dedicated to her old band. She turned to the beginning of the letter B and soon found it. There was a big picture with the date and the name of the band written under it. Yes, it was really them. They looked young, carefree, and extremely happy with their lives. Below there were links to other pages with information about the individual members, her and the boys. She opened the page with her photo and read, "Jane Susan Undead, a performer from the mid and late 80s. In 83, together with Frank Wayne, she founded the Black Witches after the cover band Goblin Life, which existed from 80 to 83. From 85 until the break-up of the Black Witches in the autumn of 1991, Undead played the lead guitar, sang, and wrote lyrics. In 92, she disappeared without a trace. See page 15, Black Witches, When did she buy this book? Maybe 2 or 3 years ago, when she happened to pass through Diagon Alley. There were rumors that the Dark Lord was once again busy weaving his nets around the little Potter, and she had decided she could walk down the street without being noticed. She took a walk, albeit hooded, went into the bookstore, bought the book, purchased a new robe, and went to see her Aunt Charlotte. The next day, however, she saw a Death Eater in the village in broad daylight. Dying of fear, she left the book and the robe on the couch, cast a spell to hide her aunt's house, and fled into the woods again. Still, the book was one of her few memories of those golden years. She thought moments of great fame and recognition. Jane sighed and shoved it in her desk again. Maybe one day she would put it on the shelf with the other books she read often. If only her heart stopped hurting every time she thought about her past. The next week started practically without anything interesting happening. The lessons went on as usual. The Gray Lady had almost finished the first part of her autobiography and was already thinking about ways to publish it. Only on Monday morning, there was a strange argument between Professor McGonagall and one of the other teachers Jane didn't know about predicting the future. However, the disagreement quickly subsided after the unknown teacher got offended by something and left the table, and nothing special happened until the end of the breakfast. Accustomed to a more dynamic life, Jane found out that suddenly the things to do were drastically reduced, and this irritated her. After arranging her books, her clothes, and the rest of her luggage, she wondered what to do. That's why when one evening Professor Snape reminded her of her promise to look at his tape recorder, she hurried to fulfill it. This time the professor's room looked different. Whether it was because the fire was burning in the fireplace or he had tidied it soon, but there was really something new in it. Now she had plenty of time and opportunity to look around and notice some details of the surroundings that had previously escaped her. Several scrolls were hung on the stone walls of the small antechamber. The window at the bottom was covered with a dark green curtain, and one of the walls was completely occupied by a bookcase in which various tomes were arranged. "Come, sit down." Professor Snape's voice distracted her from her occupation. He was pointing to an armchair upholstered in green velvet that looked very much like the one in her room. "Thank you," she said and sat down. "Maybe we'd better pull the chair to the desk and disassemble the apparatus there." The apparatus? Well, the tape recorder. That's what the muggles in the hardware stores call it. Then she added, because she noticed that the professor was looking strangely at her. Even though my parents were wizards, I've lived among muggles all my life. I see, her companion said and hurried to get the little tape recorder. Here it is. See what can be done. Jane spread an old newspaper, which she found nearby, on the desk and pulled out a box containing several screwdrivers of different sizes from her pocket, which took Professor Snape completely aback. Where with her magic wand, she managed to unscrew the cover of the tape recorder and began digging inside. She placed the various screws and bolts she had taken from its insides on the newspaper. Sirius, I think its grease is stuck, Jane said thoughtfully, staring into a corner of the poor device's open belly, illuminated by the light of her magic wand. Here, look for yourself. The professor crouched on the floor next to the desk and peered where the wand pointed. I don't see anything, he complained, getting closer in an attempt to notice something. Right here, Jane pointed with the screwdriver she held in her other hand. In the corner, the blackish one. This should normally rotate, but it can't because of it. That doesn't sound good at all. Snape frowned. It's not a big problem. It just needs a little cleaning. Then we will put new grease on it, and it will be fine. If you say so. Jane rolled up her sleeves and focused. It needed very little magic to clean, but if she wasn't careful where she pointed it, she could damage something else. As she was preparing to cast the spell, she felt Sirius's breath on her neck and shivered. Don't do that anymore, please, she rebuked him. I don't like it when people breathe in my neck. I get goosebumps. I'm sorry, he said, walking away. Associate Professor Undead focused again, but she felt her heart beat twice as fast as usual. She waved her wand very lightly, then bent down to look. Then she turned on the tape recorder and began looking to see if the wheel was spinning. Everything looked fine. Now give me a cassette, one which you won't regret if it gets damaged. Snape silently handed her the cassette, and their faces came extremely close, their hands almost touching. Jane, step back, she commanded herself, and get this done faster. It's not good for you. But these thoughts made their way to her mind somewhat slowly. With an effort of will, she pulled out her hand that held the cassette, looked away from him, and placed it in the device. She pushed the button, and the room filled with a deafening crash that was supposed to be music. It's working now, she said contentedly, almost in Snape's face. The two looked at each other for a while longer, but whether it was because of the music or their mood had passed, they eventually lost interest in each other and stood up. Thanks for fixing it, Snape said first, trying not to look at her. You're welcome, she said. I did what I could, and now I think it's good for me to leave. It's late, and I have to get up early tomorrow. Yes, we all have to get up early, he said thoughtfully and headed for the door. I'll walk you to the entrance hall. Chapter 5. The Order of the Phoenix. From that day on, Jane was alert. She was well aware of the emotions she felt for her colleague, Professor Snape, and she was determined not to let them burn. She tried to avoid him as much as possible in the corridors, did not look at him in the dining hall, and spoke to him only when the silence became too tense. For his part, he was restrained as usual, but it was easy to see that he was much more polite to Jane than to the other teachers. Still, the feelings she hated so much spoke for themselves. During her second bath with the other teachers, Jane was so distracted that she barely got involved in the conversations, and she didn't even remember exactly what the others were talking about. She was also distracted when she led the students to London, so they all had to go back to the castle gates because they had confused the way to Hogsmeade because of her. Good thing the store she had arranged to use their fireplace, which had long working hours on Saturday. Trying to focus, she waited for all 5 students to walk through the door of Dervish and Banges, the magic instrument shop, and only then entered herself. True, they didn't have to use exactly the FLU network. Operating would save time, but they had plenty anyway, and Jane was afraid that one of the students might get sick, so she chose to use this relatively convenient way of transportation. Come on, boys, you know how it works, she said, pointing to the fireplace as she paid the saleswoman. You take some of the powder, throw it in, and then say the leaky cauldron. One by one, the students headed for the bottom of the store where the fireplace was. Making their way around the few clients, Jane and Lily, who were the last, soon joined them. Jerry was the first to step into the green flames, followed by Eupham and August, and finally, Seth Harding, whose last name Jane could not remember for long. As soon as the last boy disappeared into the fireplace, Lily approached Jane and asked quietly, "Associate Professor Undead, are you sure you're all right?" The teacher shuddered slightly, but quickly controlled herself and hurried to answer before exposing herself completely. "Of course, I'm fine. You don't seem to be quite yourself." "I feel tired," Jane lied in response, adding in her mind, "Besides, I think I'm going mad." Then she looked at Lily from head to toe. This girl was very observant, much more than she had imagined. Maybe it was a good idea to teach her Legitimacy or to find someone to teach her. Her program was not very light during this term, and she would hardly have that time. This new distraction continued until it was time for the two of them to travel to London. So when Lily stepped into the fireplace, she had to concentrate and hurried to catch up with the others. Without many accidents, the six had made it to the inn, where no one seemed to notice them. There were several witches and wizards sitting at the tables, drinking their ale, talking, or playing cards, wrapped tightly in their robes. The weather was cold for mid-October, with increasing rain and piercing wind outside. Only a young wizard with a blonde beard, dressed in light green clothes and drinking alone at a table by the fireplace, stared curiously at Jane and the kindergarten she brought with her. She smiled at him in turn and led the group to the door. "Boys and girl," she announced, "I'm going to buy 3 umbrellas from the stall on the corner. Wait for me here, then we're leaving." Jane heard the blonde man laugh in his seat, but determined not to pay any more attention to him, hurried to the door and opened it. She was greeted by disgusting rain, which seemed as though someone was pouring by the buckets into the street. The Muggle woman who was selling at the stall on the corner was huddled in her bright yellow raincoat and trembled quietly. Running in her direction, Jane rummaged through her pockets for Muggle coins, finally finding them, handing them to the saleswoman, taking the first 3 umbrellas she saw, then running back. As soon as she got inside, she shook the water out of her hair and handed out the umbrellas to the students. "Follow me quickly and be careful not to get lost. We will look at the windows on the way back because today the music store is open only until 6 o'clock." As they went outside, Jane and Lily unfolded the dark green umbrella that had left for them as they watched the boys having fun, japing around the puddles, spraying water around, and also opening their umbrellas with some delay. Whether it was the color of the umbrella or something else, it suddenly seemed much darker outside than it had been a moment ago. "I hope you don't mind walking with me?" Jane asked politely, looking very critically at the clouds above her head. "Not at all," Lily said, frowning. "Those scamps will probably spray water at each other all the way, and some of them are almost 2 meters high. I will soak completely with such a pillar under the same umbrella." The weather didn't seem to affect the boys' mood, because they kept playing their wet game. Practically out of her skin, Jane turned in their direction and shouted, "Guys, stop spraying because you will get sick and the director will scold me." The 4 of them stopped for a moment, but as soon as Jane turned her head, she heard someone, most likely Jerry or Eupham, throw away water bomb at one of the others and August's angry shout, "Hey boy, are you a troll? Didn't you understand when Undead told us to stop? Let's go." Jane suggested to Lily and shouted again, "Seriously, boys, stop it or I won't take you anywhere anymore." "They're such children," the girl commented. For the 2 blocks to the store, the boys had managed to get almost soaking wet despite the umbrellas. Whether it was the rain or their activities together in front of the leaky cauldron, Jane didn't even want to know, but she suspected that they would have been much drier if she had just thrown them into a lake. Despite the puddles of water they left behind, the salesman greeted them with joy that so many customers came to him at once. And when he learned that the young people were planning to start a band, he bombarded them with questions and gave them a bunch of advice for their future rehearsals. Meanwhile, Jane hurriedly dried their clothes with magic, not pampering them at all. So in the end, most of them felt as if they had taken a large paddywhack from their mothers. This made her feel better to some extent. "This associate professor Undead doesn't spare you at all," cried the salesman. "She's a dangerous woman. Ah, Mr. Marble, we deserved it." Although he hadn't been so involved in spraying in the street, August decided to take responsibility. "This water wasn't only from the rain, we were practically throwing it at each other." "Well, then you really deserve it." Mr. Marble waved his index finger instructively. Come and have a cup of tea now, and I'll show you the instruments later. The tea was served in tall ceramic cups at a small table behind the counter by the salesman himself. After drinking what they could, Associate Professor Undead thanked him for the treat and shared her impressions of the new guitar. Fantastic sound, really, sir. The other day when I played in my room, the acoustics was excellent, even though the room is small and square. I'm not surprised even a bit. After all, this is one of my best guitars. Come now, let me show you the instruments. I just received new bass guitars, an excellent batch. After the previous silence, the commotion around the instruments was deafening to Associate Professor Undead's sensitive hearing. It was good that the students quickly got on about the order in which they would be tested, and if not silence, at least there was some consistency in the noise. As the salesman wandered excitedly around them and kept blabbering on, she wondered if she was pleasing her students too much. Maybe she was, and in the end, at least those 5 would climb on her head, but she really liked them and hoped that one day she would teach them some discipline. Eventually, instruments were found to everyone's taste, and after buying them, she and the students went outside, where, to Jane's relief, it had stopped raining. However, she noticed something strange. No one was acting childish anymore. On the contrary, the boys and Lily carefully held the cases with their new acquisitions, looking worriedly around, whether someone would spray them or water drop would fall on top of them. She smiled. Perhaps their schooling wasn't a lost cause. Due to the calmer behavior of her companions, the teacher also allowed herself to relax, and her previous distracted mood returned in full force. As they walked slowly along the road to the inn and gazed with interest at the windows, several times she looked intently at perfume and clothing stores and even began imagining what she would look like in one dress or another. This made her especially angry, and in order to stop doing nonsense, she was forced to slap herself hard on the cheek while the students weren't watching. By the time they finally reached the leaky cauldron, it was already getting dark. They celebrated the new purchases with more tea, and after eating some hot food, they went through the fireplace again and found themselves in Hogsmeade, from where it was not difficult to get back. Over the next few days, the 5 Ravenclaws worked very hard on their new musical instruments. First, they had to tune them in, then they started practicing, and by the end of the week, they could already play something together. However, they tried not to bother their teacher too much because they thought she had already done enough for them. That's why, at that time, Associate Professor Undead was doing completely different things. She spent most of her time in the library, checking the theory and application of wordless spells. This question had interested her extremely after she had read in some book that wordless spells had appeared at a rather late stage in the development of magic, and she was now trying to understand why. That's how she was found one afternoon by Professor Snape, who was just entering the library, carrying a newspaper under his arm. "I hope I won't disturb you," he said, and sat down at the next table. Jane glanced at him, and while pretending to look at a bookshelf, she asked, "You wouldn't mind if I looked at your paper, would you?" Snape handed it to her with a brief, "Here you are." Then she opened it over her book and began flipping through it. In general, there was rarely anything interesting or useful in Daily Prophet, but she hadn't read the news in a long time, so she glanced at the headlines. However, her surprise was complete. Among the smaller headlines, there was a disturbing news began like this. There are still no revelations about the Greentree family's disappearance from their home in South Sussex the other day. She couldn't read anymore because she suddenly felt sick. She remembered well another such message in the newspaper many years ago, which read, "Mrs. Undead of Ravendale, Kent, was found dead at her home yesterday morning." She felt like she was suffocating. She dropped her quill on the table and lost her balance for a moment. She grabbed her chair desperately and closed her eyes. When she finally regained her composure, she opened her eyes to continue her work, hoping no one had noticed. However, when she looked at Professor Snape, she saw his gaze fixed on her. "Are you feeling unwell?" he asked in an unusually loud voice that sounded somewhat worried. "You look as if you've seen a ghost." "I'm fine." Her attempt to lie was very pathetic indeed. In fact, there was no apparent reason not to tell the truth, but the slight suspicious note in her colleague's tone made her uneasy. She leaned back in her chair and put her hands on her lap, trying to stand still to hide her trembling. Hearing their conversation, the librarian Madame Pins ran in a few seconds and asked what had happened. "My colleague was about to lose consciousness," Professor Snape said calmly. I intend to take her to the hospital wing." Madame Pins said something approving, and they managed to get Jane to her feet, who at the moment did not feel confident in her own strength. "I think it's time for you to be examined," Snape said as he led her out of the room, propping her up firmly. "First you faint, then your nose bleeds, and now you feel sick all of a sudden. I think it must be a curse, but Madame Pomfrey will say best." Jane looked back anxiously, but the librarian, Madame Pins, had moved away behind a thick shelf of books and probably didn't even hear them. They walked down the nearby corridor, Snape having to support Undead with almost all his strength to keep her from falling to the ground. Still, he wasn't that strong physically, so he was in danger of dropping her on the floor, even though she wasn't that heavy. As they turned several times into increasingly inner and gloomy corridors, the illusion of the hospital wing disappeared altogether. Filled with an unpleasant premonition, Associate Professor Undead finally reached into the pocket where she kept her wand and was not surprised a bit to find that there was nothing there. Trying to hide her trembling, she considered how to get away, which would not have been an easy task, even if it hadn't been for her weakness. At that moment, Snape slammed a door not very carefully and pushed her inside. He led her to a dusty chair, where she staggered in and waited to see what would happen. Her mind was clear, but she still couldn't trust her muscles, so she had to slow down whatever was happening if she wanted to leave the room. The next moment, Snape had already closed the door and turned his gaze to her. Jane could feel him trying to carve her forehead with his gaze, and she tried to answer him with as questionable and incomprehensible an expression as possible. For a few seconds, the two fought in silence, but when he saw that no one would benefit from it, Snape was the first to lose patience and, without restraint, fired a stream of angry words. "Tell me now, what task exactly you didn't complete for our dear Dark Lord?" "I beg your pardon?" was her only reaction. She had imagined what not, but it was just ridiculous. Everything hurt, including her head from staring at Snape, and now her only desire was to go back to her room and slam into bed. She closed her eyes for a moment, but managed to open them just in time to catch Snape's bored look. "Please don't play the scared, innocent girl," he continued. "It doesn't suit you, and don't think that you can fool me. I know this mark and this curse, and they can only belong to him. Believe me, I know the habits of the one, who should not be named, much better than the breed here at school." He stepped over to her and tugged roughly at the sleeve of her robe. Jane didn't even try to resist. To the great surprise of her colleague, however, there wasn't the telltale sign with which he himself was marked. He was startled, but quickly regained his resolve. He remembered that the Dark Lord did not mark all his subordinates. Sometimes he even used to leave a few unmarked spies, who managed to sneak in where the others just couldn't. Jane rose hesitantly from her chair, staggered, then sat back down. She couldn't move, but she managed to say in a low, scraping voice, "Could you tell me what you're accusing me of? That I served Voldemort, or that I betrayed him? And can you tell me whose side you are on?" "I think I'd better ask the questions," Snape said threateningly, casually twirling Jane's dark red mahogany wand through his long fingers. This definitely revived her, and in a second her blood boiled. She rose abruptly and, grasping the back of the chair with one hand, went on the offensive. "In that case, I can tell you my position," she said in a louder voice than she had intended. "I have nothing to do with this whole story. I'm a free person and I don't serve anyone. I came to school to teach, not to prosecute or spy on someone. And if you are haunted by an unclean conscience, that's your problem." The last phrase was more about Undead's suspicion that he might have something to do with Voldemort than any specific evidence, but it seemed to have hit something. "Be careful with the tone," Snape gritted his teeth. Jane saw the classroom darkening before her eyes for a moment and looked down, but then raised her head again and continued to speak in the same spirit. "You better be careful," she said, "and avoid thinking that Susan Undead's daughter could betray her mother's memory. This was probably one of her last trump cards. Hardly any people remembered Susan Undead and her tragic death, but nothing stopped Jane from reminding her colleague what it was all about. To her surprise, however, Snape looked like he had been hit in the face with a wet rag, even without the explanation, and even stuttered, Susan Andied. That Susan is your mother?" Leaving the wonder of where and what he knew for the future, when she would have time and peace to think about it, Jane decided to take advantage of the moment of confusion. Better physically, she casually reached into the inside pocket of her robe and pulled out the thin black wand she kept for such occasions. "Please give me back the other wand," she said defiantly, pointing the black wand at him. "I feel attached to it." She paused and added a slight menacing note in her voice. "Unless you want us to duel. It's obvious how new you are, Undead." His laughter was dry and short. "Snape has clearly come to himself. If you think you can beat me in a duel, especially in this state, I'm fine." She finally released the back of her chair and took 2 steps forward. Then she looked him in the eye. She was exhausted, but she felt her strength returning quickly. Maybe in a few minutes she would be able to duel, or at least look like she was. However, her colleague seemed impressed, not by her pathetic attempt to stay on her feet, she realized, but from something else. "Well, shall we start?" The two studied each other. No one wanted a real duel. They had dueled for fun. They had already seen who could do what. And there were other ways to compare their strength, but now wasn't the time. "It's not worth the effort," he said at last, tossing her the wand. "But I'm going to make sure Professor Dumbledore finds out everything about you. We'll keep an eye on you. Tell him to keep an eye on you," Jane said in a slightly trembling voice, though she was boiling with anger. Was she an undead? Not worth the effort? Who exactly was he thinking he was, allowing himself to talk like that? "Quiet, Jane, calm," she repeated to herself. "You won't gain anything from hasty actions right now. Just shut up, calm down, and do nothing. You will have other opportunities." The two looked at each other for a few more seconds. Only 1 meter and 60 centimeters tall, Jane had to raise her head almost straight up to withstand her opponent's gaze, but she couldn't afford to blink or take a step back. She was still furious, so she clenched her fists behind her back, but her anger also passed at breakneck speed, probably due to physical exhaustion. Finally, Snape gave up on further confrontation and headed back to the door without saying anything. As her colleague left the room, she slumped back in her chair, 2 tears streaming down her cheeks. She cried with anger and rage, mostly because her sympathies fell on unsuitable soil again. She got up slowly and headed for her room. She would tell Professor Dumbledore her version of the story. She had to inform him of Snape's suspicious behavior. What exactly was he thinking? That he could command her? Or did he think he could turn the whole school around his finger? Undead was determined not to give up without a fight, and if Severus Snape stood in her way again, this time she would oppose him properly. Like many other times before, Jane hadn't been deceived in her intuition. She was convinced that there would be other clashes with Snape, and although she was unsure of their outcome, she thought it was important not to give up. A few days had passed since the accident at the library, and the two had not exchanged more than 5 words. They met every day, whether in the corridors or at the high table, but the only remarks they said to each other were about trifles such as wishing a good day and passing serving utensils or plates for dinner. There were usually too many witnesses at each of their meetings, so neither of them wanted to start a scene, but the way they looked at each other clearly suggested that sparks were flying between them. One fine evening after dinner, just as Jane was returning from a walk in the park, she came across Snape, who seemed to have emerged from the ground in the entrance hall. "Professor Snape," were the first words that came to her mind. Then she stopped and looked around in panic. "Associate Professor Undead," was the chilly answer. For a while they stood as if nailed to their places, looking at each other. It wasn't easy to judge each other. There were so many secrets that they both obviously hid, and legitimacy didn't help anyone. Finally, Snape decided to act and took a step to the side, looking at his colleague from under his eyebrows. "I hope you are in good health." The sarcasm was clear in his words, which made Jane alert and discreetly checking her wands. "I'm fine, thank you," she said in her most contemptuous tone and waited. "That's nice." Snape paused dramatically and began walking around her like a real vulture. "Because we never managed to clarify some things last time. Not in my opinion. What do we have to clarify more?" Undead spun around because she didn't want to lose sight of him. "You're a spy, and I'm just trying to do my job. You have no evidence." They looked into each other's eyes for a moment. Then Snape hastily reached for the sleeve of his robe, but it was too late. Undead waved her wand. The sleeve rolled back, and the dark mark appeared treacherously in the dim light of the torches. "I think it's time to talk to the headmaster. So would you please get out of my way," she said shortly, and after walking around her colleague, headed for the stairs leading to the upper floors. The last thing she saw as she walked away was the lonely figure of Professor Snape, clasping one hand with the other as hard as he could. A little later, Jane was sitting directly on the steps in front of the principal's office, leaning helplessly against the wall. The conversation with the headmaster had not gone as she had expected at all. He didn't seem to pay attention to her words and acted as if she were still his student and told him that the snotty classmate in the last row had forgotten his homework again. She had repeated, until foam came out of her mouth, about Snape and the dark mark, his suspicious demeanor and his accusations. But the only thing she got from the headmaster was, "Look, Jane, Sirius has always been paranoid about certain things. As you may have noticed, he was indeed a Death Eater before, but that has nothing to do with him now. I know you wouldn't betray us, but you have to give Sirius a little time to accept you, and in the end, I think he'll really start to trust you." Jane, of course, immediately expressed her disagreement, as well as her sincere doubt that Snape could ever trust her for anything other than handing him the salt in the dining hall. He wouldn't even trust her for that, she thought, because it might have been poisoned. She wouldn't trust him either. And when she remembered that she had taken food and potions from him before, she felt she could faint. From him, the potions master. She wondered how he hadn't poisoned her yet. But hadn't he indeed? Maybe she should stop by the hospital wing. This weakness of hers was hardly accidental. She was probably not poisoned, she finally told herself, but still. However, her arguments did not affect the headmaster at all. He advised her to go to the hospital wing to make sure she had no health problems, but he mentioned once again that he had full confidence in Professor Snape. Tired of repeating the same thing over and over, Jane finally thanked him for his time and left. However, she could not go too far, so she sat on the steps of the first staircase she saw and closed her eyes. There were so many things to think about, and so little desire to do it on her part that in the end she just sat there doing nothing. That's how Professor Sinistra found her, just when was going to class. "Jane, are you sick?" The teacher ran straight to her and touched her shoulder anxiously. "I'm fine, Aurora," Jane moaned, which didn't reassure the other woman at all. "I'm just exhausted." "If you want, we can talk," Sinistra said. "I may not be good at giving advice, but at least I can listen, and you'll be really relieved. You better help me get to my room, or at least come with me. I don't want to be alone right now." It was a sign of weakness, Jane realized, but she didn't care at the moment. She just wanted to forget about Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Snape, in fact, everything behind the door of her room. Once the war was officially declared, neither Undead nor Snape wanted to give up the confrontation. Every 3 days, they spotted each other seemingly by accident and exchanged well-measured insults, but never spells, because they both knew that if they dueled openly, they could lose their jobs. Jane did go to the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey examined her in great detail and announced that she found no traces of poison in her. True, Jane's fabricated explanation that she had eaten something suspicious in Knockturn Alley was not worth a damn canute, but it was better than the truth. Things couldn't go on like this, so neither of the two teachers was surprised to hear from the principal that they needed to talk in his office. What they had not foreseen, however, was that the two would be there at the same time. Jane arrived a little late, and her surprise at seeing Professor Snape, who was already standing in front of the principal's desk like a punished student, was unadulterated. She approached the two wizards cautiously, chose the free space under one of the portraits in the office as far away from Snape as possible, and stood in the same position as him, looking expectantly at the headmaster. "Well, Jane Sirius," Dumbledore began sternly, "I think you know why I called you here." "Yes, headmaster," they said almost in sync, then frowned. "You both don't seem to have taken my words seriously, which saddens me, but it's a sure sign that I need to take fast measures." After a short pause, during which the two culprits looked everywhere, but at each other and their superior, he continued in an edifying tone, "You were heard exchanging remarks yesterday in the fourth-floor foyer and a few days ago in the entrance hall. Such unprofessional attitude on your part is unacceptable for teachers in our school. You break the discipline of students and spoil the team." At this point, Jane was about to say something, but the principal motioned for her to remain silent. "We haven't had anything like this since I can remember, And that means since I crossed the threshold of Hogwarts for the first time as a very young pupil. Your attitude is out of bounds, and if you don't change it, I will be forced to take measures." Professor Dumbledore looked at them extremely sternly, making each of them feel again like a small child who had done the greatest mischief possible and was now waiting for his parents to come and punish him. "At least I think you understand the situation. That's something." Dumbledore smiled as if to himself, then adjusted his glasses and looked at them sternly again. "From now on, I want you to be kind to each other, no matter in front of an audience or in private. Otherwise, I will be forced to fire the culprit for the resumption of your hostile relationship. And if I can't figure out who he is, then you'll both leave. Am I being clear?" "Yes, headmaster," Snape replied, and Jane added with some delay, "Of course." "Well then, I hope we have come to an agreement. You are free to go." Snape and Undead were just trying to figure out who would go through the door first, when to the surprise of both of them, the headmaster added, "Actually, only you are free, Sirius. I just remembered that I had something else to discuss with Jane." Snape just raised his eyebrows and headed for the exit, while Undead returned to her place beneath the portraits and folded her arms as she watched him leave the office. "You can sit down now," the principal's voice came from behind her. Jane pulled one of the chairs that stood near the wall and gently sat down. She couldn't imagine what Professor Dumbledore had to say to her, and she was burning with curiosity to learn, unless, of course, it was another reproach for her behavior that even Snape shouldn't hear. "You see, I hope, why I did that to you and Sirius." Jane nodded. "As much as I didn't like it, you have to agree that you both went too far." "I'm really sorry, headmaster." Although not for everything, she felt regret that she had disappointed the professor under whose care she had spent much of her life. "Let's hope you're both sorry," he said sternly. "But I didn't leave you here to make you tell me how sorry you are." At that moment, a sincere smile played on his lips, hidden behind a thick silver beard. "Actually, I wanted to tell you that I'm impressed with the way you stood up to Sirius. No one here, neither teacher nor student, had hitherto been able to oppose him in this way, almost as an equal." "Did he tell you himself?" Jane asked, intrigued, completely forgetting about the scolding a moment ago. "Partly. He took a wand from his sleeve and enchanted a jug of tea. Will you keep me company? There are also biscuits." "I could have one. Thank you for the tea." Jane watched as if hypnotized this strange turn of the evening, crowned with the appearance of a gold tray covered with gingerbread biscuits. "Although I'm missing some parts of the story. Can I have a look?" Hardly a wizard as good as him needed her permission to peek through her mind, but that was the polite way to do it. For a witch like her, who knew how to protect her mind, penetrating it from the outside could be especially unpleasant if she was caught unprepared. So Jane leaned back and let the headmaster see what he wanted. "Just as I thought," Professor Dumbledore nodded and began pouring the tea. "Although you are not in your best shape, you are a born talent." "A talent? For what?" "Nobody has called her that way in the near past." "Oh, so many things. For now, to bug Sirius, but in the future, who knows?" "Come on, headmaster, get to the real issue. I'm big enough now to handle it." For a while, the two of them turned their attention to biscuits and tea, but soon became tired of the activity, so the principal chose to continue his speech. "I know that teaching fills your time quite well for now, but I was thinking of something else in which you could be just as useful. You should be aware of the fact that your late mother was once particularly active in an organization called the Order of the Phoenix. Given the circumstances, I and a few prominent wizards thought it would be good if we revived it, and we think we would really benefit from your eventual participation." The teacher listened with her mouth open. "Thousands of devils and Kappas take it," she murmured to herself. That was really the last thing she expected to hear. She hated this organization and almost everyone who had been involved in it. After all, it was the reason her mother died after being in so much danger, because of them and because of their ridiculous resistance, which ultimately had nothing to do with Voldemort's defeat. "I'd like to think seriously about it," she said at last. "You have as much time as you want. We don't force anyone. When you make a decision, you know where to find me." Jane said goodbye and hurried out of the office. She wasn't angry with the headmaster. He was an idealist, he thought big, and he usually didn't care how many lives it took to achieve his goals. But the order, the damn order, was something that she still had matters to clear with. Still, Jane thought she had to refuse outright. This evasion was not in her favor. Professor Dumbledore would think she was weak and could not stand a simple opinion. As she passed the fountain in front of the principal's office, she seemed to see it for the first time, so she paused to examine it properly. True, it was ugly, but she didn't consider herself a beauty, so she probably had no right to judge what was pretty. And yet the gargoyle in front of the invisible entrance looked as if it was guarding it. An inanimate stone thing seemed braver and more determined than an undead witch. Undead are not brave, she whispered to herself. We are smart and cunning. What do you need the Order of the Phoenix for, anyway? And yet she knew that something was pulling her there, something that made her compare herself to those more capable than her and prove herself. You've only been running for years. You look like a cowardly krupp. The voice kept digging into her head. I like myself alive, thank you, she replied mentally. There's no way this organization will come out useful this time. There just isn't. But what chance did she have here at Hogwarts? Alone, and under the scope of anyone who would like to remove her. A difficult choice, Jane, indeed. Fortunately, at least you have time to think. Well, apparently she would take the opportunity to at least consider participating in the order. Fortunately, she didn't have to decide right away. Shaking her head, the teacher left her heavy thoughts in the corridor and crept through the door of her room, from where a pitiful meowing could be already heard. Inside, the picture was shocking, to say the least. Or, as Muggles would say, it was like if a bomb fell. Books were rolling around the room. The sheets were strewn around the bed, and Murray was hungry. Unfortunately for Jane, she couldn't attribute any of that to the cat, as she had gotten herself into this mess, which was getting worse as the school year progressed. At first, the house elves came to clean often, but since one of them barely escaped suffocation from a hand-knitted glove, they avoided coming around for anything other than lighting the fireplace. Jane sighed and went to feed the cat. She had to clean up here, but it wouldn't be tonight. Then she slumped wearily in bed and fell asleep, not even noticing the thread that was quietly tangling itself around the legs of the antique bed. Chapter 6. Halloween Experiences. Jane slept badly that night. For long hours she spun around in bed, dreaming of her mother and aunt taking turns, reproaching her for how foolish she had been in arguing with Professor Snape. She didn't approve of her own behavior, too, but she didn't think she should apologize. She was almost certain that despite the headmaster's assurances, he was a traitor and nothing good could be expected of him. Still, she could be more polite. You're embarrassing yourself, Jane. Her two closest relatives rebuked her unanimously in her dream. We, the witches undead, don't behave like that even with our enemies. Damn undead. Jane cursed herself. She had never asked them to be born in that family, and she was half brown anyway, no matter how much she didn't like to admit it. It was from her paternal lineage that she had inherited her unrestrained demeanor, and there was practically nothing she could do about it. Luckily for her, she was saved from this nightmare by a loud knock on the front door, which could probably have woken even a bogey. Jane woke up with true relief, realizing that it was just a dream and it would not bother her anymore, at least until tonight. She reached for the nightstand where she kept her wand and glasses, and as she was setting them on her nose, she waved her wand toward the door with her free hand to break the spells. "The door is unlocked," she shouted. There was a slight creak of the hinges in the antechamber. Then there were footsteps. She quickly tossed the blanket over her bed, holding the wand in her left hand, and stepped onto the carpet. This turned out to be her biggest mistake, because almost immediately after that she tripped over the thread, lost her balance, dropped her wand, which flew to the other end of the bedroom, and finally crashed into several thick volumes, left carelessly on the ground. "The damn cappy take you!" She began cursing aloud as she tried to stand up to no avail. "Associate Professor Undead, are you all right?" A thin student's voice called from across the door. "I think so," she said and sighed. She looked at her leg, which was entangled in the thin thread, and reached for it to free herself. "Lily, is that you?" "Yes. And I brought the boys too. All but Eupham." He went to prepare for the match. Jane wanted to slap her forehead. Because of her own nonsense, she had completely forgotten about the Quidditch match of the otherwise nice young man, which would take place this morning. "Can you come for a while?" she asked at last. "Just you." Lily said something to the others, then opened the inner door and stepped into the bedroom. The sight before her eyes was so comical and compromising at the same time that probably half the school, led by Peeves, would bid to see it. Associate Professor Undead, with the frame of her glasses tilted to one side and a book on elementary magic in her hand, lay helplessly on the floor in her nightgown, trying in vain to free herself from something thin that had wrapped itself around her ankle. Making a great effort not to laugh, the student approached and crouched to examine the problem. "You just find my wand." Jane turned to one side with an effort to point behind her. "It fell somewhere over there." "Just a second, Associate Professor Undead." "Damn things," Jane muttered under her breath. "They always have an opinion of their own." "What? All of them?" Lily looked intrigued and stopped searching for a moment. "Of course not. Only the ones I've spilt magic on. And I'm sometimes quite careless when I cast spells. So, if something starts moving, hit its snout with a heavy object." "I'll remember that." Lily smiled and continued looking for the wand. "There's nothing here." "Look near the window, then." "I heard something rattle." "Yes, there it is." "I'll give it to you right away." Lily finally brought Jane her wand, and the problem was solved. After the thread was unwound and thrown in the rubbish, the teacher quickly pulled on her robe, and the two went out to join the others. "I didn't know you could swear like that," Jerry said admiringly. "You haven't heard anything yet," Jane smiled. "When I was with my band, we could swear for 20 minutes without repeating ourselves. But I think I've started to lose shape." "Half of the things you listed were brand new to me," Seth said, while August was shaking his head in disapproval. Jane even sympathized with him a little. The boy had an almost flawless demeanor, and probably just listening to such words had a bad effect on his morale and upbringing. "How about we start moving?" Jane suggested. "And try not to use my expressions unless you're completely intoxicated." "But, of course, you haven't heard that from me either." The four students laughed and headed for the door one by one. According to the newly formed tradition, the last was Lily, who had begun to become attached to her teacher. The five of them went fast through the front door, which Associate Professor Undead carefully locked with a few spells. After the accident with Professor Snape, she had become paranoid and always secured her home, whether she was inside or outside of it. When they went outside, the teacher and her students were happy to find that the weather was perfect for Quidditch. The sun was gently warming the lawns in the yard, and there was almost no wind. They quickly mingled with the crowd that was going to the stadium, and the children started talking with their classmates. Everyone was in high spirits. The students laughed, exchanged badges, and discussed the chances of one or the other team winning. As the match was the first of the season, everyone was looking forward to it. And it was important, too. The teams of Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were about to play. Since she was unwilling to watch from the teacher's rostrum, Jane readily accepted the boys' offer to sit with the students. The Ravenclaw seats were in a relatively good position, high enough and easy to follow the match. Shortly before reaching the stadium, they saw two girls sitting behind a low wooden stall covered with bronze, blue scarves, badges, and hats of all kinds and sizes. "Hello, Associate Professor Undead," one of the girls said. "Buy something from us. Everything is half price for you, and we will give the galleons for charity. Zonko is expanding his store in Hogsmeade, and we've decided to help him." The teacher smiled at the girls and looked at the stall. Meanwhile, Lily and the three boys were waiting for her a little to the side, as they already had scarves. "Christina and Kalina, my most exemplary third-year students," she praised them. "I guess you've used the waterproof spell for the hats, and the one we learned the previous lesson in the club to make the badge figures move." "How did you guess?" The two third-year students wondered, visibly flattered. "Let's just say I have a keen eye for spells. I'm thinking of getting a scarf with a tassel, a hat, and a badge. So one of each. And I will pay the full price. I don't accept objections." The salesgirls conceded, but insisted on giving their teacher an extra badge, on which the team had been photographed during training, with all the balls in the air. Finally, Jane thanked them and went to the boys and Lily to continue up to the rostrum. "I'm glad you agreed to come, Associate Professor Undead," Lily said cheerfully as they finally made their way to the front row of the Ravenclaw rostrum. "Hey, I came to see Yufum. If he wins the match, I will excuse him for not having homework on Monday." For the fourth time, Jane sighed and sat down as she wrapped the new scarf around her neck. The place was full of students, wandering around the benches and talking loudly to each other, so the two had to shout to be heard. "Fourth time!" exclaimed the dark-haired August, suddenly raising his head from a notebook written in small runes. "I can't believe how lazy this chap is." The other day, Jerry offered him to become a model. With those blonde curls of his, he will be able to make a living just by smiling from the covers of magazines. "August, can you stop talking about Eupham's curls for a while and come see my arithmancy homework?" A short, plumpy boy, sitting on a bench at the bottom, tried to outshout the noise, most likely coming from Gryffindor's rostrum. "Yes, if you like him so much, invite him on a date," said another boy, who was sitting next to the first one, staring at his textbook. Come on, joke. Just know that tomorrow I may have gone out with Eupham while you write your homework." "Don't do this to us, August," the plumpy boy replied with a laugh. "We'll fix you a date with a girl. Just don't desert us like that." Jane looked back to see who the two boys were and, not recognizing them, turned to Lily. "Do you know who the two calligraphers on the backbench are?" "I know them by face, but I'll die if I remember their names." "Ah, these are Viburnum Vex and Kurt McNair. They're always doing their homework at the last minute. The prefects are very annoyed with them. It's good that August took them under his wing. Otherwise, they wouldn't have finished even their first year." The game hadn't started yet, so Jane allowed herself to take off her glasses for a moment to clean them. "I guess there's no point in reprimanding them," she said thoughtfully as she adjusted the frame of her nose. "There definitely isn't. Not that they won't hear you. It's just that there will be no effect whatsoever." "Sorry to interrupt." Seth had approached them in the meantime and cleared his throat. "But I wanted to ask, how did Professor Flitwick take the news that Lily would now be living in our room?" "He said he would close his eyes until you start wreaking havoc. Still, it is not forbidden for girls to go to the boys' bedrooms." "And what exactly does it mean not to wreak havoc?" "To not make much noise, to maintain a reasonable order inside. Also not to give concerts and gather all your fans in the room." "Fans?" Lily asked in disbelief, considering that now even the cats run away while we play. "Yes, especially when Lily's training for her solo," her friend teased. "I'm just warning you. You can do whatever you want, but if something like that happens, you will suffer the consequences." The teams were already out in the field, so the three interrupted their conversation and adjusted to see more comfortably. The team captains shook hands, Madam Hooch blew the whistle, and the 14 brooms flew into the air. All the Ravenclaws rose to their feet to applaud, and even Jane got up with them. The group, which until a minute ago had been writing homework in the back row, was now standing in the front, whistling so loudly that even Gryffindors could probably hear them from the opposite side of the stadium. "This volume-amplifying spell is so good," Seth smiled, now standing right behind Lily. "Who taught it to you?" Jane jumped in her seat. "Ah, August read about it in a book. It took us 3 days to make it according to the description. It was pretty incomplete, you know. Sometimes we use it when we play outside. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Be careful not to use it to harass your classmates." "Don't worry, Madam Undead. We'll break it now. We were just trying it out." The black-haired vocalist Jerry Hammer had approached them unnoticed. "And when we play in our room or the common room, we apply it the other way around, so no one outside can hear." "I'm counting on you." Jane smiled and sat back down. Her students were finally beginning to show some responsibility, and that couldn't help but please her. At that moment, Ravenclaw scored their first goal, and the whole stands erupted in applause. The game was getting more and more interesting, and the commentary's droning voice could be heard from somewhere. Roger Davis with the quaffle. "Oh, he dropped it. Can't she talk normally for at least 5 minutes?" Jerry protested aloud. "She will ruin the entire game." "I can't stand her," Lily added. "It's good that I left at least her room. From 2nd to 5th year with her is quite enough. Please someone conjure some earplugs for me." "Here you are." August reached out to her. "Associate Professor Undead. Do you want a pair?" "No, thank you, Jerry. I've no problem with that. Of all the ruckus, this is the thing that irritates me the least." "I envy you," August sighed. "Mates for you. Give them here, and don't explain yourself. We'll follow the result on the board." After everyone put a plug in each ear, the students visibly calmed down. "Let's hope this slattern Cho catches the snitch before Potter," Lily said before putting on her second earplug. Jane wanted to ask her why she didn't like the Seeker, but decided the question could wait and leaned against the railing to watch the game. At that moment, Eupham finally caught the quaffle and flew to the goalpost with dizzying speed, chased by one of the bludgers. "Come on, Eupham!" Lily shouted loudly to Jane's right. Eupham forced with the quaffle. There was even a hint of excitement in the commentator's voice. "He's gaining speed. God, how fast is that chap? And he's pretty handsome, too." Luna Lovegood, comment on the substance, scolded Professor McGonagall, who was sitting next to her. "Excuse me, Professor. So as I said, Forrest is holding the quaffle, the bludger is catching up with him and flies past his left shoe. Good thing it didn't knock him down." The lass named Luna continued to admire the chaser aloud and got so distracted that she even forgot to announce the goal for Ravenclaw. Jane stood up even before the others to applaud enthusiastically. The students around her clapped and shouted. The rostrum was full of excitement. Soon everyone sat down, and the teacher leaned on the railing. A cloud passed in front of the sun and covered it just as she surveyed the teacher's high rostrum. Almost all the teachers had gathered there. Even Professor Snape had come to watch the game, which was a really good reason for Jane to sit with the students, not the teachers. She didn't want to exchange angry looks with him right now when her students could win one of their most important Quidditch matches. Maybe she would even take a walk after it with the Ravenclaws who weren't that close to the players. She had noticed that when the weather was nice, her students often went outside, carrying books and textbooks under their arms. Everyone's attention was riveted on the players and the field, so she thought it appropriate to discuss an issue with Lily. "Lily, can I have a minute?" Jane patted her gently on the shoulder, and the student seemed to understand as she pulled the earplugs from her ears and nodded. As she wondered how to start the conversation, Gryffindor managed to score their first goal, and their entire audience began chanting in approval. Ravenclaw's guard, named Lazarus, didn't seem to have very quick reflexes, so if an opponent chaser managed to send the ball through the goal rings, he was almost certain to score. "Come on, Roger!" Lily shouted after the Ravenclaw chaser had taken the quaffle. Jane watched as the boy reached almost to the goalposts, but a randomly flying bludger hit him on the arm, and to the great disappointment of his fans, he dropped the ball. "I was wondering," Jane began carefully, "has anything unusual happened to you lately?" "Unusual?" Lily repeated. "I'm a witch. What could be more unusual than that? Let's say that there are some skills that not all witches and wizards have. Animagi, metamorphmagi, and the sort. I haven't noticed myself becoming an animal," Lily said at last. "Although when I was little, I really wanted to." At that moment, both fandoms had sharpened their attention because Cho and Potter rushed somewhere, competing with each other. However, it turned out to be a false alarm, and Jane returned to the conversation. "I meant something different. Have you ever, for example, been able to read the thoughts of others?" "No, never." Lily shook her head. "Strange. I was willing to bet it was the other way around. What about guessing people's moods? Do you manage to finish someone's sentence in your mind before he says it?" "Well, it's not that hard. Of course, it had happened to me. So there's still a possibility." "Possibility for what?" "You see, there's a magic skill called Legitimacy, which is innate rather than teachable. I think you could have it." "I read about it," Lily said after a moment's thought. "Isn't it something that appears once every 100 years?" "I'm not an expert, but I think it's much more common. I know people who have it." Jane felt she needed to say something more convincing, but she decided to be careful. Not that she didn't trust Lily, but it might not have been wise to talk about such matters in the middle of half the Ravenclaw house. Not that anyone was listening. At that time, Gryffindor scored a second goal, and Ravenclaws began resenting openly. The score was a draw, and if Potter caught the snitch, Gryffindor would surely win. Associate Professor Undead, do you know about the Halloween party? Lily had decided to change the subject to something more ordinary. "I don't remember anyone mentioning it to me. Professor Dumbledore has invited a goblin orchestra this year. He's asked those of us in the Magic Club to help with the decorating, and everyone will be in costumes. I think it will be fun. Are you coming?" "Why not?" Jane replied after a moment's thought. She loved Halloween, and when she had the opportunity, she celebrated it with pleasure. She frowned at the thought that she would have to put up with Professor Snape sitting next to her for several hours, but it was too low a price for an otherwise pleasant evening. Although she couldn't complain about the lack of holidays in the last few months, First the ball at the beginning of the school year, then Professor Flitwick's birthday, which had taken place about a week ago in the teacher's room. The teaching profession offered many pleasant experiences. Do you need any help with decorating? At one time, I could conjure quite believable bats. I think you should ask Professor Dumbledore. He's the one who organizes the holiday. Jane was reluctant to meet with the headmaster right now on any issues, but she might be able to ask him sometime while they were eating together at the high table. The annoying, buzzing voice of the commentator, who didn't know whether she sympathized more with her own house or with Gryffindor, came to the fore again, and apologizing, Lily hurried to put her earplugs back on. The match had got a bit uninteresting for the teacher, as nothing significant had happened on the field for a long time. So she closed her eyes and leaned against the railing in front of her. After a while, she tried to look straight down, but she felt dizzy and forced herself to look at a tree on the other side of the forbidden forest for the next few seconds. She had read in a Muggle book that if anyone was afraid of heights, he should avoid looking straight down, so she reprimanded herself for her recklessness. As she played with the little tassel that hung from the edge of her scarf, Jane wondered when her life at Hogwarts had become so confused. And when was it not confused? She wondered. She remembered only one such period since she was no longer a child, when she was with the band. That part with the Order of the Phoenix still irritated her. She wanted to refuse the principal, but something stopped her. And the fact that she couldn't understand what was going on in her own head irritated her even more. How unfortunate that one cannot apply legitimacy to oneself, she sighed. But it was not good to wilt and feel sorry for herself in front of the children here. So Jane hurried to banish those thoughts and focus on the game. She opened her eyes wide and looked around. Down in the field, Roger Davis was shouting something at Lazarus, who was guiltily squeezing his head between his shoulders. Apparently, he had allowed Gryffindor to score another 10 points, so the whole team, excluding Cho Chang, who had other things to watch out for, was both down in the mouth and angry at the poor boy. "Catch the ball at least once, Lazarus," one of the beaters shouted. "Are you so crippled in both your hands?" "I'm trying." Lazarus defended himself. "But it goes so fast every time." Gryffindor's rostrum burst into laughter as the Ravenclaws muttered disapprovingly. Only Lily and her boys had not yet figured out what was going on because of the earplugs. It was practically certain that this was the last match for the guard. Jane wanted to help him with a spell, but it wouldn't be fair. She thought seriously about it for a while, then dismissed the idea. The boy had to learn to judge what was working for him and what wasn't. The score was 130 for Gryffindor, and the Ravenclaw fandom began to despair. Everyone knew Potter was a much better seeker than Cho, and his broom was newer. But still, no one dared to leave because the students took loyalty to their house very seriously. However, fewer and fewer people watched what was really going on in the field. Even the boys who were initially writing their homework returned to this activity. That's why no one noticed the bludger that was about to overthrow Potter from his broom and almost hit his teammate in the head. However, Jane watched with interest. Madame Hooch looked disapprovingly at the two Ravenclaw beaters, who, however, were at the other end of the field and apparently had nothing to do with that. At that moment, Davis had managed to score a new goal for Ravenclaw, and the crowd all around Jane seemed to wake up from deep sleep, immediately jumped to their feet, and began chanting. At that moment, Potter, who had somewhat lost his previous arrogant demeanor, looked around cautiously and seemed to have temporarily forgotten about the snitch. For her part, Cho, who was flying around the stadium on her broom, seemed to have noticed something because she was heading for one of the stands at the maximum possible speed. Potter had apparently noticed the snitch, too, as he rushed to overtake her, holding his broom with both hands. For a while, the two flew almost side to side, but the golden snitch had gone away. Disappointed, both fandoms sat back in their seats. There was a brief struggle for the vacant benches. Someone pushed Jane, and she worked hard not to fall on those already seated. When she finally managed to look at the field, Cho Chang was flying to the top of the teacher's rostrum. Potter followed her belatedly, narrowing his eyes in the direction she was headed. One thing she couldn't deny the seeker: her eyes were really eagle-like, though her broom wasn't particularly new. The Ravenclaws rose to their feet again and waited breathlessly to see what would happen. Cho and Potter practically collided in the air, then parted their brooms with difficulty and descended. When they finally stepped on the grass, everyone could see that Cho was holding the snitch. Madame Hooch blew the whistle for the end of the match, and both teams also went down on the grass. With rapturous shouts, Ravenclaws poured onto the field to greet their players. There were screams, songs were sung, fans hugged and carried the players above their heads. There was a complete commotion on the field. Jane went down with the students and, without much thinking, hugged everyone on the team one by one. Even Lazarus was happy and drowned with attention because he had managed to save the last goal. Gradually, Ravenclaws began leaving the field and headed toward the castle, where they would celebrate all day. Jane lined up at the end of the procession, right next to Yufum and his friends, and walked with them. There was no point in looking for another company. The whole Ravenclaw house had gathered around the players, and the students didn't seem bored with her presence. Jane took one last look around, and just then she noticed Professor Snape frowning at her from the teacher's rostrum. Insufferable man, she thought to herself. What does he think of me? That I am like-minded with the kindergarten children, since I am here with the students? She looked at him defiantly, but he didn't take his eyes off her. Well, let him think whatever he wants. I won't deal with him now. She resolutely turned her back to the rostrum and grabbed the shoulders of Lily and some other Ravenclaw, filling the last row of merry, chanting, and singing students. Halloween was getting closer with each passing day. Overwhelmed by a festive mood, Jane decided not to think about the Order of the Phoenix for a while and rushed to help with the decoration. Although most things would be done just before the holiday, she and Professor Flitwick, along with the senior members of the club, had worked for at least a week before the date. Whether they were conjuring the bats they gathered in an unused classroom on the first floor or making pumpkin lanterns and special holiday garlands, the two teachers and the students worked enthusiastically. The day before the holiday, all the items filled two small classrooms, and there was a separate one for the bats. One of the students had brought a camera, so the decorating group was immortalized in a photo in the bat room, after which they photographed the two rooms with accessories. It would be an interesting holiday. Finally, All Hallows' Eve came, and the Great Hall was festively decorated. Hundreds of bats fluttered in the air, almost as if they were alive, and all the students and even some of the teachers were dressed in holiday costumes. Only Jane, Undead, approached the teacher's table with her hands in her jeans pockets, showing off her Black Witch's t-shirt. The other teachers looked at her in amazement, and only Professor Dumbledore decided to tell her, "An interesting costume, Jane. But shouldn't one today disguise oneself as a magical creature or something?" For the first time in a week, Undead looked at the headmaster openly and even smiled at him. "I've been pretending to be so many things I'm not for so long that I decided to spare myself for at least one day." Her smile became dreamy. "And today I'm just Jane from Kent." The other teachers approved of the idea. Only Severus Snape was chewing a piece of pumpkin pie with his back turned to her, so Jane wished he would choke. There was a joyful noise in the hall, the Ravenclaw students competing to show off their strange holiday inventions. Walking paper men with pumpkins instead of heads, singing bats and pumpkins, meowing Halloween cats and others that had been made especially for the occasion or simply could not find their place among the decoration. Lily Smith enchanted colorful garlands in the air, and the others blew smuggled or handmade whistles, rejoicing at the radical change in the behavior of their house. Undead and Flitwick watched them enthusiastically and discussed aloud the talents of their students. After the festive dinner, the fun continued with a dance party accompanied by the Goblin Orchestra. The tables were pushed against the walls, and the open space was used for dancing. On the first ballad, everyone was dancing, and the Great Hall looked extremely cramped. Professor Dumbledore had invited Professor McGonagall to dance. Snape danced with Sprout, Associate Professor Undead with Professor Flitwick. Even Hagrid was trying to dance, lifting the small divination teacher Professor Trelawney half a meter above the ground. When the first dance was over, most of the teachers hurried to sit down, and only Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall remained on the dance floor. Jane Undead was sitting at the end of the table as far away from Snape as possible, staring dreamily at the holiday decorations and the pairs of dancing students. She remembered another such ball in this same hall many, many years ago. Of course, she was much younger and more cheerful then, and there were at least a few boys vying for her attention. At one point, Frank even had to pretend to be her boyfriend to drive away a particularly persistent suitor. Engulfed in nostalgia, she didn't notice that the principal and his deputy had stopped dancing, and Dumbledore argued quietly with Snape. "Go and invite the girl to a dance, Severus," he urged. "Now is your time. I'm old, so is Flitwick, and Jane needs company her age. You too. I don't remember you having any fun at all since the celebration of the beginning of the school year." "I have no desire, Professor," Snape said sulkily. "Besides, you know I don't like her. I told you that her only purpose is to use and manipulate us. By the way, like everyone in her house," he added quietly, "they always have their hidden goals. I don't see why I'd want to hang around her." "Thank you, but no." "Nonsense, Severus," the headmaster said, and went on as if he hadn't been interrupted. "Janie is a good girl, and you're just making this up to justify you being sour." "Come on, Severus," Professor Flitwick said. "What are you still doing here? Get up." The commotion had already caught Undead's attention, and with laughter and a premonition of what was to follow, she watched as the two professors pushed Snape, who was pulling and frowning, to her part of the table. When he reached her, he gave her a hand in a theatrical manner and said, "Madam." Jane looked both amused and utterly annoyed at the grotesque expression on the face of her most hated colleague. Unfortunately, she couldn't refuse, but she still glanced at the other two professors. Dumbledore did look her straight in the eye, and Flitwick stared pleadingly at her. So Jane just sighed and resigned herself. "Professor," she said, taking Snape's hand. Dumbledore and Flitwick looked at each other jubilantly, and Professor McGonagall, who was just sitting at the table, stared in disbelief at the strange sight. Snape and Undead hand in hand, making their way to the center of the Great Hall. "Albus," she said to the headmaster, "what is this strange theater down on the dance floor?" "Our colleagues have decided to have fun, Minerva," Dumbledore said, winking at Flitwick. "Apparently, the young people like each other. They're a nice couple," Phyllis Flitwick supplemented. Professor McGonagall was suspicious, but said nothing. The scenes from a week ago, when Undead and Snape were walking down the halls, not without exchanging a few epithets, came to her mind. She looked at the students down on the dance floor, staring at them so startled that they forgot to shut their mouths. The two professors faced each other and, touching only their fingertips, began moving slowly in a circle. "Charming suit, Miss Ravendale. A lovely outfit, especially for a peasant girl," Snape said mockingly. "Is the tailor in your village also a publican?" The seams probably resemble his gait in the evening after the obligatory drinking with clients. Well, apparently Professor Snape hadn't wasted his time studying her story until her early childhood, since he even knew the name of the village where she had lived with her mother. However, Undead knew how to defend himself, and when she thought it was safe and there was no one around to hear her, she said, "And your robe must obviously resemble the color of your favorite potion, Severus. Not that it helps, judging by the state of your hair. Maybe this is the reason for your constant bad mood. Potions don't seem to be the answer to everything." There were a few moments of silence, during which Professor Snape's face was getting more and more the rich poisonous green of his robe. After taking a breath, he replied chillingly, "And as for your way of teaching, of which not one or two students complained, I think it would be difficult to find a wizard less interested in protective spells than you. Unless, of course, we search the entire countryside." Jane had long suspected that she wasn't very popular with Slytherin House. Whether it was because she had taken, without any idea at the time, their head's preferred subject, or simply Slytherins had a different attitude toward protection against the dark arts, she didn't know. But she didn't quite like the reminder that the students in this house, unlike those in the other three, didn't appreciate her at all. "With you and your Death Eater friends on my heels, I need to use more offensive magic. One day we will meet again, and then I will show you a few new ones," she finally answered. She even told the truth, or at least part of it. She hadn't met the Death Eaters in a long time, and she hoped she wouldn't see them soon. A witch alone couldn't do much more against such scum than send spells in a random direction and run fast. "I'm looking forward to it," Snape said through clenched teeth. At that moment, the music stopped, and they both moved as far away from each other as possible. Then, on the pretext that they were tired, they left the party almost at the same time, relieved that the headmaster hadn't yet thought of chaining them to each other. It was a pity to leave the celebration, but neither Jane nor Severus intended to stay any longer in each other's company. When she finally reached her room a few floors higher, Undead, quite nervous, swung open the window of her unventilated room. She was both enraged at having to endure Professor Snape's unpleasant company for whole 10 minutes, and incredibly relieved that she could get out of it so easily. After a while, she picked up her guitar and played a favorite slow song, which gradually calmed her down, and she even began enjoying the rest of her happy Snapeless evening. Down in the dungeon, also quite nervous, Severus Snape was preparing a sleeping potion. "What is everyone thinking?" he muttered under his breath as he powdered a piece of the horn of a bicorniger. He was seething with rage because he couldn't figure out who he was angrier with: the professors Dumbledore and Flitwick, who forced him to invite that undead, as he called her most often, to dance with himself for complying with them, or with Jane herself because she didn't refuse him. As he cut the asphodel root, he recalled an old incident from his years with the Death Eaters. One evening, the Dark Lord returned triumphantly to headquarters and said with satisfaction, "Another of our enemies has been removed." Earlier in the evening, he had gone to visit Mrs. Undead of the Order of the Phoenix, who had been betrayed by her own husband. Everyone was silent as he recounted how cowardly she prayed for her life, and the other Death Eaters were dying of laughter, especially the husband in question, whose name, according to Snape's memories, was John Brown. For some reason, Severus didn't like the story at all, and for the first time wondered what would he have been if he had not become a Death Eater. Would life be pleasant? Would there be happy moments? The Death Eaters were such pigs, and dumb ones, on top of that, something Severus had a hard time with. At that moment, he stared into the Dark Lord's eyes and stole a small piece of his memory without the Lord noticing. Snape saw the defeated Susan Undead laughing with her whole throat, despite the wand pointed at her chest. "Why are you laughing, woman?" the Dark Lord asked. "Don't you realize you're going to die now?" Although there was no wind, Susan's hair fluttered and her dark eyes gleamed with ominous flames. "You must be very sad," she told him proudly, "because you can't even touch my most precious possession. She is safe in Hogwarts, and there will come a time when she will avenge me. And tell that dog, my husband, that I will wait for him in hell." Then a ray of green light flashed, and the woman slumped breathlessly on the floor. Did her daughter know about this? Snape thought absently. For a moment the idea crossed his mind that the daughter of such a woman could not be a spy for Lord Voldemort, but he quickly drove it away. Little Miss Brown had certainly followed in her father's footsteps, and the stories of her encounters with the Death Eaters had no doubt been fabricated. He had to keep an eye on her since the principal was so trusting. Severus focused on his decoction, but soon realized he didn't need it. The little annoying creature couldn't cause him more trouble than a mosquito. He was pleased to find that the melody of his favorite song was coming from afar, soon calmed down completely, abandoned his potion, and, blissfully relaxed on his bed with a black canopy, quickly drifted off. Chapter 7. The Order of the Phoenix again. The following day, Jane invited Lily for tea after school. She wanted to talk to her about Legitimacy. Besides, she was curious how the holiday had ended. The two met in the Great Hall after dinner and walked upstairs to Jane's room. They passed by several professors on the stairs, including Professor Flitwick, who greeted them politely. "Lily may return a bit late to her room tonight. We have something to discuss. But I promised to walk her there." "Very well, Jane," the professor replied, visibly pleased, then wished them a good evening and continued down the stairs. Associate Professor Undead looked at him, wondering in amazement that the professor far too easily allowed her to manage his home and his students. Then, for the first time, she thought Professor Flitwick might have been training her to be his successor, and the idea didn't please her. After all, he wasn't that old and could teach for at least a few more years. "You know, Associate Professor Undead," Lily said, "there is word around school that Professor Flitwick is going to retire soon. It will be a pity for him not to teach us anymore." Jane nearly jumped. It was just not normal for a girl who didn't know Legitimacy to guess her thoughts. But after a few seconds, she calmed down. Professor Flitwick had passed them on the stairs, and the girl had said something about him. No special skills were required for that. "Interesting," Jane muttered at last. "If so, who will replace him?" If they don't send us another log from the ministry again, I think there's a good chance it'll be you. If you want it, of course. I'm not sure I'll be able to handle charms, Jane said thoughtfully. I haven't studied for it, and it probably won't be me. Too bad for us, Lily said. They both chose to abandon this depressing subject and said nothing more until they climbed to the 5th floor. After entering the room and sitting in the chairs, Jane set about making tea, or rather conjuring it. Lily sat in the chair with Murray the cat on her lap, watching the rain drumming on the outside of the window. What did you want to talk about, Associate Professor Undead? The girl asked, distractedly stroking the little animal's head. I don't know if you remember, but we have to finish the conversation we started during the Quidditch game. Oh yes? But what do we have to finish? I'm sure I don't have Legitimacy abilities. I checked it in the library the other day, and it turned out to be a very rare skill. It is less common than Animagi and Metamorphmagi combined, and I don't know many Metamorphmagi. It is practically impossible. Jane just shook her head as she handed the cup to her interlocutor. There are no impossible things, only not very probable ones. This is a favorite thought of mine, which my arithmetic teacher liked to repeat back then. Even so, it doesn't look very probable to me. Yes, if you believe what is written in the books. However, as far as these things are concerned, very often the information does not reach them at all. How so? I'm almost certain that all Animagi must register in the Ministry of Magic, like Professor McGonagall. Yes, they must. However, in the class a year above mine, there were 3 unregistered Animagi, a Metamorphmagus and a Legilimens who was a native talent. Wow. Lily couldn't say anything else for a moment. How did you find out? Did they catch them? Some of them, Jane said shortly. But they never made them register. And then we wonder where all this decline in the wizarding world comes from. They drank their tea in silence for a while. The only sound was the soft fall of water drops on the windowsill. Finally, Lily was the first to break the silence. And what makes you think I have such abilities? That's a good question, Jane smiled, poking the coals in the fireplace aimlessly. Then she went to check the door defenses, looked out the window, and only then spoke in a low voice that was almost a whisper. You see, I've been this way myself. Only they noticed me earlier and explained everything to me. Lily opened her mouth in surprise. I never thought you were a Legilimens. So you can read my thoughts? And everyone else's? As long as I make a conscious effort. But not everyone's. Professional aurors, for example, learn how to cover their minds from the likes of me. I'm not going to tell you nonsense like how I've never peeked into a student's mind. I do it all the time, but for small things, to check whether he wrote his homework, whether he intends to be naughty during recess. At least I, from all people, have been taught from an early age that the privacy of others should be respected, as long as they are not dangerous to me or society, which of course has to be established somehow. I hope you're not disappointed in me, Jane said at last, watching her student's expression. No, I'm just a little shocked. And are there others like you at school? There are, Jane said quietly, 2 teachers. These are the ones I know about. Let me guess, one is Professor Snape. I have the feeling that he always knows who is cooking what. Especially Potter. The poor bloke never manages to hide from him. Too bad for Potter, Jane said with a laugh. But we're talking about you right now. There are a few simple exercises that would show me whether you have a gift or not. If you want, we can try them now. The exercises consisted mainly of guessing things. Jane was thinking of something and Lily had to guess it. Then she was hiding an object somewhere, and the girl had to find out what it was just by looking into the teacher's eyes. They tried everything several times, but the result didn't match the expectations of the teacher at all. From all this, it was clear that Lily had no gift for legitimacy, and this contradicted both the observations and the teacher's intuition. That's not good, Lily. Jane finally surrendered and sat down in the chair by the fireplace, rubbing her eyes. Either I don't remember how these things work, or I can't relax enough for you to see anything. Well, I didn't have much hope in the whole business anyway, Lily commented. It seems too fantastic for an ordinary country girl like me to possess such a gift. Come on now. Neither am I from the city, nor are some of the best wizards I know. And I don't think it matters anyway. You know what I'll tell you? Let's try again. This time I'll just watch and you'll guess someone else's thoughts. I think it would be relatively safe to bring you from the next time. He will hardly understand why we are making him do all this, and then the incident will quickly fly out of his blonde head. Associate Professor Undead, why should everything be kept so secret? Lily asked after a while. Honestly, I don't understand what the problem is, even if everyone learns about it. In the end, sooner or later they will. Jane set her cup on the desk and began walking around the room, seemingly distracted. At first glance, she said after a moment, it doesn't make much sense, and it's not worth the effort to hide such a skill. But only at first glance, I assure you. Even the most ordinary-looking wizard would be startled to know that a Legilimens is standing in front of him. Friends begin to shy away from you, and everyone shuts themselves in, even if you do just as much as pass in front of them. But that isn't the real problem. There are cases when the mastery of such a skill gives you, as the Muggles would say, the right to only one shot, until the opponent doesn't know about it and doesn't expect an attack. Therefore, I personally think that it is good for a person who has such abilities to conceal them most carefully until the moment when he really needs them. After this monologue, there was a long silence in the room. Murray could be heard yawning and stretching her paws to the floor, and a few seconds later, she was pounded on all fours. With her back to Lily, Jane stared at the flames of the fireplace, colored spots floating before her eyes. Associate Professor Undead, Lily whispered at last. What are you afraid of? The teacher slowly turned in the direction of her voice and stared at the bright red flames that still played before her eyes. Me, she finally replied. The usual, I suppose. I'm afraid of the dark, and from everything that can jump out of it, especially outside the castle gates. The last words were rather muttered, but Lily heard and understood very well. Her favorite teacher hadn't come to Hogwarts by chance or out of an unusually strong desire to teach. She was a fugitive, hiding from something, or rather from someone, and teaching was more of a hobby. Similar thoughts swirled in the head of the older teacher. The moment was especially irksome for her, as he was a cheerful person by nature and didn't like to think about her problems. And yet she had to find a solution. The two talked a little more, but reluctantly. Then Jane saw that it was too late and went to walk the girl to Ravenclaw Tower. The eagle seemed to have fallen asleep, as his question was not very intelligent, and they both entered without difficulty. There wasn't a living soul in the common room. It hadn't changed much since Jane's school years, but the teacher examined it carefully before heading to the boys' bedrooms. You never told me who the second one was, Lily said while they were still in the middle of the room. I wouldn't have told you about the first one, too, if you hadn't figured it out yourself, Jane said. And I think that's best. You'd better not talk about it with the others. I don't think it affects them, at least for now. I won't, Lily promised, though she wasn't particularly happy about it. And come to rehearse a little these days. Just because you couldn't play on Halloween doesn't mean you can't qualify for the Yuletide concert. I'll try to get the others together. Good night, Associate Professor Undead. Good night, Lily. Lily opened the door to the inner staircase, and Jane waited in the common room until her footsteps faded away, then walked slowly to the exit. Although it was late, she didn't feel like sleeping. She had some things to think about, and she didn't want to return to her room. After walking for many minutes in the dimly lit corridor, her legs finally started to ache, and she decided to go somewhere she could sit. There were plenty of empty classrooms around, but somehow she wasn't attracted to the thought of dusty desks and the smell of herbs. Luckily for her, only 2 floors below was the classroom she had loved since her first year at Hogwarts, the Charms classroom. She went to the front row of desks, where she usually sat as a student, so as not to miss any of the professor's words, sat in the middle of the row, took off her shoes, and crossed her legs in the seat. It was time to think. Suppose, Jane began, that I don't join the order. Then what? I will remain, as I'm now, a paranoid eremite. Although there'll be no need to run, and I'll be able to walk around the castle in peace. Possibly even go to London, during the day, and with someone else. One fine day the Death Eaters will find me, and then I'm finished. No, that's not a way to live. Even if I'm very careful, in the end, the order could lose, and I'll find myself in starting position. Unpleasant, Janie, very unpleasant. On the other hand, I don't like this order at all. I have a feeling they're doing nothing. Cappy take them, it's probably full of traitors. Severus Snape, If he participates, of course, will hardly be the only one, although he may be the most important. Wouldn't it be dangerous for me to even appear there? Maybe it's better to take care of my hide while I still have it. Unfortunately, both streams of thought seemed somehow insufficient to Jane. Both the blind throwing into the fight and the stupid hiding were extreme options she didn't like. If she had wanted to run away, she would have left long ago, say, for Rio de Janeiro, where she could change her name and live relatively quietly. She didn't want anything for herself, but she had a debt she still hadn't paid. She had vowed to avenge her mother, and it was time to find the best way to do so. Although she didn't like the order, it offered her relative protection and the opportunity to wait for the right time. The young woman sighed. With or without much desire, it was time for her to commit to an organization. Slowly she got up, put on her shoes, and stretched. Professor Dumbledore must have been awake, so she decided to go and find him. She headed for the stairs and began descending. On the way, she met the Gray Lady, who was walking with a ghostly copy of her memoirs in her hand, and Jane nodded friendly. Then out of nowhere came the caretaker, Mr. Filch, who examined her from top to bottom, realized she wasn't a student, and disappointedly turned his back on her. It was a long way to go to the headmaster's office, but Jane was in no hurry. When she finally reached it, she held out her wand to the top of the fountain and knocked 3 times. She was glad that now, as a teacher, she knew this signal to inform the principal. Otherwise, she would have to hang out here until he decided to go out on some occasion. After a while, a tiny gap opened in the wall, which began to widen rapidly until it looked like a door hole. And then the headmaster came out, wearing a dressing gown and a nightgown. "Well, Jane, I hope that at least it's important," he said, yawning. "I had such a pleasant dream." "I'm sorry, headmaster," Jane said guiltily. "I thought you might not be asleep yet. I decided to join the Order of the Phoenix." It had only been a few days since Jane had made her decision when Professor Dumbledore took her to her first meeting of the Order. The headquarters were in a shabby old house, protected by the Fidelia spell. She didn't have time to look at it properly, but it was obvious that it had once belonged to a noble wizarding family. Inside, she had to hand over her magic wand for storage. Apparently, they still didn't trust her completely, and then immediately she had to take an oath, which fortunately was purely formal and didn't bind her in any way. These ways were new and strange to her, but Jane didn't complain. She knew she would have to follow their rules while she was in the Order, and she was hardly surprised by them. She was more interested in the crowd of people filling the room. Who were they? Why had they come to the Order? Questions she couldn't answer yet. Theoretically, she could use her special skills, but she had to be really mad to do it. She couldn't risk bumping into an Accusations and revealing herself right away. Although, on the other hand, Professor Snape was here, and he knew. "Don't worry, Janie. Just listen and be careful. Many things can be learned from a simple observation." And she began looking around. First, she saw an elderly wizard, whom someone inadvertently called Mr. Dumbledore. Apparently, this was the headmaster's brother, whom she had only heard of so far. In one corner sat a red-haired family of at least 5 members. They had come with their children. They must have been the Weasleys. Professor Snape sat at the other end of the room with an impenetrable expression. Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall were more or less clear. But in the distance, in the middle of a group of people stood out a purple haircut that was familiar to Jane. Since the actual meeting had not yet begun, she allowed herself to get up and go to take a closer look. And she wasn't mistaken. It was the well-known Nymphadora Tonks, who had sometimes come to the Black Witch's concerts in the past, led by 2 older friends. "Hey, Dora," Jane said quietly. She immediately regretted the choice of address, as the other woman frowned when she heard her name. Jane also cursed herself for deciding to use a name at all. People here avoided addressing each other by name, except for extremely urgent official matters. "Jane, is that you?" The woman finally recognized her and shouted a little louder than she should have. "I thought you were no longer alive." "Then you're writing me off way too quickly," Jane smiled back. "Are the boys here too?" "No, only me." She suppressed the discomfort in her stomach. "The boys are in Europe, at least as far as I know. So you've finished school? What are you doing for a living?" Jane didn't like asking questions in that manner, but she hadn't heard from her acquaintance for so long that she couldn't help herself. "I graduated 5 years ago," Dora said proudly. I'm an auror now. What about you? Me? Jane wondered for a moment whether to lie, but quickly decided against it. I'm currently teaching at HOGWARTS DADA. I'm also helping some kids found a group. Just like the old times, huh? I still remember you running after the boys in their hotel rooms to collect their clothes from the floor and send them to wash themselves. The two women laughed quietly, and all the neighbors turned to them curiously. Apparently, the meeting was about to begin because Dora suggested to Jane, "Do you want to come with me and sit over there?" Jane followed the direction her friend was pointing at, but saw only the unpleasant physiognomy of Severus Snape. "You want us to sit next to Professor Snape?" she asked in disbelief. "Of course not." To his right, Snape has turned his back on him. "His name is Lupin." "Let's sit there then," Jane agreed quickly and added, "He looks nice, especially against this background." Without hurrying, the two witches moved to where Lupin was sitting. Jane asked him if the seats were vacant, and after his answer, Dora sat down next to him. Soon Professor Dumbledore came into the room, and everyone hurried to sit around the table. "Honestly, I'm glad I'm not sitting next to Professor Snape," Jane whispered. "I sit next to him at the Hogwarts High table every day." "Bad luck," Dora Tonks said, pulling a sheet of parchment and a pen from her small purse. Apparently, she'd been chosen to record the meeting because she started writing with the first word of Professor Dumbledore. Jane was a bit disappointed because she had expected she would be able to exchange a word or two with her old friend during the meeting. It wasn't that fatal, though, so she decided to fill her time with something else instead. She turned slightly toward Dora and, under the illusion that she was examining her inkwell, tried to look as closely as possible at the Lupin in question. He was older than Dora, even older than she was, but that wasn't much of a problem. He had a slightly tormented look, his hair was already gray, but he seemed to be in good spirits. And just as she studied him, he tried to sneak a peek at Dora. Apparently, something was going on here, Jane thought with interest. The meeting was boring in general, although important issues were discussed, such as the possibility of the Death Eaters taking over Hogsmeade. Unfortunately for Jane, no one expressed an opinion that was at least somewhat logical and contained new information, unknown to her. Already annoyed, she began looking at the faces of the wizards sitting around the table, hoping to find someone familiar. Indeed, there were at least a few people she had seen before, but they either didn't look in her direction or, more likely, didn't remember her. Finally, she stared around the room when she caught sight of an unusual man who was also looking at her. He had tousled black hair, a beard, and a smiling expression on his face, as if something amused him greatly. They stared in each other's eyes for a while. Then the man waved and grinned. Jane waved cautiously at him, too, and smiled. However, almost immediately, her attention was drawn to the voice of Professor Dumbledore, who had begun speaking passionately about something related to the Ministry of Magic. So she hurried to focus on his speech and quickly forgot about the stranger. The event ended shortly after midnight. True, there were more interesting opinions on the second topic, but in general, for Jane, the meeting was a waste of time. Well, at least she could stay up until late, so she didn't fall asleep like some other elderly or just tired wizards. Everyone was in a hurry to leave, including Dora Tonks, who apologized for having to start work early tomorrow, but left her address and asked Jane to write to her. When Jane finally decided to leave, only she and two other wizards remained in the house, Professor Dumbledore and the black-haired man who had waved to her during the first discussion. The headmaster had just said goodbye and headed for the exit, and she was trying to catch up when the stranger's voice came from behind her. "Hey, Jane," he shouted to her great surprise. She and Professor Dumbledore immediately turned back. "How do you know my name?" she asked surprisedly. "It's really you." He looked sincerely happy. "I thought I was hallucinating." Associate Professor Undead remained silent for a few seconds, trying to remember exactly where she had seen this man. During this time, the headmaster took a few steps toward him and said calmly, "I hope what you're up to is reasonable, Sirius." "Just a few glasses of whiskey, Professor." "Of course, if the lady agrees. As you know, she and I are old acquaintances." "Do as you wish, Sirius." "And you, Jane." The headmaster turned to her. "Don't worry about this hothead. He may seem scary at times, but he's actually quite harmless." Before Jane could answer anything, the headmaster handed her her wand, said goodbye, left the antechamber, and after a bit closed the front door. For a moment, she hesitated whether to apologize and leave. But the fact that the Sirius in question knew her was enough to make her curious and stay. "So your name is Sirius," Jane said, looking at him. "I'm sorry, but I don't remember you. This doesn't disappoint me much, but I remember you quite well. You're Jane Undead, aren't you? I was a big fan of your band at one time." Extremely flattered, Jane didn't know what to say. It was rare for anyone to remember her band anymore, let alone her. "And now, if you want to take advantage of my invitation and have a drink, you can follow me upstairs. I keep my booze there, as well as my music." "Listen, Sirius," Jane spoke, at last, looking around at the strange interior. "Will you tell me your surname? I think it's only fair since you know mine anyway." "I suppose I can tell you," he said after a moment's thought. "It's no secret anyway. My surname is Black. You must have heard it." "Well, that explains a lot." Jane did remember hearing about the famous House of Black, as well as its specific representative, Sirius, who was one of the animagi she'd recently told Lily about. She wondered who the others were. "You have a nice house." "Ah, an old shack." Sirius waved a hand. "It's good enough to hide your head from the rain. My hands itch if not to tear it all down, at least to repair it. It probably hasn't seen a repairman for at least 100 years. "A repairman?" "Sirius, I'm sorry to tell you, but you speak like a muggle." "Still? Well, some things don't change. I once learned to talk like that to annoy my mother and father. Obviously, I still can't get rid of this. When we go upstairs, you'll understand me better." Jane paused as she began gasping from climbing the steep stairs. Strangely, this had never happened to her on the stairs at Hogwarts, but she rarely talked to anyone there while climbing. "Well, we're here," the host announced as they climbed to the second floor. "Follow me. Be careful with the cobwebs. I haven't removed them yet. You see, no one but me comes up here." Jane followed in silence, tucking slightly in the hem of her robe. The floor and part of the space along the walls were indeed covered with cobwebs, as well as other debris, which she tried to ignore. After a short walk down a wide corridor, the two found themselves in front of a door that seemed to have been opened soon. "Welcome." Sirius opened the door and invited her inside. Jane looked around curiously. The room, unlike the rest of the house, was decorated in gold and red with Gryffindor flags and many posters on the walls. "It's not much, but I try to keep it in order," he said apologetically. "Come, have a seat. I like it." Jane smiled as she settled onto the bed, covered with a red blanket. "Although I would have chosen other colors." "I know. Ravenclaw, right?" She nodded. "And speaking of differences, as far as I can remember, you didn't like whiskey. Large amounts of gin and possibly tonic, if there's any, left. I don't drink that much anymore, except as on occasions." "And how do you remember so much about me?" "I've already forgotten most of these things." "Well, it turned out that my head has an almost infinite capacity to store memories that aren't very useful in my daily life. For example, I remember sneaking into Hogwarts on Halloween with my friends because we've heard that the school already had its own rock band. I learned that after school you started a new band, the Black Witches, but I couldn't keep up with it because I was hindered. Although I must say that when I finally heard your recordings, I was quite impressed." As he spoke, Sirius had managed to pull out a bottle and 2 glasses and place them on the table. Then he pulled an old gramophone from a cupboard and, putting a record in it, asked his guest, "I hope you don't mind listening to the Weird Sisters, or to your band. Some fairies managed to bite holes in my other records, so I have almost nothing left." "The Weird Sisters is fine," Jane said, examining the bottle left on the table. "The booze looked fine too." After a while, familiar music sounded from the gramophone, and Jane shook her hair out of habit. Sirius sat down in the chair opposite her and poured into the 2 glasses. "What are we going to drink to?" Jane asked enthusiastically. "Do we have to drink to something specific? It's accepted so in the civilized countries." "Well, let's drink to school then. I guess you won't mind." They drank to school, then to other things, and in the meantime, they talked. Jane admitted that she was teaching DADA at Hogwarts, and Sirius vaguely suggested that he was looking for a job. Then they drank more, talked, danced, and had as much fun as they saw fit. At one point, Sirius disappeared somewhere, probably for more gin, and the already intoxicated Jane laid down on the bed she was sitting on. She felt at ease in this house, since Professor Dumbledore trusted Black, and there must have been a lot of alarms and security systems inside. Besides, no one knew she was staying here. At that moment, a small, ugly creature came running in and asked her who she was and which wizarding family did she come from. And since she was smashed, Jane didn't hold her tongue. First, she cursed at it, then told it that she was from the Undead family and she planned to turn it into a mushroom, after which the annoying creature ran away screaming. Not clear if it was because of her origin or rather because of the threat. When the host finally returned with a new bottle of gin, he found his guest asleep on his own bed, sighed, threw a blanket over her, and holding the bottle under his arm, descended the stairs without much coordination. Chapter 8. Professor Snape and the Straw Death Eaters. One afternoon, Jane, undead, was lying across her bed, contemplating the mountaintop scene from the window. The colorful cat was curled up on her lap, purring softly as her mistress stroked her fur. A few days ago, the meeting of the Order of the Phoenix had taken place, at which Jane went skeptical and returned with a terrible hangover. Well, at least she recovered before she went to class. Otherwise, she could incur herself in front of the students. That night she met the wizard she was thinking about at the moment, who eventually got her drunk. Not that she was in love or anything, but she definitely liked the attention. "You won't believe what I learn about you." Sirius Black had woken her in the morning after the steady binge with those words. "What can be so interesting to learn about me?" Jane replied drowsily as she put on her glasses. Apparently, she had fallen asleep after drinking a lot of gin the night before, and now the ceiling was spinning before her eyes. "And where, if it's no secret, did you learn it? I suppose you remember Creature, our house elf. He said he saw you here last night and started questioning you." Naturally, I scolded him that it wasn't his job to question my guests, but he hardly heard me. "But he told me something very interesting about your pedigree. It turns out that your family is about 100 years old and there are no men in it, except for a short time, and as an exception, I guess they just weren't lucky. 2 drowned, 1 disappeared without a trace, and 1 contracted manicore fever and passed away shortly after. But it seems as if you're having fun. I'm not laughing at you. Creature just seems afraid of you, which is funny for me at least. You see, he usually annoys my friends and tries to drive them away because they had muggle blood. Well, if it's funny for you, enjoy it. I'm thinking of lying down a little longer until the earth stops rocking." Unfortunately for her, however, she could not lie down for long, as according to her watch, it would soon be time for breakfast at Hogwarts, where she hoped she could refresh herself with a cup of coffee. So she had to say goodbye to Sirius and leave his house. After looking out the window toward the square, she decided she could get out safely and operate to Hogsmeade. The fresh air did its trick, and after walking all the way to school, she felt much better than before, so she went straight to breakfast, stopping by the bathroom to fix her hair a bit. And now she was lying on the bed in her room, remembering the occurrence. Professor Dumbledore had said that Sirius's house was as secure as possible, so Jane wasn't worried that she spent the night there. She had long been fed up with the castle, so she was glad she had diversified a little. Sirius invited her to visit him again sometime or stay after the next meeting, but she wasn't sure that would be sensible. She didn't think she should trust Sirius completely, especially since she couldn't rule him out as a potential spy of the Dark Lord. The story with the house elf had startled her a lot. On the other hand, if she came without warning and left cautiously, she could probably visit the place. After all, the house was the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, and Professor Dumbledore must have stuffed it with protective spells. And now that she was a teacher, things were changing for her, at least to some extent. Voldemort certainly still wanted to catch her, but since she was under Professor Dumbledore's protection, he was the one who needed to be more careful. Jane decided to leave the matter for now and go do something useful, such as take a bath. It was a Thursday afternoon, and the ladies' club was about to gather in the teacher's bathroom. This time she went downstairs wearing her robe, holding her bathrobe over her hand. It was cold in the castle as the first heavy snow of the season had fallen outside. To her delight, the bathroom was warm, steam coming out of every open faucet, and a small fireplace was burning in the antechamber. Minerva and Pomona had already arrived and were just undressing, so Jane greeted them and hurried to do the same. As she waited for them to sort their clothes, she warmed a little in front of the fireplace. Then the 3 of them entered the main room. After helping them prepare the bathtub, she went to take a quick shower as was her habit, and, with some delay, also slipped into the colored foam. Shortly afterwards, Aurora arrived, took a quick shower, and joined them. "I'm completely numb," she complained. "Last night, I and the students spent at least 2 hours at the top of the tower before the clouds gathered. It was very cold, and the wind was blowing strong. I think I should go to Madame Pomfrey to give me something for the cold. I could rub you." Jane offered her services. "After we come out of the tub, I know from my aunt that it keeps you from getting sick. I'll be very glad. I can't stay still because of the cold since last night." Aurora Sinistra even shivered in the water. Apparently, she felt quite cold, then sank to her chin. After a while, Pomona offered to play cards, which everyone approved. Only Aurora hesitated for a moment if she would feel too cold to keep her hands out of the water, but then decided to play too. They conjured a marble table in the middle of the pool, after which Jane began dealing the cards. They played 3 bridge games, 2 of which Jane and Minerva lost and won one. Then they got tired, put away the cards and the table, and started talking. After listening to the conversation about the upcoming students' visit to Hogsmeade, Jane decided to ask something that she was interested in at the moment. "Does any of you happen to know more about Sirius Black, in whose house we met?" The 3 of them turned to her, somewhat surprised, and Minerva replied, "Sirius, it's interesting that you think of him just now. In fact, I shouldn't be surprised. I keep forgetting that you're new, and you just weren't here then. You see, 3 years ago, we had a little adventure with him here in school. He came looking for his godson and scared everybody. This is hardly a reason for anyone to be scared. Yes, but there were special circumstances around him. I guess you know that Sirius was in Azkaban for many years." "Azkaban?" Jane was shocked. "What for? And how did they release him?" Minerva raised an eyebrow in surprise. Her colleague was quite uninformed about an issue that had caused a great deal of controversy a few years ago, which was rather strange. "He was taken away because he turned the Potters over to you, know who. But he escaped 3 years ago." "Minerva, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that's not possible. Or at least it wasn't possible then." She corrected herself because she quickly remembered some of last year's incidents. "I don't know how he escaped, but he definitely did. They turned every stone looking for him. Eventually, Professor Snape and Professor Lupin, who was teaching your subject at the time, managed to catch him, and he turned out to be innocent. The real culprit was the Potter's other friend, Peter. But nothing can be proven until Peter is caught. That's why poor Sirius is practically locked in his house. Professor Dumbledore says it's dangerous for him to go outside." Jane just nodded, trying to stomach the shocking news. "To sit in prison for so long, given that you have done nothing wrong." Her new acquaintance was definitely to be pitied. On the other hand, it wasn't so certain that he was really innocent. True, the headmaster believed him, but he could sometimes be more gullible than was safe for anybody. She had to check it out somehow, but so far she didn't have a good idea how. She had remembered Black from the time they were together at school. He was something like Yougham Forest, but not so stupid. The girls were like glued to him. The good thing was that he probably didn't know Legitimacy because very few animagi knew it, but it didn't stop him from learning a little occlumency. In that case, Jane would, at best, simply waste her time, and at worst, reveal herself to a potential spy. Deciding to abandon this topic for the time being, the young teacher tried to join the conversation of the others again. However, they had fallen silent and drank cocktails with fire whiskey instead, probably to keep warm. When they offered one to her, she gladly accepted. Then they talked again about going to Hogsmeade, and Minerva asked her, "What about you, Jane? Don't you want to come with us? Teachers can indeed go at any time, but I guess you will enjoy the company. The whole school will be there." "Well, if you think it's going to be interesting, Minerva, I'll come. I just need to count my galleons first." They talked for a few more minutes about minor matters, after which Jane went to rub Aurora Sinistra's back, as she had promised. If nothing else, at least Jane couldn't complain about not working. Lily and her band came to rehearse regularly, and she had recently begun doing something for the defense against the dark arts class, with the help of Professor Hagrid, which she hoped they would complete by the end of the year. Unable to think of anything else on the subject of Sirius Black, she wrote a letter to Dora Tonks, in which she mentioned, among other things, his name and her hesitation as to whether he was really innocent. Since the girl was an auror, she might tell her if there was anything peculiar about him. One day, just as she was walking the 5 Ravenclaws to the door after a rehearsal, to her great surprise, a student was waiting for her outside, probably for counseling. This was Anthony Stone, one of the few Slytherins from his year who attended the Magic Club. YEA hadn't knocked on the door, but was standing outside waiting for them to finish, however, was unknown. "Hello, Anthony." Jane greeted him as the 7 people around the door wondered how to pass. There was a small commotion, but it quickly resolved on its own. The boys had decided that Lily had to go through the door first, and she, without even having an idea, stood at the back, waiting for the others to come out. Once the girl realized what was expected of her, she finally stepped forward while Anthony held the door and the others lined up behind her. Lily nodded to him, and he almost dropped the doorknob as he answered her. All of this took less than 10 seconds, but it was enough for Jane to notice 2 things. Anthony seemed to have fallen for Lily beyond recognition, and she wasn't indifferent to him, too. After the Ravenclaws hid behind the next door, Jane and Anthony walked back into the room, and the teacher asked, "So, Anthony, what brings you here?" "Well, Professor, I'm having trouble with a spell from the club." The boy sounded a little distracted, so she gave him time to come to his senses before asking him exactly what the spell was. After fixing the problem with the spell, it turned out that Anthony had recorded it incorrectly because he was in a hurry. Jane politely offered him a cup of tea. "I want to ask you," she began as she sipped her tea. "Did you hear anything coming from the room while you were outside?" "Actually, yes. Rock music, but not very loud." "I see. We forgot to cast the soundproofing spell again. May I be a little curious?" "Of course. What do you think about what you heard?" "You see, I'm a little biased, even though I'm not in the band, so I want to hear a second opinion." "I think it was very good," Anthony said sincerely. "Are you teaching them?" "Yes. I'm passing the experience, so to say. At one time I also had a band, although we haven't played for a long time. The boys and Lily wanted me to help them, and I did what I could." Meanwhile, Murray stuck her head out of the bedroom door and, looking around, decided to join in the conversation with a pitiful meowing. "Poor Murray," Jane said at once. "Did I forget to feed you again?" "You have a nice cat, Professor," Anthony said, and went to pet the animal, which was already eating from its bowl. "There are a lot of them in my aunt's place," Jane answered. "I took Murray already grown up, but we have little kittens every spring. I can get you one if you want." "I would be very glad, but I don't know how my tomcat will accept it. He is a little jealous of other cats." "You have a tomcat? Can I see him sometime?" "You'll have to come to the dungeon. He doesn't allow to be carried around." Since she didn't have much against the Slytherin dungeon, Jane agreed to drop by some time. The student and the teacher talked a little while they drank their tea, after which Anthony apologized that he had things to do and started for the door. "Come by more often," Jane told him while walking him to the door. "I'm very happy when I can help my students with something. And you better not call me a professor for now. I'm just an associate professor." "I'll try to remember." They said goodbye, and Jane returned to her room. Meanwhile, an owl had appeared in the window, tapping its beak impatiently on the glass, with a letter tied to its leg. The teacher hurried to open it and take out the letter. The bird wandered around the room, but when it saw the cat, it decided it would be wise to fly away. The letter was from Dora Tonks, who had apparently decided to write to her as soon as possible after receiving hers. Dora was writing about her life during the years when they had not seen each other, and mentioned, among other things, some amusing stories from her work. She had given a lot of space to Sirius Black, where she defended him fervently, but the letter made it clear that the two were in fact cousins or something. So Jane wasn't sure her words were reliable. She sighed and picked up some parchment and a pen. She decided to respond immediately by sharing some information about herself and writing that she didn't really mind her cousin. She just wanted to make sure of what she had heard at school. The autumn days passed monotonously. The weather was depressing. It was constantly raining or windy. There was a Quidditch match between Slytherin and Hufflepuff, which was not attended by many spectators, as the weather had been quite unpleasant. Jane spent most of her days in her office or room, sometimes stopping by the teacher's room. The students had already begun to get into rhythm, especially the Ravenclaws, who seemed to have finally awakened from their deep sleep. In one of the first days of December, she decided to surprise the 6th graders with an innovation she had invented herself. When the Ravenclaw students entered the classroom, they noticed two major changes in the room's interior. The first was that all the desks and chairs were shifted to the walls, and the second was a few scarecrows with hooded cloaks complementing its decoration. Associate Professor Undead, August asked impatiently. What are these things in the middle of the room? These, August, are Death Eaters made of sacks, Jane answered calmly. Several students laughed at her words, to which she only smiled in response. They don't look real to you now, but you'll see in a moment. At that moment, the teacher noticed a raised hand at the end of the row of students. Yes, Miss Jones, Jane said. Professor, what is all this about? Omitting the wrong address, she decided to answer the question. It occurred to me that you hadn't actually practiced very well any of the spells we learned due to the simple lack of suitable objects. But I think that with the help of these dummies, you'll feel as if you have real opponents against you, and we'll be able to practice everything. So, if there aren't any more questions, I think it's time to get started. There were still a lot of uncomprehending faces around her, but Jane was convinced that it was better to show them than to keep explaining. So she swung the curtains on the windows and with one short motion enchanted the sack figures. They began making sounds as if they were about to attack and approach the students. Cassandra Jones screamed in surprise. Don't worry, they're completely safe, Jane shouted just in case. There's nothing they can do to you, but you can apply on them all sorts of spells you can think of. In fact, let's practice the repulsing spell first. To set an example, she stepped before the students and repulsed the nearest Death Eater with a well-measured impulsive spell. It's your turn, she urged them. With a determined expression on her face, Lily Smith stepped forward and also aimed at one of the figures. The spell was strong, and the dummy flew to the other end of the room. Lily was followed by August, then by Jerry and Eupham. Gradually, the others calmed down and decided to test their abilities. Jane encouraged them, and when they had all successfully practiced the first spell, she offered them another. Now try without speaking. Very good. Lily and August, you try without wands. And now the others. The students were no longer afraid of the Death Eaters, who were slowly losing their limbs and sometimes their heads, and straw was flying all over the room. Associate Professor Undead, it's a lot of fun, Eupham exclaimed excitedly as he decapitated a dummy. Only you'll help me clean afterwards, which is unlikely to be so much fun, Jane joked as she stood to one side and watched the lesson. Most of the students did great, but some needed help. She looked at her watch from time to time, so as not to hold them longer than she should, and when there were 5 minutes left until the end of the class, she announced the end of the lesson. It ended too fast. A ginger boy tried to protest, standing a little away from Lily. So much for today. Death Eaters are humans, too, and also need their rest. There was a storm of laughter. 50 points for Ravenclaw. I think you deserve them. And now you can disperse. Whoever wants could stay and clean with me. Most of the students hurried to leave, but a few remained. Lily, August, and Seth, as well as 2 of the others, helped collect the straw in a pile, after which Jane treated them to some strong tea. We did a good job today, she commended them as she pulled out a straw tangled in her hair. Associate Professor Undead, do you think we'll be able to cast these spells if we meet a real adversary? Asked August, who had left his cup of tea on a desk to cool. I really hope so, Jane answered him. But it's good to exercise regularly. Professor, may I ask you a question, if it's not too daring? The teacher turned to the source of the voice and saw a tall, dark-haired girl with aristocratic features chilling her tea with a spell. Of course, Alice. That's why I'm here, she said calmly and smiled invitingly. Have you met the Death Eaters yourself? I mean, face to face? At the mention of this question, Jane froze in her place. It was logical to be asked this, but she didn't expect it at that moment. She met Lily's gaze, who was looking at her seriously, her eyes reading, "Should I tell her to shut up, or will you?" Waving Lily not to worry, Associate Professor Undead explained earnestly, "One should avoid such meetings as much as possible. But there is not always a choice. To answer your question, and I think you deserve an honest answer, yes, I had to face the Death Eaters. It's not something I recommend." All 5 kids looked startled and didn't appreciate her humor at all, but Jane wasn't offended. "Look, there's nothing to be scared of," she explained calmly. "That's my job. Come on now, drink your tea, and you better get going before you're late for a class and lose points from Ravenclaw. Almost the same lesson was repeated with the students from the other houses. The Slytherins were quite skeptical of the exercise, and the Hufflepuffs needed a lot of help, but in the end, they all did well. For the 7th year, this class was even more difficult, and for the 5th year, some things had to be eased. Nevertheless, all the students were very excited after their first lesson with the Death Eaters and were looking forward to the next one. However, one of the Ravenclaws spread the spilt the beans, and soon the whole school knew about Jane's meetings with the Dark Lord's true followers. In general, this rather impressed the students, although some didn't believe it. Professor Snape seemed to have listened to the rumors as well, and who knows why he didn't seem particularly happy with what he had learned. He and Jane looked awry at each other for a long time before finding a safe way to compare their abilities. And so one day Professor Snape spoke to Jane. Just after lunch was over, Associate Professor Andy, he said formally, vicious flames flashing in his eyes. The headmaster has asked me to test your clemency skills. He needs to know who he trusts, and that's why he's given me this task. So Professor Dumbledore told you to test me? Undead repeated in disbelief, looking her colleague straight in the eye and added, hurriedly, of which you probably convinced him yourself. Are you still playing that string, Snape? The task I've been given, said the professor icily, greatly affects the work of the Order. As for me, your pathetic personality does not particularly excite me. There was almost no one left in the Great Hall, so they could talk calmly without the danger of being overheard. I'd love to miss this lesson, Jane said with a hint of anger in her voice. But I already promised Professor Dumbledore to speak with you. This was a complete lie, but she wanted to know what would happen next. The only bad thing was that Dumbledore himself had no idea of this promise, and it wasn't wise to give false information to someone so good at legitimacy. Fortunately, the witch knew how to cover for herself and did her best not to give away her innocent lie. If he wanted to compare abilities, let him start here. However, Professor Snape didn't seem to be particularly interested in her last remark, but instead pushed his chair back and motioned for her to follow him to the door. Let's go to the history of magic classroom. Professor Binns has no classes there today, Jane suggested. Snape snorted something in response, but he seemed to agree as he walked to the stairs that led to the classroom in question. Since he didn't comply with her stride at all, she had to run after him, so she wouldn't lag far behind. As they entered the classroom, the two of them pulled up a chair on either side of the teacher's desk and sat down almost simultaneously, looking at each other with animosity. Maybe I should take my glasses off, Undead said first, reaching for the dark blue frame. True, she wouldn't be comfortable without them, but the suggestion that Snape's genius could be hampered by a piece of glass seemed tempting and at the same time looked like a subtle insult. It's not necessary. There was a slight irritation in his eyes, and Jane felt inner satisfaction. One by one, the professor's weaknesses began unfolding before her. She smiled politely and focused on her interlocutor's eyes. For a long moment, the black and the brown eyes met, and Jane felt the floor suddenly collapsing beneath her feet. For a moment, everything around her seemed black. She didn't see, she didn't hear, she didn't feel. Then, like a roar from above, someone's crying fell on her. It was hers, she realized, unable to think of anything else. Don't cry, Janie, a woman's voice whispered. Her vision cleared and two girls with long dark hair and black robes were hugging in front of her. When the two let go, she distinguished in one of them herself, this time without surprise, and the other was her good friend Margita, who had died a few years ago. They left without even calling me, whimpered Jane from the memory. They were like family to me. They didn't want it to happen like that, the other girl answered. Maybe they had some troubles. We all have troubles. Jane wiped a tear from her cheek. Since the Dark Lord returned, all the rats have fled wherever they can. Some go as far as Europe. Don't talk like that, Margita reassured her. These are just rumors. You'll see that everything will be fine. You know you're wrong, don't you, Gita? A fleeting smile flashed across the younger Jane's face. You've been so happy lately that you find everything wonderful. Your wedding, now the baby. I'm so afraid for you when you're near me. I can get you into trouble. Don't say that, Jane. Margita patted her gently on the shoulder. You don't believe in these things, do you? Your mates are just a little scared. When they see that nothing has happened, they will return on their own. Yes, they're just a bunch of pathetic cowards. But believe it or not, I'm like them. Tomorrow I'll pack up and hide somewhere. I'll not look for you anymore. It won't be good for you. But if you see things are getting rough, take your husband and cover yourself somewhere. I don't think there's any reason for them to look for you, but you better be careful. What about you? Why do you think they'll look for you? I'm not really sure. I just know it. When Voldemort begins with a family, he finishes with it. And, watching shocked this conversation from long ago, Jane felt it's time to act. She knew what was coming next, and she didn't intend to reveal it to her colleague, even if they were on the same team, which she didn't believe. She strained her will to the limit, and when she felt the time was right, he directed it to Sirius. He flinched for a second, but that was enough for the picture before their eyes to dissolve. Jane had gathered speed, so she didn't stop there. She wanted to see something significant. She wanted him to remember a nightmare, too. To see it so alive and real that he loses all idea of place and time. She felt she could and would do it. She took a deep breath and attacked. One moment she could see Sirius's eyes. The next she seemed to be moving frantically. It was like a journey through memories. The victim always felt it, but it was the most effective way to reach someone's humiliating or shocking memories. Jane herself had used it several times, so she could be sure she had felt it some moments ago. Almost instinctively, she found such a memory in his mind and stopped at it. She felt as if she had suddenly stopped her broom in motion and was about to fall out of her hard chair, but she managed to stay in place with great effort and focus on the picture. The room was gloomy and very cluttered. A young woman was lying in an old iron bed with torn blankets, muttering something. She looked pale and emaciated. She must have been sick. At that moment, the room's door opened and a 13 or 14-year-old boy with tousled long hair and a worried expression entered. "Mother," said the boy softly and sat down by the sick woman's bed. So that was young Snape, Jane thought. The woman then had to be Eileen Prince, his mother, at least according to the file in the cupboard in the teacher's room. "Are you better today?" the boy asked hopefully. The mother just shook her head. "I hear you're in a bad crowd, son. Lucius Malfoy and his friends will use you for their own purposes and then leave you to fend for yourself. You don't understand, Mother. They're my friends. Don't act like your poor Ravenclaw mummy doesn't know at which end to hold her magic wand." Eileen coughed and struggled to say the words. "You're on a dangerous path, son, and I won't be here to help you when you need it." "Don't talk like that, Mother," young Snape said in a strangled voice. "Listen to me, son. The cough is getting worse. Until it isn't too late." The little wizard burst into tears, and the picture began blurring. Snape had got himself together and was throwing Undead out of his mind. She held on with all her strength, but she felt she couldn't go on like this. In just a few seconds, she was pushed so hard that she tried to lean back in her chair, but she couldn't, and before she knew it, she was lying on her back on the ground. She closed her eyes and tried not to think about anything. She couldn't believe that this little adventure had cost her almost all her strength. She hoped Snape felt as good as she did, but the thought couldn't warm her much. For several minutes, she lay on the ground and stared at the ceiling, unable to move even a part of her body. It wasn't pleasant in the slightest to lose control over herself in this way, she told herself irritably. Not in front of Snape, on the floor in someone else's classroom. Speaking of Snape, what was he doing right now? Jane turned her head slowly toward the desk. Professor Snape lay, like her, with his arms outstretched and his hair strewn across the floor. To her horror, however, she noticed that she had clasped his hand in hers and did not seem to intend to let go. For a while, they just breathed hard and looked at each other. Then Jane moved her hand in an attempt to pull away, but to no avail. The professor's hand was warm, and hers was suddenly numb. She couldn't move it an inch. "So, what do you intend to say to Dumbledore?" she asked curiously in a low voice. "I'll tell him to do what he wished. Whatever he wants, just not to bother me with you anymore. I don't burn with desire to repeat this. You can't make me." Jane pulled her hand away from his and stood up slowly. "What did I get myself into?" she thought as she staggered on the way to the door. Chapter 9. Sirius is revealed. The date of the Yuletide concert had already been set, and the Ravenclaw House rock band was rehearsing all the time. They already had 2 songs of their own, and they had studied a few of the weird sisters, so they knew what they were going to play. They just needed to improve their technique. Only one small detail had to be clarified. The band still didn't have a name. There was a band at my old school, Lily said one afternoon when everyone along with Associate Professor Undead had gathered in the boys' room in Ravenclaw Tower. They were called Drill Machine. I'm not joking. It's an electrical device used by the Muggles to drill holes, August explained to the other boys with a laugh. It makes a lot of noise. Yes, and just imagine what happened when the audience had to call them for an encore. How do you think one shouts, Drill Machine? It'd have been better if they had called themselves Tractor. Just as Eupham was about to ask what a tractor was, there was a knock on the door. Jerry went to open it while the others continued sitting on the floor cushions, staring aimlessly out the window at the mountains. Hey mates, does Eupham happen to be here? Roger Davis's dark-haired head protruded from the crack in the doorway, and he looked around curiously. You are quite settled. You have not one but two girls. We're rehearsing right now, Roger. Jane, who was sitting on a small pillow on the floor, said with a smile. Besides, better not consider me a girl. I'm long past that age. You may be older than us, Associate Professor Undead, but we already consider you part of our house, unless, of course, you've something against it. Of course, I don't have anything against it, Roger. Come sit with us. We are currently looking for a name for the band. Besides, we haven't progressed much, Lily added. Maybe you'll come up with something. Roger looked at the two ladies and bowed theatrically. I'd love to sit with you if you'll wait 10 minutes. I need to consult with the Quidditch team about the upcoming match. Eupham looked at Jane for permission to leave, to which she waved favorably. Go. We're stuck anyway. The boy got up agilely and went out the door. And, by the way, Associate Professor Undead, Roger was leaning over the doorknob, smiling at his teacher. I have to tell you, you still catch the eye. Roger liked to jest, so Jane wasn't hurt. Besides, there was nothing hurting in his words. She liked that the students liked her, and the boy was merely trying to compliment her. I'll have to leave you at some point, she told the others shortly after the door closed. I have a meeting tonight that I must attend. We have things to do, too, Jerry said. Some of us have to do our divination homework. In my time, this homework wasn't so difficult. Just predict a few disasters and you're ready. For example, it was popular back then to write that someone would get kidnapped by a griffin. Everyone burst out laughing, even Jerry, who was seriously considering writing something like that in his essay. Our divination professor was very distracted. I don't even know if he read the homework, but in the end, we always had grades. Professor Trelawney must have been his student, Seth said quietly as he tried to catch his breath. We suspect the same thing about her. Perhaps it isn't quite fair to say that about my colleagues, Jane began hesitantly. But I think I can tell you. I hope you don't spread it across the school, but I still doubt if your professor knows my name. Although we've been introduced at least 3 times. They continued in that spirit for a few more minutes, waiting for Eupham and Roger to return. Jane even inspected the divination homework of those who attended the class and helped them finish it. Just don't tell my colleague I helped you. She may be affected. If she's a real clairvoyant, she'll find out for herself, Lily smiled. We'll just test her. At that moment, the door opened again, and the 2 boys entered, still discussing something. Have you pulled out the homework while we were gone? Roger asked in surprise. We wanted to ask Associate Professor Undead about something, Seth replied as if trying to protect his teacher from the curiosity of the Quidditch captain. Besides, she's much more willing to give consultations than Professor Trelawney, Jerry added. As I see it, you'll overwhelm Associate Professor Undead with work, and she won't be able to rest at all. Roger seemed surprised that quite often either the group went to the teacher or she hung in their room. Apparently, this wasn't the typical behavior of teachers here. Don't fret about me, Roger. A little work won't hurt me. Besides, I have a lot of fun with you students. Sit next to me and help us think. Jane pulled closer to Lily, who was sitting to her right, and conjured a small pillow on her left. After he and Eupham had settled in, they gave the word to the Quidditch captain. So, Raj, what's on your mind? Lily asked, leaning in front of Jane to see him better. Actually, nothing comes to mind. How about Dragonfire? Doesn't sound bad, but it doesn't fit the music we play. Okay, full moon then? No, it's too feminine, Jerry answered this time, leaning aside to avoid the flying pillow that Lily had immediately thrown at him. Others also joined the proposals. Many names were said, but none of them could satisfy everyone. I don't think we'll ever be able to reach an agreement on this. Lily sighed at last and began conjuring a blue ribbon in the air. Maybe we should come up with something about Ravenclaw? Such as? Asked several voices. For example, the Ravens or the Eagles? The Ravens is very gloomy. I like the Eagles, but it's kind of too formal. Besides, Jane added, there's a Muggle band with that name. Pity. The discussion continued. Someone even conjured a light, fluffy ball, and the others began passing it to each other. The one who caught it had to say the first thing that came to mind, and the others had to decide if it was fit for the band's name. In the end, however, no one could concentrate, and things like goblin snot falling from the broom and even dirty Kneasel were heard more and more often. We don't have to decide anything just now, Jane tried to reassure them. We have about a week until we start making posters. I wish I could think of some wind magic, Lily whispered in frustration as she tried to swing the ribbon she had just lifted from the ground. Please repeat that. August rose from his seat, crossed the circle, and grabbed Lily by the shoulders as if to make her remember the ingredients of a life-saving decoction. I said I don't remember any wind spells. You didn't say that, August insisted, barely restraining himself from shaking her hard. August, what happened to you, mate? Jerry wondered. Shall we get you some water or pumpkin juice? Shut up, Gerald, I don't appreciate your jokes right now. There's nothing wrong with me. I just wanted Lily to repeat what she said. It sounded interesting. I said wind magic. What's so interesting about that? Lily was resenting. That's it, August exclaimed enthusiastically and lifted Lily from her seat under the confused gazes of everyone else. If you have your eye on our Lily, I must tell you that you'll have to line up. Eupham spoke for the first time after a long silence. Let me remind you that she already has admirers, especially since they saw her training for a solo in the common room. No, you idiot, August said a little faster than he should have. It's about the band. That's what we'll call it. Magic Wind. It's not totally bad, Seth said thoughtfully. There were worse ideas. The others, what do you think? Jane quickly took on the role of an arbitrator. I don't mind it, Jerry replied. The others also agreed one by one. Even Roger approved. We should celebrate it, Jane said, conjuring glasses of pumpkin juice for everyone. Just as they were taking their last sips of pumpkin juice, there was a knock on the door. I'll open it, announced Roger, who had apparently decided to take on the role of a concierge, since he was sitting next to the door anyway. Everyone turned toward it and heard a familiar voice. Is Jane here? Yes, Professor, come in. The door opened silently, and Professor Flitwick stepped inside, looking around. Ah, Jane, I'm finally finding you. What's up, Professor? She hurried to set her glass aside and stood up with a questioning look on her face. Professor Dumbledore has ordered me to track you down. He said we should leave for the meeting earlier. How much earlier? I'm afraid we should be gone in 10 minutes. Okay, I just need to get my coat from my room. I think we'll succeed. Don't worry, it's not so urgent. If we're late, they'll just have to wait for us. The young teacher was already clearing the glasses of pumpkin juice with the help of her students and fixing the pillows. And Jane. She turned to Professor Flitwick, still clutching her wand. Professor Dumbledore instructed me to tell you, in fact, to tell you all, the outcome of the invitation for the Yuletide ball. At first, nobody could figure out what it was all about. Who was invited to the ball? Then it dawned on Jane. She had spoken in person about a month ago with the Weird Sisters guitarist, with whom she was acquainted for a long time, whether they would be able to come and play at the ball. Since they had decided to send an official letter to the school, that could only mean one thing. The Weird Sisters have agreed to play at the school's Yuletide ball, Professor Flitwick announced in front of everybody. You'll warm up for the Weird Sisters, chaps. Hooray! Cried the students almost in unison and started embracing each other, as well as Jane. Why didn't you tell us earlier, Associate Professor Undead? Jerry asked in surprise. You invited them, didn't you? Because I wasn't even sure they would come, Jane replied. You know that at this time of year their schedule is quite busy. The important thing is that they're coming, Lily hurried to say. Now we'll have to rehearse even more. In addition, we'll have to put again the magic lesson, which was dropped. I'm sure they'll like it. Maybe you should help us research another one. We'll need a serious repertoire for the Weird Sisters. Professor Flitwick had been watching them with a smile, but he was now looking anxiously at his watch. After a while, he said, Jane, the meeting. Those words were enough to make the teacher jump. Excuse me, Professor Flitwick. We're going in a second. Lily, she said as they were leaving, maybe it's a good idea to rehearse a little more today. And look at the vocals of that song. You remember which one. Tomorrow I plan to convince you to sing at the concert. The girl nodded politely and went with the others to walk the teachers to the door. Maybe she would really agree to sing, Jane thought hopefully. When Jane went outside, closely following Professors Dumbledore and Flitwick through the castle front door, she shivered. The weather had finally got bad, and now a strong wind was blowing snowflakes over their heads. The other teachers had obviously left before them, so as not to be late, and there were only the three of them left, which meant they had to hurry. Although she was trembling from the cold as she was wrapping herself more tightly in her coat and holding her hat so that the blizzard wouldn't blow it away, Jane couldn't help but rejoice. She had gone to many Weird Sisters concerts, for most of which she didn't even have to pay for a ticket, but that was a long time ago. Besides, the children were big fans and were very happy about the concert. Maybe 100 years later, when they finally left the castle grounds, the three of them apparat. It was snowing in London, too, but the snow had no intention of lingering. As soon as it touched the ground, it turned into a muddy mash that stained the shoes and penetrated even the strongest boots. Jane cursed in her mind as she managed to step into a large puddle and get all wet. Surely they wouldn't discuss funny things at the orders meeting, so it would be good for her to come down to earth before then. Indeed, she hadn't been deceived. As soon as everyone came in and left their wet coats and boots to dry in front of the fireplace, Professor Dumbledore led them anxiously to the living room, where the others must have been waiting for them for a while. The news was not good. According to a person sent specifically to spy on the Death Eaters' camp. Here Jane tried to glare at Snape, but he just pretended not to notice. The Dark Lord had begun gathering all his subordinates. He was obviously up to something. Professor Dumbledore assumed that the Order of the Phoenix would soon have to face the enemy closely. For Jane, this would be the first such clash while with the Order, and the thought of it quickly made her nervous. She knew she was a coward, and she definitely didn't like the duels with the Death Eaters. So when Sirius Black asked her after the 3-hour event if she wanted to stay and talk, she wasn't in the mood. However, she decided to stay for no more than half an hour to respect the host. Sirius asked her mostly about the school, how the new students were, who was leading in the Quidditch championship, and most of all, what his godson was doing. The boy in question proved to be quite popular at school, especially with the troubles that swirled around him. Harry Potter, whom she had watched during the Ravenclaw match, was the Quidditch star of the Gryffindor house, and he got involved, at least according to Professor McGonagall, in a Dark Force event every year, and barely escaped with his life, leaving a mess that someone else had to clean up. The boy himself hadn't made much of an impression on Jane. True, he was courageous and eager to try new things like the exercise with the Straw Death Eaters, but he wasn't persistent in what he did. The most interesting of his friends was the red-haired boy named Ron. There was always something funny going on around him. As for their female friend Hermione, she was a real bookworm, but she wasn't as resourceful as her Lily. Although if Lily became lazier, Hermione would overtake her in terms of grades. Of course, Jane didn't share this with Sirius. For him, they were flawless, and no wonder. She was surprised to learn that a few years ago they had saved his skin at school. So she tried not to look down on them, at least for Sirius. And she even remembered a few events with him and told him about them. As she had decided earlier, the teacher didn't stay long with her new acquaintance. She apologized that she had work to do and left less than an hour after the meeting was over, thinking of the Gryffindor kids. She couldn't understand how 3 13-year-old children could deal with Dementors, free a hippogriff, then use it to help the alleged criminal Sirius run away from school. Of course, Black hadn't told her any of this, but he kept thinking about it, so it wasn't hard for her to see it. She was ashamed. While she hid for months in the woods and dared not stick her nose in civilization, these kids feed around school, rescued Sirius, and even met, as far as rumors went, the Dark Lord himself. Or maybe, Jane thought, their age was the reason they weren't afraid of anything. They hadn't seen the death and destruction that Voldemort caused. They'd just heard about it as if it was a scary tale. Whatever the reason, however, she had no excuse for fleeing. A few days later, Jane was invited again to visit Sirius. She was beginning to worry deeply. She couldn't afford to go there anymore unless she was absolutely sure she could trust him. And she had no idea exactly how to test him. However, she decided to go and, having prepared her magic wands and a few other small things that could be used as weapons in case of danger, set off for London. The snow had finally cooled the ground enough and made a thin blanket when Jane arrived in Grimmauld Square in the late afternoon. She walked to the front door and knocked cautiously. The idea was that the house should be invisible to those who hadn't seen it, and now she could ruin the whole cover if she was noticed. However, Sirius quickly opened the door and she went inside, looking over her shoulder. The two went upstairs to Sirius's room, where, unlike the rest of the house, a fireplace was burning and it had become quite warm. "Where's Creature?" Jane asked as she put her coat on the hanger by the fireplace. "Creature? As soon as he heard you were coming, he hid somewhere," Sirius explained contentedly. "He's still scared of you, even though Professor Dumbledore had to take him to a specialist to readjust his memory." Jane stared at him in surprise. "To readjust his memory? Why?" Nothing special. I have known for a long time that he passes information to my cousin's family. Malfoy, if you know them. They're Death Eaters." This made Jane shiver. Why was Sirius telling her all this? Maybe he was trying to convince her that he was on the Order's side. Or he was simply answering her question, and she was too paranoid and imagined things. "Let's have some tea with rum. What do you say?" Sirius pulled her out of her thoughts. "It must be cold outside. Or if you want, we can skip the tea." "Tea with rum is nice," Jane said. "Can I help you with anything?" "No, I'll take care of it myself." Sirius waved and headed for the door. "I'll just get the kettle." He closed the door behind him, but he didn't go down the stairs. Instead, she heard him casting fetching spells, and half a minute later he returned to the room and set the kettle over the fire. They talked about insignificant things while waiting for the water to boil. Jane told him about the upcoming school concert and asked Sirius if there was a way to attend. He replied that he would very much like to, but unless he used some kind of disguise, he was unlikely to succeed. However, his voice was so gloomy that she tried to think of a way to get him to the ball. "How about a polyjuice potion?" she finally asked. "There's no time to make it." Sirius shook his head. "It needs a month to brew." "True." Jane let out a slight sigh. It would be nice to have someone to dance with, someone who wasn't Professor Snape. Or maybe they're selling it at Diagon Alley. "Would you drink a potion bought from there?" Sirius seemed thoughtful. "Yes, why not?" he finally replied. "I have a friend who worked in the ministry. One of my few remaining friends. Anyway, he knows a lot about potions, and although he probably can't find me one, at least he can check if it's poison if I send it to him by owl. In that case, I'll try to find you some as soon as possible." Sirius's face lit up. Apparently, nobody had offered him to leave the house for at least one night in the near past. But before she could do anything, she had to test him. They were already sipping the hot tea when a thought suddenly occurred to Jane. If she got him drunk tonight, she would be able to apply Legitimacy on him, and it didn't matter whether he could hide or not. She remembered that for the same reason, she and Snape were able to peek into each other's thoughts effortlessly on the first day of school. And if she got him properly pissed, he surely wouldn't remember anything the next day. Jane looked at him with some remorse. It wasn't nice for somebody to rummage through you that way, but in this case, she didn't have a particular choice. The rest of the evening was fun. They drank, sang, danced until at last they couldn't stand on their feet from exhaustion. As planned, Sirius was the first out of his tree. As he sat in his armchair telling a joke, his head tilted to one side, and he fell asleep. With some difficulty, Jane got up from the bed where she was sitting and sat on the carpet right in front of him. With her magic wand, she made him open his eyes and began looking for something interesting. He had a lot of memories of Azkaban, which Jane glanced at. There was nothing good about them, though she could at least understand how he had gotten away. He had transformed himself into a dog and passed the Dementors that way. His memories have been circulating in the house lately, though there were some from Hogwarts from when he was looking for the little Potter. Apparently, she had to look deeper. Before Azkaban, he had met Pettigrew. Pettigrew blew up the street and fled. Jane was choosing carefully what to watch. Sometimes people lied to themselves about various things, and the Legilimens could not distinguish truth from fiction. She looked for something about the Dark Lord, but there was none. No close encounters, no Death Eaters, except when he had fought alongside the Order. He hadn't betrayed the Potters. She decided to delve a little into his feelings. They harder almost never did lie. He respected Professor Dumbledore, loved Little Potter, and hated Voldemort and his ex-friend Peter. That was enough for her. Jane tried to pull away, but then she saw something for herself. Sirius obviously liked her, which wasn't improbable, but she was a little worried. She didn't like him that much and didn't want to break his heart. That was enough for now. Still, there was a chance that someone had changed his memories, she told herself. But for what purpose? She wasn't important enough to deserve such a complicated plan. She considered this possibility briefly with her alcoholic brain. Although it was possible, Jane didn't believe that the memories were changed. Her intuition and legilimentic abilities suggested that no one had dug into Black's head to replace his memories. And she reassured herself, if anyone had succeeded, Professor Dumbledore would have known. He was an excellent legilimens. As she sat on the floor, Jane realized she was exhausted and leaned her head against the armchair. The next moment she was asleep. She woke up in the middle of the night from a strong shake. She opened her eyes slowly and saw Sirius leaning over her, waking her with an anxious expression. "Jane, are you okay?" he asked as he leaned on the floor. He was clearly dizzy. "I must have fallen asleep here. Although I don't remember why I'm on the floor," she lied. "You may have fallen out of bed. Let me help you up." And he pulled her to the bed, upon which several blankets were thrown. "We need to stop drinking," Jane said gravely as she tried to put the blankets over herself. She didn't remember drinking that much, but felt tipsier than he looked. Sirius muttered something, picked up his blanket from somewhere, and curled up in his armchair. Jane pulled the blankets up to her chin. "Now I can sleep here peacefully," she told herself with relief and fell asleep again. Overall, Jane was pleased with the development of Sirius' impromptu interrogation. She could see only what interested her, without distracting herself in insignificant things, which was an achievement. Sirius himself was excited to visit Hogwarts, albeit disguised, so Jane decided to look for the potion as soon as possible. She had gone to Diagon Alley with Professor Hagrid, who, as usual, spoke a great deal in his dialect and hardly wanted to be answered. He wasn't looking for anything specific at the market. He had come to look around, and it wasn't easy for him to be diverted while Jane looked for the potion. Eventually, she told him she was looking for some feminine potion, and Hagrid left her alone. However, he didn't refrain from commenting, "A love potion? Ah, Miss Undead? You don't need it if you ask me. Men will fall at your feet, just like that pretty as you are." "What men are you talking about, Professor?" Jane decided to pretend she didn't understand. "What men, you say?" Hagrid's honor seemed affected. "I may have known you since recently. Bu, I can see that Professor Snape has been looking after you since the beginning of the school year. Now Sirius Black. Don't play with them too much, miss. They've feelings, you know." "I promise you, Professor, I won't play with anyone's feelings." That promise was easily made, but Jane believed it. Even if Snape had still fallen for her, which she didn't believe, and Sirius really liked her, she had to be firm. "You're just helping Sirius to visit the school," she thought. And he could find someone else there at the ball. There really was such a possibility, because many people outside the school would be invited to the concert. As soon as they made the posters, they would send out the invitations as well. Jane left Professor Hagrid waiting for her in front of the owl shop and went to the nearby potion shop, where she liked the prices most. "Polyjuice potion, please." The salesman looked around cautiously before pulling it out from under the counter. The potion wasn't yet banned for sale, at least not in small quantities, but the man was cautious. Jane paid the required sum, although it looked a bit high, and left. She put the vial in her robe pocket, and only then went to Hagrid. Chapter 10. Pre-holiday fever. They had just started making the ball decorations this afternoon. Jane had personally corresponded with Carl, the guitarist of the Weird Sisters, and he had told her what their ideas and requirements were for the ball. Although not impossible, some of them were quite peculiar. They wanted a spacious dressing room with several fireplaces and many mirrors on the walls and ceiling, as well as a huge stage in the Great Hall. For the decoration, he and Jane had decided that in addition to the usual garlands, Christmas trees, and icicles, they could decorate everything with yellow stars on a blue background. The latter was specially invented by them to honor the fact that all invited musicians were from Ravenclaw House. Small bronze guitars and other musical instruments would fly in the air and quietly perform familiar melodies, and Weird Sisters records would be hidden in the most unexpected places. The suits of armor would be enchanted to sing only rock and roll, and they decided to place real chains on the walls of the Great Hall, alternating with bronze blue ribbons. It was all a great idea, but someone had to do it. Together with Professor Flitwick, they estimated that it would take at least 15 people to do everything on time, and so many volunteers could hardly be found so easily. However, some of the things they would do together with the younger Magic Club students, and after Jane hinted there would be bonuses for the participants, older volunteers also showed up. One morning, while conjuring chain garlands with a part of the club, the students decided to talk with Jane. Not everyone liked her as much as the Ravenclaws, but the others were no less curious to know things about her. "Miss Undead, is it true that you lived in Ravendale back then?" Kalina, the otherwise shy third-year student, asked. "Yes, besides, I was born there," Jane said. "How did you know that?" "Anthony Stone's sister from Slytherin told me. We have herbology together." "And how does Anthony's sister know?" "I don't know," the girl admitted sincerely. "Someone must have told her. I just wanted to say that my aunt got married there. We visit her from time to time. It's nice." "Yes, Ravendale is a nice village." "Still," Jane added thoughtfully, "although it used to be paradise." Kalina didn't answer, and Jane continued to conjure her garland. Apparently, in addition to gathering information about her, Professor Snape didn't mind sharing it with his students. "Professor," a Gryffindor girl named Lavender said, "why didn't Lily Smith and August Ripper stay to help? I mean, we'll probably be conjuring these things by next year." Even Professor Trelawney could hardly predict how long this will last. At the mention of Professor Trelawney as a prominent authority, Associate Professor Undead raised an eyebrow slightly, then said aloud, "Miss Brown, do you think that the music band that will present the school in front of the Weird Sisters themselves should use their rehearsal time to enchant little stars?" "No," the girl replied. "Well, you've just answered yourself. Everyone does what they can. Lily and August can play the guitar and the bass guitar, and you and I can make decorations. That's it." Apparently, the girl was not very pleased with the answer, but decided to keep quiet. They continued making garlands for another half an hour, after which they were interrupted by Professor Flitwick, who burst into the room panting. "Jane," he shouted from the doorway in his thin voice, "leave these things and come to us. We need you urgently." "All right, Professor," she replied, her gaze wandering around the room. "But we still have to leave someone to watch over the club. The prefects will be in charge. Hey, Piers Francis, make sure the work goes on and no one damages anything. If you need us, we'll be in the teacher's room." Leaving the students to finish their work, the two teachers headed down the stairs. Apparently, the matter was urgent, or Professor Flitwick would never have interrupted her in the middle of the club. The reason became clear a little later when they went downstairs. The Weird Sisters had recently acquired a new tour bus and insisted on going everywhere with it. However, as there was no road to Hogsmeade, the transport problem had become urgent. "What is the problem with transfiguring the bus tires into train wheels?" Professor McGonagall asked insistently. "At least it's easy and simple, and one person can do it." "You're forgetting one detail, Minerva," Professor Flitwick, who had just entered, said from behind Jane. "The new bus. The Weird Sisters don't allow a straw from it to be enchanted, let alone the wheels." "Yees," Jane said thoughtfully. "Carl told me they hired the specialist who had enchanted the goblin's bus, and they don't want to change anything in it." "A complete disaster," said Professor Sinistra, holding her head in the astonished gaze of her colleague, Professor Vector. "And we only have a week to figure it out." To summarize, Deputy Headmistress Professor McGonagall interrupted her impatiently. "We can't enchant it to fly, we can't change the wheels, and we definitely can't make a road in a week. I'm out of ideas." The teachers looked at each other in anticipation, then turned to Jane as if on command. It wasn't hard to read the unasked question in their eyes. "Well, Undead, you invited them. Why don't you figure out how to get them to school?" "Look now," she said at last. "The Weird Sisters are spoiled, and it can't be helped with so many fans. If it wasn't for this bus, we would have transported them by train, right?" There were several shouts of approval. "So, we're going to come up with something now, too." Focus on the train? Maybe we can enchant it to fit the bus. But the bus is wider than the train, someone said. And it's heavy too. It is unlikely that a normal carriage will withstand it. Yes, Undead said thoughtfully. You know what? We better break up the meeting for today and continue again tomorrow. What do you say? And in the meantime, if anyone has an idea, look for me or Professor Flitwick. The others seemed relieved to agree with her, and muttering under their breath, they dispersed. Jane decided there was no point in going back to the club. There were about 10 minutes left, so she asked Professor Flitwick to finish it and headed for her room. The atmosphere in the room was festive, or at least similar to it. Over the hearth there were 2 socks, which the teacher had hastily washed. Several weeds hung from the ceiling beams as ingredients for potions, and Murray was lying on the rug in front of the fireplace. Associate Professor Undead scratched her absently behind her ears as she continued to consider the bus problem. As a last resort, she would write to Carl and consult with him, but she still didn't want to. The boys must have been quite busy during the holidays, and they hardly had any time for correspondence. At least Sirius's potion had turned out to be authentic, and during their previous brief encounter, they had managed to snatch a hair from the head of an unsuspecting member of the Order for the operation. His name was Dennis Appleby, and he certainly wasn't invited to the Yuletide ball. Jane would deliver the invitation to Sirius in person at the last minute. She was free for the rest of the afternoon and had nothing to do but think, so Jane decided it was about time she dropped by in Yorkshire. She could afford to go there once to visit her aunt. Still, the holidays were approaching. She put on her thick clothes, picked up her coat, and, after saluting the cat, left the room. A few minutes later, she was walking outside in the blizzard, trying to fold her coat so it wouldn't open. Walking to the castle gates was unpleasant, but necessary. An eternity later, the young woman managed to overcome the wind and get out of school. She rubbed her hands, found the magic wand, and with a quiet pop, operated into snowy Yorkshire. The wind there seemed to be weaker, and the snowdrifts not so deep. Instead of mountains, small hills could be seen here and there, and the vast plain around. In front of one of these hills was located the aunt's house. However, the cottage itself was hidden from human eyes with the help of a not very well-known spell. After digging in the snow for a few minutes, she didn't dare use magic outdoors as the village was full of muggles. Jane finally found what she was looking for, a small stone slab. She bent as close to the ground as she could so that her hand holding the magic wand would be hidden from uninvited glances, and uttered the spell in her mind. Little by little, a small wooden cottage began rising from the snow. Smoke billowed from its chimney, making the landscape much friendlier than it was a few seconds ago. Jane opened the small wooden gate that had sprung up in front of her and stepped into the yard. She knocked on the top beam of the frame that supported the gate, and for the bystander, the house disappeared instantly, along with its occupants. Jane walked straight through the snow. Apparently no one had even tried to clear it, and soon found herself at the house's door. She knocked 3 times and waited. After a while, footsteps sounded and the hinges creaked. A tall, thin woman with gray hair tied in a knot appeared in the doorway. "It's me, Auntie," Jane said quietly, as if it wasn't obvious. "It's high time," the aunt replied in an almost stern voice, but she seemed to be smiling. The 2 women settled in front of the hearth, where Jane began absent-mindedly drying the end of her robe as she listened to the village news. Although her aunt was hiding, she still had 2 witch friends who visited her from time to time and told her the latest gossip. "You know, Peterson's daughter is getting married," the aunt said as her niece nodded politely. "The wedding will be held in the spring when the weather warms up. They haven't chosen the bridesmaids and the groomsmen yet, but I guess they will be from the newlyweds' relatives." Although this topic wasn't particularly interesting to Aunt Charlotte's niece, the conversation wasn't unpleasant for her. She didn't even pay much attention to the details, but let the words flow around as a background. "Janie, say something," the older witch asked about 10 minutes later. "What did you say, Aunt?" The younger one was startled. "I was just saying you were very quiet. You probably have a lot to share." "I have, of course. After all, we haven't seen each other in months. And I can't write about everything. You know, someone may be reading my letters." "Tell me then." The aunt's impatience was growing. "You know, most of this news is not very pleasant. I think I'll tell you later. However, I brought you some medicinal roots for potions. Jane reached into the inside pocket of her robe and pulled out a small package wrapped in a newspaper and handed it to her. "Thank you, dear." The aunt unwrapped the package. "Root of asphodel, you guessed it well. It's very difficult to find here. Where did you get it? Did you have to pay for it?" Before her aunt started rummaging in her pockets for sickles and nuts, Jane hurried to wave. "No need. A friend gave it to me in exchange for a favor. She teaches herbology at school and has several beds with it. She once asked me to play to one of her music-loving plants, and when she realized I needed the roots, she gave them to me. Apparently, you get along well with your colleagues. It turns out I can be useful." Jane couldn't help but smile. She hadn't felt useful for too long before she came to school. But since she didn't want to discuss the matter, she chose to turn the conversation to another topic. "You know, the Weird Sisters will play at the Yuletide concert at school. Maybe you should come." "I don't think I want to travel in this weather." That was obviously not the reason, since Aunt Charlotte was very good at operating, and she would hardly freeze while traveling or get any wetter than the end of her coat. "Besides, I'm too old for these things." "Of course, you're not old." Jane tried to object, but she knew there was no use. Ever since her aunt turned 60, she kept repeating it. Even this voluntary imprisonment was quite easy to bear. In fact, she didn't like going outside the yard of her house. "Let me tell you about the Weird Sisters. The story is quite funny, at least so far," she continued. "I don't know if I told you, but we're going to decorate the entire castle. Mostly the first floor, of course. We've conjured all kinds of gadgets." Jane spoke briefly about the quirks of decorating. "And we've just found enough helpers for this part when it turned out we had another problem. The Weird Sisters have a new tour bus. Almost like the Muggles. Only it's enchanted inside. It must be as big as a house. And they, imagine that, wouldn't let us change its wheels for a day, just enough to get to Hogwarts and back to London. Isn't this a serious obstacle to your plans?" The old witch asked in surprise. "It doesn't bother me at all. In the end, they will agree to anything, just not to cancel the gig. And we have a week to think. We may come up with something." Aunt Charlotte smiled slightly as her niece burst out laughing. Now, away from the castle walls, the problem didn't seem so important. But there was something else that bothered her more. So she soon fell silent and looked down. "Jane, is there anything?" the aunt asked. Her niece looked up, and for a moment they crossed their eyes. Finally, Jane surrendered. "I don't want to worry you, Aunt," she said quietly. "I worry more when I don't know what's going on." Aunt Charlotte folded her arms. "Tell me already." "It's about my reaction to a very simple curse. My colleague and I had a duel for fun, and he hit me with a leg-locking curse. However, instead of stumbling right away, a few minutes later my nose began bleeding." "That sounds pretty disturbing," the aunt said anxiously. "That's why I didn't want to tell you." "Don't talk nonsense. You better tell me if it's happening for the first time, and how did you recover?" "It happened for the first time with such a simple spell. It has happened to me before, but then it was a miracle that I suffered so few consequences. I mean, paralyzing spells and the like. But I managed with a simple strengthening decoction. I knew it was a bad idea to wander the woods and meet suspicious people there. You had to come to me in Yorkshire, and everything would be fine." Jane decided to pass on the next few minutes of tirade. There were other reasons besides the safety of her closest relative for not wanting to live with her. While she was hiding, she just couldn't control her panic and stop at one place. And even if she stopped, they would almost certainly find her. After Aunt Charlotte finished speaking, Jane continued. "There was another case recently. We had exercises with the students, and I couldn't reflect a spell. It was a silencing charm. By the end of the class, nothing happened to me, but then I had the feeling that my all blood would flow through my nose. It's all very strange. I know. I even tried to read in the library on this subject, but I found information only about some very terrible curses that manifest similarly. Except they had side effects such as tooth loss and backbone pain. It couldn't be that. And has anything like this ever happened to you?" The other woman thought for a moment. "No," she said at last. "But I remember once, very recently, enchanting my friend Colleen without thinking. And without a magic wand, too. As we sat, I waved as I explained something to her, and her lips glued together. Then I barely broke the spell. It took me a while to figure out what kind of magic I'd used." "Are you sure it was you?" "Maybe she did it unwittingly. It was me. Colleen was just listening to me and not moving at all. It's impossible that she did it. Well, apparently her aunt knew almost as much as she did. Jane sighed and dropped the subject. She would do more research in the London library. Instead, she decided to ask for news from her cousin, the closest relative she and her aunt had. Have you received a letter from Allison recently? I'm afraid not. I last received that postcard from Singapore this summer, but you saw it. I don't even know where she is now. I understand. I also have no idea. Maybe she's finally met someone, and that's why she doesn't write. Aunt Charlotte must have had a secret hope for her more distant niece. Yeah, either she's digging somewhere covered in dust to her neck, or she's running after the boys as usual. You know, it doesn't count until you catch them. I have an idea. Jane understood her aunt's hopes of marrying one of her nieces soon, but said nothing. There was no point in objecting or taking away one of the few dreams in her aunt's life. But her desire to talk evaporated for a while as she observed the not-so-rosy overall picture of her life. She had no one but an aunt and a cousin, so fascinated by the ancient civilizations and cities that she had forgotten to return to England for 2 years. She was startled by a sharp knock on the window, and before she could look, she jumped to her feet and reached in her pocket for the wand. "Don't worry, Janie, it's just an owl." Aunt Charlotte's voice seemed to come from far away. "I got so scared," she sighed, releasing her hand. "It must be for me. I told them to look for me if they come up with anything on the bus. Problem." Jane reached for the window handle to open it for the croaking little owl, which dropped the letter in her hands and immediately darted to the hearth for warmth. "Won't you ask me what they are writing?" She finally looked up from the parchment. "If you want it so much, you'll tell me yourself. Or you'll get it out of me yourself, as you once did," Jane said, and when she saw her aunt's face frowning, she hurried to add, "I'm not mad at you, Aunt. I'm just stating a fact. It's hard to live among others when you're so different. It's also not easy to grow up in a house where the adults are always aware of the mischiefs you're planning." "I guess so. How are you dealing with your colleagues now? Do you use Legitimacy?" "I rather try not to reveal myself to them." "Well, I see something from time to time. It has always been better for us that way." Now is a good time to raise the issue of Lily. The two hadn't had time to see each other in private again and try other tactics. Besides, Jane wanted to consult with her aunt first. "Auntie, would you advise me on a matter concerning my student? It's getting interesting," the aunt said theatrically and sat down in another chair in front of the fireplace. "Tell me, but you mustn't tell anyone." After the older woman nodded, she continued, "I think this girl has a gift for legitimacy, but I don't know how to find out. The usual ways show nothing. Of course, they won't show anything. In most cases, they don't." "What exactly did you try?" "Guessing various things." "I see. Now I understand why you failed. You had to teach her to direct her mind first. Otherwise, nothing will happen. Here I am doing everything wrong. Next time I'll definitely start with that. But there's something else." Once she started with the instructions, the aunt wouldn't stop easily. "And it's whether it's worth creating a Legilimens right now." "Whether it's worth it?" Jane was confused, but also a little angry. "You made me like that. You and Mom, didn't you?" The moment then was no different. "No, it wasn't. But you were different from this student of yours. Lord Voldemort wanted to catch you with his nasty, filthy hands. He had already noticed me and your mother, so we didn't have much choice. We had to teach you so you could resist him." Jane almost heard the rest of her words, and not to hide in the woods. Her aunt definitely had something to blame her for. She already blamed herself. But what's done is done. After all, we're both hiding, she reassured herself. As for this girl, since the Dark Lord hasn't noticed her yet, she'd better remain unnoticed in the future. Remember that she and you are different, no matter how it may seem to you. She is little and a minor, and it is your duty as her teacher to protect her, not to endanger her. "Yes, I suppose so," Jane sighed. She was disappointed, but she was inwardly aware of the truth in her aunt's words. She had no right to transform any student into a magnet for thunders. Although it was only 5 o'clock, it was pitch dark outside. It took Jane a while to realize that the fireplace had long been shedding more light into the room than the window, and it seemed to her as if the night had suddenly descended to crush the little village. "It's getting late," she said, getting up from her chair to go to the window again. "Don't tell me you want to leave now. You visit me so rarely. Come to think of it, I can stay until tomorrow. My colleague Professor McGonagall wrote to me that she had come up with a solution to our problem and that she planned to go to London tomorrow to try it. She invited me to accompany her, but I can write to her that we'll meet right there. Yes, that's exactly what I'm going to do. McGonagall? You mean Minerva the Sulk, right? I didn't know she was a teacher. She's even the school's deputy headmistress. She didn't teach me. They used to divide the classes between her and Professor Doyle, and he taught us. She was always sulking about something. I hope she doesn't do it anymore, for the good of the school. You're not going to tell her I told you about her nickname, are you? No, calm down, Jane chuckled, thinking about what these otherwise mature women wanted to keep a secret from each other. With a pen and parchment taken from her aunt, she hastily wrote a note and tossed it into the fireplace with some flue powder. There was no point in looking for the owl for something so small, but she was sure the note would reach its recipient. The next day, she and Professor McGonagall met at the Leaky Cauldron and headed for the station together. Although the bus had not been brought there yet, they could work on the deputy headmistress's idea. They had to take a freight carriage and reinforce it enough to withstand the weight, as well as make enough space inside it to hold the required volume. This wasn't difficult at all, and the both of them managed to finish it in half an hour. Well, all they have to do now is bring the bus here, said Professor McGonagall. The children will be so happy, especially the youngest ones, who couldn't attend the Weird Sisters concert last time. Everybody seems to like them very much. I asked Carl for them to stay after the concert to sign autographs and talk with the students. He owes me a favor since back then. Jane smiled. The two continued their conversation in this spirit as they walked back to the inn. Apparently, Professor McGonagall was in a good mood. 2 days later, Carl and the vocalist Myron, with the help of the band's driver, a young wizard who was afraid of Professor McGonagall, brought the bus to platform 9 3/4. Jane shook hands with Myron. Then she and Carl hugged like old acquaintances, after which she introduced them to Professor McGonagall. The latter also tried to shake hands with them, but instead, they both kissed her hand. With a lady like you, a man should always be gentlemanly. Myron smiled as Minerva McGonagall grew redder on her cheeks. Jane immediately let us know that although she's sometimes a woman, we shouldn't consider her a lady at all, Carl added. That's why we treat her differently. You played very well at the school concert 2 years ago, Professor McGonagall finally said. My students were delighted with you. We're flattered to hear that, Myron said, bowing slightly. Ah, Pierce, finally. The vocalist brushed a lock of long brown hair from his face and turned to face the man who was just coming down the steps of the bus. And this is our driver, Pierce, madam. Pierce and I have known each other for a long time, Professor McGonagall said with a slight smile. She wrote me my first troll in the 3rd year, Pierce said, almost guiltily. Not that I didn't deserve it. The boys and I thought she might not read our homework because she always graded us by the length of the parchment. To test this theory, instead of writing an essay about the transfiguration of a snail into a teapot, I decided to describe how the boys and I had thrown manure bombs at each other the day before. The confession provoked a storm of laughter, except for the professor and the victim. After it subsided, Jane prompted her colleague to get to work. We just need to call the engineer Hans, she reminded her superior. Pierce will call him. Don't bother. Of course, sir. That's where he was waiting for us last time, in the little pavilion at the end of the platform. Professor McGonagall was quick to inform him. The engineer appeared shortly, and the work started. Although only the 2 teachers had officially taken the task, all the others helped complete it. First, they unhooked the roof of the carriage and very carefully lifted the bus into the air. The 2 vehicles lined up like matryoshka dolls, and from the outside, it looked as if a small van had been placed in the carriage. Then they tied the bus to the carriage's floor with ropes. The engineer got on the train. The test could finally begin. Now go slow, Hans, Professor McGonagall instructed. No more than 40 kilometers per hour. Jane and Carl watched closely from the opposite ends of the platform, and Myron stood in the middle. A little faster now. There was a loud bang. It hit the wall. Jane shouted through the noise. The rope must have torn. Stop it fast, Hans. Myron shouted. And be careful. This obviously won't work, Carl said after the squeaking of the brake stopped. We could lock it in the middle with magic, Jane suggested. Although we'll have to close the whole space, and no one will be able to get out of the carriage. Or fix the wheels, but I don't know if that will be enough. Just don't hit the bus anymore. Myron panicked. After a while, he added capriciously, besides, nothing will be seen from the inside. Everyone fell silent. I can't guarantee anything, Professor McGonagall said at last. We'll still have to cast a spell, if not on the bus, at least on the carriage. I think we'll have to abandon this idea. Anyone thinks of anything else? Everybody was silent. Hans and Pierce were quietly discussing something, glancing furtively at the others. The two musicians were pacing the platform and looking at the roof, and Jane and Minerva were wringing their hands. Please, Jane, come up with something quickly. I'm starting to get tired of this story, said Professor McGonagall, almost in a whisper. I'm not prepared at all, she tried to say, but quickly shut up. Her boss wasn't in a good mood, and now was definitely not the time to shirk. Okay, I think I have an idea, but they're unlikely to agree. They'd better do it, Professor McGonagall said sternly. Jane walked away from her with nervous steps and called Carl aside. What do we do now? He asked, pointing to the train. What are we going to do? Jane pursed her lips. We have a problem, and the problem includes this new bus of yours. Carl brushed a long blonde lock from his face. We've created a lot of problems for you, didn't we? Instead of answering, the witch just nodded. I have one last idea, and if it doesn't work out, I'm going to give up. Nothing else comes to mind. Spill it. I read about it a long time ago, in a book. It's Muggle, but I think it'll work. It's called an air cushion. In general, it means to lift the bus half a meter above the ground with magic and hook it to the locomotive. We won't damage anything. You have my word. And the Muggles won't doubt it when they see a bus pulled by a train? As far as I know, such things are not common to them. We can cast an illusion on the bus to make it look like a carriage. The others won't like it. You won't like it too, Jane said, looking him in the eye. But I'm out of ideas, and you'll have to come either by train or cancel the gig. However, I can reassure you that illusions are not destructive at all. They just create a thin layer around the object to obtain a certain visual effect. I'm teaching them right now, so I should know, shouldn't I? All right, he gave in. Let me at least ask Myron. Jane watched them argue fiercely at the other end of the platform. It would be a great disappointment for the students if they canceled the concert, but she didn't intend to continue playing the monkey just to please them. Soon the two of them stopped talking, and Carl ran to her. Myron agrees. We can start, he shouted from a distance. Chapter 11. Party time. For some time now, Jane had been receiving more and more assignments related to the Order of the Phoenix. Even before visiting her aunt, she managed to complete 2 and mess up her third task, which then had to be completed not by anyone else but Professor Snape himself. There's no point in hiding Professor Snape's abilities from you, the headmaster had told her shortly after the incident. You are already aware of them, as far as I understand. I'm not happy with you, nor with the fact that I have to send him to do your work. I hope that at least it won't happen again, and remember that your successes are successes for the Order, and your failures, even greater failures for it. Jane sighed and fell silent. She knew that her tasks weren't so complicated and dangerous for now, but they would become so. Professor Dumbledore had promised to hand over most of Snape's tasks to her in the future, because he was already very busy, poor soul. The teacher was thinking about this one early afternoon as she watched rags of snow fall in front of her window. Besides her, the room had accommodated the entire Magic Wind Band, which was rehearsing the same songs once again. However, things did not go quite smoothly. Damn, we're playing rubbish. Lily shouted at her classmates in a panic. Gerald, did you catch a cold? What about you, Seth? Are you drumming on kitchen pots now? We'll play in front of the whole school. Do you want the others to throw tomatoes at us and tell us that we blow? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing exactly what to do. Don't worry, Lily. Breathe. Eupham seemed to be the only one brave, or stupid, enough to try and calm her down. Come here. The others started leaving their instruments to follow them.